cricket oval as the Nile T10 is already underway. Walukuba Eagles have a man who has just scooped batter of the tournament, Cricket Uganda 50 over Gold League, MVP in Perry Wazombe. What do you make of that combination? They have a captain dependable, that is Hassan Bagaga, always come in high tense moments, and here they are in the opening clash.
Yeah, Perry Wazombe has already been informed. This team, the Seven Lions Cricket Club, not winning the Wazombe has already been feigning his hitting range. And when you look at the practice games that have been always played between the emerging team and the under-19 team, he has always been scoring. Will be bowling the first ball of this match. Whereas Perry Wazombe is right on guard to face that ball.
Oh, that's all the way. Fast ball, and he's doing what he's fond of doing. That should be racing all the way. 4 runs for Perry Wazombe. What a statement to kick-start things.
Picking up on the length very nice, and he manages to pick up that boundary. He's broken the shackles already. It's a T10 tournament. You don't have so many balls to waste. So Perry Wazombe has understood the assignment. He manages to play that one over the head of the fielder who was standing at mid-off to pick up that boundary. And now Peter Ochen has already effected a change in the field setup. The fielders now front of the square, long on and long off, have both gone down to the boundaries. Unlike on the first ball where they were both a third man and fine leg respectively.
I want to really say that is a sign of maybe you're already in the back foot already. It's fast ball. Why don't you give yourself a chance as a bowler? It's fast ball. Why rush to throw people outside when it's just not even 2 overs gone?
Yeah, first ball going for a boundary means pressure shifting to you as the bowler. And now Perry Wazombe will be looking forward to playing in front of the square because Perry Wazombe gets full face of the bat onto the ball. So it means there will not be so many edges. So when you have third man and feel like somehow you're wasting. So now Peter Ochen realizing that, and he says, let me go cautious. Because as I said, it's a short game. You don't have a lot of big room for error. You need to make sure that you're doing everything right.
But it has traditionally been known that as a bowler, you have a more psychological advantage of a batter. Because you remember, as a batter, you have one chance to go. A bowler has, now Ochen has 5 opportunities to cause an effect. So I feel maybe that's a rash decision because he has 5 opportunities. Now he has 4 opportunities maybe to dismiss both batters on the crease.
Yeah, but that's a much better comeback there from home, Peter Ochen. He manages to get that one skid off the surface, a bit of an extra bounce. It tells you how good this pitch is at the moment. It's been shining all over, so meaning this pitch is very dry and it will be giving some runs. So as you're a batting team, you need to make sure that you get yourself a very respectable total that you can come out and defend.
Kind of short there, but beaten by pace and a difference in bounce there off the pad there. But that's called for leg by for a single.
Yeah, a bit of an in-swinger coming in there from Peter Ochen, and not giving any room to Perry Wazombe. Perry Wazombe will take the bio run, and they will keep the scoreboard ticking.
Banked in shot, and Bamturaki almost going for the pull there, but an easy run there to get off the mark in covers. You could see there is a way batters already every time Ocheng is banging it slightly short of length or short. There's that continued discomfort within the batters.
Yeah, that should be the line for him to bowl a little into the surface. If he can bowl a slow bouncer well and good, if he can just skid it onto the surface, that will be so good for him. And that's why he's not now going for boundaries, because the other one was a bit full, over pitched, and Perry was the manager to hit it down the ground. But you see every time he's played it there.
Oh, another misfield there. A very gorgeous bat shot there on the back foot from Perry Wazombe to send it all the way through the covers for 4 runs. A misfield there once again to open up things for Perry Wazombe to get on the rise.
Yeah, two fielders misfielding at the same time. You feel that the one who was backing up could have done a little more to make sure that he cuts off that boundary. Now this is turning out to be very expensive for the side. Somehow Peter Ochen had adjusted his lines and was hitting the good areas, but again costed by that misfield that has gone all the way to the boundary. Now still more work to be done there by Peter Ochen, and still more adjustments as we come close to the end of the over.
Shot going in for the slap, but two pace there, beaten over pace to bring down the end of the very first over with 10 runs for no loss.
Ten runs coming off the first over is a very good start here for the batting side, because it means if you can score 10 every over, you get 100, and 100 on board means it is something defendable in the 10 overs, because when you come and bowl good areas and pick up dot balls, you will stand a very big chance of defending any total that you will have put on board. And now coming into bowl the second over of the game is Adam Uzaifa. Now the thinking and work for Adam Uzaifa is that Peter Ochen has gone for many in the first over, so the more dot balls that he can pick up in this over will go a very long way in helping his side.
But you have a man in Perry Wazombe right about now. He must be now moving at around 8 runs in those few balls. Do you see that as him becoming now unstoppable? They've given him the chance. They've given him the room to just build up his momentum.
It is a tournament of hitting the ball, so clearly we feel that Perry Wazombe has had a very good start in the first over, and you should be looking at him, making sure that he continues to find his firing range and pick the runs.
Shot, and that's just helped all the way to the fine leg boundary. That was really eyes on the ball and just helping it all the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, he wanted to execute the bouncer, but Loikin Wamturaki just getting underneath of the ball and guiding it down to deep square leg to pick up another boundary. And this should be the tail of the tape boundaries. And that's how you get yourself to a very respectable total. Now, Perry Wazombe was finding his hitting range in the first over, and at the moment Loikin Wamturaki doing a copy and paste, replicating what Perry Wazombe did. And every time you pick a boundary off the first ball of the over, it means you've put the bowler under pressure.
You got pressure, but again, not to remember that Hussein has 5 more opportunities for him. So does he? Let's see just how he comes back. With the score now soaring at 14 runs after 1.4. Shot of length, that's skied, miscued. Sohera right under it, and that is easily grabbed there from Sohera Richard, MVP of the high performance tournament that happened in Entebbe. Is here with a breakthrough for the Kingfisher, Kimaka Kingfishers.
Yeah, Loikin Wamturaki not getting some bit of good timing. The bat sliding out of his hands He manages Eskaya. And I tell you, Richard Sohera is a no-flying area. Gets hold on to the opportunity. And now, somehow, they crawl back into this match. The Chumaka Kingfishers, as they manage to pick up the first wicket. Roy Kinibamtulaki departs. And the 14-for-1 is what the scoreboard reads after 1.2 overs.
And there goes the calm Hassan Bagaga to underscore his proceedings. Ivan, I've seen your new status you've continuously posted about the Aussies. Today they're in the mix. I know we are right now a team here in the comms box, but later on we shall be rivals, as I'm for the Three Lions.
Yeah, but the Aussies are record champions for that T20 Women's World Cup. And you feel that both teams coming into this game unbeaten. The only edge that England has is that they are at home. Were able to get off the mark there by Hassan Wagaga. Leaning under that one, and he manages to guide it down to deep fine leg to pick up the boundary. A very, very good looking shot there from Hassan Wagaga.
Just to make sure that eyes are all the way through it, and just using that pace to just allow that ball race all the way to the boundary. When you look at Ivan, when you look at how the number of times, of course, not underplaying their, of course, hard work and the credit they deserve, but the number of times they've been to the finals, the dominance they have in women cricket. Another one there, almost going for the very shot that he played earlier on, but this time around not getting into that line of the ball to have enough count on it. Don't you feel, how is that really good for cricket with the level of dominance they have? Almost every T20 you would expect them to be in the final, finish the group games unbeaten. Is it good for cricket in the general sense?
I think it gives a challenge with some bit of other countries. When you look at that Women's T20 World Cup, India has never won it, yet they have a very good side. And India coming into this tournament after winning the ODI World Cup with similarly the same players after defeating South Africa, it could give you a feeling that maybe they had a very big chance of going all the way to win it, but they didn't even get out of the group stages. But now Australia has won it 6 times, New Zealand once, England once, and West Indies once. It tells you that now England have a very big chance to winning it the second time at home, but they still have work to be done, because the Australians have had a very, very fine form.
Shot there, but a change in bounce, and Perry was nowhere close to that one, and just had to sneak in a single there. I'll be texting you earlier on. The more we continue to dominate you later on in that final, I'll be right about in your inbox, Ivan. Just keeping up with tabs. I know you'll be traveling back to Kampala, or you're staying within.
I think the plan is staying within so that I can push my few days here. If I can travel back to the city. There should be a dead ball there. The ball accidentally skidding out of the hands of Adam Muzaifa. Adam Muzaifa has some good wheels on him. His height, his pace, his bowling action really looks so smooth when he comes into ball. His only issue has always been with the no balls, because he doesn't always take care of where his stand is stepping. So maybe he has issues with the run up. But every time you see him running through, you really see some good biomechanics of a pace bowler. And look at that one there, just getting it roll through.
And that brings down the end of the third over with the score 21-1. Just reading through those scores, those stats, looking at the 10 editions of the Women's T20 World Cup. Australia making it 8 times in the finals, and then winning the championship on 6 times. That's really, really class above. But I'm really worried in the general sense of the game in terms of the spread of quality among the other nations, with the kind of investments in nations like England. You look at India, the level of investment they've really poured into the women's game, and you see this level of dominance. I think I'm not really. I don't want to be really excited about much as I really give him the credit.
Yeah, indeed. It tells you a lot of the good work that they do in Australia, the structures, making sure that this game is played. And that's why they managed to go all the way to reach another final. And they've been playing some good cricket when you look at them. And now it will be two informed teams that will be meeting. Sometimes what determines who wins is the winner of the toss, because these teams have both shown ability to bat. So I feel when you win the toss, maybe you put a total that you can come out and try and defend. South Africa had a chance of bowling first against England in the second semi-final, but in the end they got early wickets, but England holding nerves and getting to the 160s, and they managed to bowl out South Africa for just 120 something there.
I think England has a lot to prove, because when you look at the previous tour they had in Australia, as always, actually all England sporting sides have a lot of cricketing issues around them. When you look at the Premier League, how it is hyped, and then how people comment about it not producing world best players, and then. But again, especially the women's team, when you look at the stories around it, when they last toured in Australia, about the casual attitude when they go, the way they go about their cricket, and then their unfitness. So I feel they have a lot to prove. So with all this into consideration, the Australians will be looking to dominate the English side furthermore. So I feel all this is going to make up a very spicy final that everyone would really love to watch.
All eyes on it. 2 World Cups happening at the same time. One being a football one for the men, and the women's T20 World Cup also happening in England and Wales. The other one happening in the US, Mexico. Many cities down there are hosting that one. There is some bit of a stoppage in play, and it is a medical break. The physiotherapist there giving some bit of medical attention to one of the players, just making sure that our fans don't miss out on anything. But this is an exciting tournament. I'd love to tell you, Yasin, and the teams that are squaring off in this tournament, all having their praises on the big trophy. And when you look at the way this tournament is laid out, it has a total of 5 teams. These teams were Lukuba Eagles, Bugembe Pelicans, Chimaka Kingfishers, Bodondo Torakos, and the Masese Hornbills. All these teams are picking their names from the different places that are within Jinja. Masese is a landing site. I think Chimaka is mostly known for the Chimaka Barracks.
Yeah, actually, the senior commander, it's actually the senior command staff college where the commanders in the UPDF at the higher level really take their lessons from their college. It's a college, and also just to keep you posted, it's also just adjacent is the airstrip that the nation actually is trying to push to see that domestic flights grow. So there's a lot of renovation work going at the moment. So there's a couple of things onto that. So it's a very route that leads you to Bujagali, former Bujagali waterfalls, Busoko waterfalls. So it's a road that has a lot to do with sightseeing and all that.
I remember before the death of the late Colonel Muammar El Gaddafi, before his death, during his time, we used to see some midges down at the Chimaka Barracks when we were still young. And good to see that the UPDF can still go there. Then looking at the other places that are that give us names in this tournament, Walukuba, I think there is something much there.
Oh, Walukuba, if I may just take you through the history. Actually, just to tell you how that name comes about in Lusoga, it's something to do with to slide or to push. So because of its sliding terrain, when you like cliff sort of terrain, the locals, I think it was more of a casual thing to always go up the uphill and then slide all the way into the valleys or into the water streams and all that. So that's where the name is. But just a little back in history, it was a more more industrialized, like you'd call an industrial park back then, when Jinja was the most industrialized part of Uganda. So it was more of the residential part, and that brings about the Walukuba East, Walukuba West. Walukuba East being where the low-income earners, what we call locally Muntu would stay, and then Walukuba West, you would have the more upper class and then the civil servants in there. So there's a lot of history connected to that. We have a copper mine on top of the hill. If you're very familiar with the Kilembe mines in Kasese, so another copper mine on top of that hill. So there's quite a lot in there.
I actually thought Walukuba was something to do with lightning or thunder.
Maybe that was also another one, but according to the history I've got to hear about, it's something to do with the sliding and then pushing, something like that. But maybe that's another food for thought.
Yeah, then Masese Hornbills. Masese has one of the big landing sites. I remember when I was in my ordinary level, we used to go there to do was it called field work. So we had to come to that place to see the type of activities that people were doing in that area, the fishing, how the fishermen and fishmongers do their business down there, and it proved to be a very nice thing.
Actually, not also to remind you, it's one of the biggest home utilities maker, the Bidco company, and a very big industry in terms of making bar soap, oil, and all that. So another thing too, it's also shares the banks with the greatest lake, which is Lake Victoria.
Yeah, that's interesting to learn about. Budondo, I think Budondo is one of the few places I've never been to here in Jinja, but I know it's near my home district, Kamuli. I've never gotten that route.
Just to keep you posted, that is the food basket almost of the Busoga region. That's where all the food you'll think about is right on the river bank, you would call the right bank of the River Nile as it flows through. And actually, that's where you have to go through Kimaka, then you reach Budondo. So very interesting times here at the Nile T10 as it's already underway. It's a prolonged break there with a medical one. Hope that just gets through that.
And the scoreboard was in full flow for the Walukuba Eagles. 22 for a loss of 1. Just when we got into the third over, and that means they were moving well above 10 in the first over. So if they could maintain that bit of momentum, it could have helped them maybe to get a total that will be respectable and defendable for them. But now there is a stoppage in play. Every time there is a break in play, it means the momentum can shift.
Yeah, we saw that in that game between England and Dr. Kong. Dr. Kong leading all the way to the third or last hydration break, and everybody thinking Dr. Kong is creating a shock of the tournament by sending the mighty Three Lions back home. But it was just after that hydration break, and then it's torn apart. So we know the impact of that, the relapse in concentration sometimes.
Yeah, but they had a very good performance here at Congo, starting off with the draw against Portugal. And clearly they were the talking point. And their coach has actually ever coached the Uganda Cranes, Desabre Sebastian, one of the good tacticians in that business. So the players are now back, getting to their positions, and the fielder who got some bit of an injury will be getting back on top of his feet, and maybe we'll be having play resume a few moments from now.
Yeah, when during that water break, when they showed the pics, the images of Desabre, I just consumed it through my mind. I'm like, I can't just imagine Dr. Kong dropping the Three Lions at this stage. What he would be thinking, hey, Afufa, you chased me, and this is exactly what I am doing.
Maybe his departure might have been a little political, because there are so many decisions that happen in the boardrooms that we maybe not know about. This is match day 1 of the Nile T10. Every time I hear the word T10, it's time for the bat to see the ball, hit the ball, go hard or go home.
Yeah, definitely. You don't have the time. You have simply 60 balls to put up to maximize your potential, set up that really target that bowlers will possibly work around with. That is my probability.
Ishu naye nga tebadde yakufiitinga suppose tezibaddeeko kale ate suppose zitabeerako suppose abeera takola so just wali bayitufera bufezeemu wabadde technical break naye kati biteredde tukola
Well, action is already underway now. That medical break now is done. Finally, we're grooving Ocheng coming from the football end. That was bank closer full there. A hard wild swing from Perry Wazombe, but all the way through to the keeper.
Perry Wazombe there showing intent. He's made it clear that every time Peter Ochen comes close, he will go hard at him. And Peter Ochen's field setup is still having protection in front of the square. Long off, very wide. And long on also standing wide. As we do continue the proceedings here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval.
Another one back of length there. Swung very hard there, but all the way to the keeper for another dot ball for Ocheng. sports people, athletes always looking for ways to mark themselves out. Here we saw Cheng with the two different colors of boots, one a green one and there a white one.
Interesting to see. Just wondering how you did pick up on that one. I somehow never kept my eyes onto it.
Okay, Das is down and almost there, almost racing all the way to the boundary to bring another 4 for the Walukuba Eagles.
Yeah, when you look at the first two deliveries, he was stuck in his crease. Perry was on, and he never made any timing. Now, as soon as the advances down the ground, he manages to pick up that ball because Peter Ochen was bowling some bit of a bouncer into the surface. So he manages to get it off that edge and it runs down the ground for a boundary. Not a short of control and timing, but runs are runs in a T10 game.
Another one directed in. There's a call for a quick single there, and yes, that's slotted in. Ochenga starting his career at Ginger SS Cricket Oval and right now playing his trade. Starting his cricket down in Soroti, doing his academics as Ginger SS. Slotted in once again, directed into the pads and faded for a single. The Walukuba Eagles are continuing to make sure that the boards keep ticking. Nothing like silence in any over whatsoever. Off the back foot, but Sohera is there. There's a mix-up and an overthrow once again, but Paul Wazombe just doesn't go into for it, bringing down the end of the third over, 27 for 1.
Yeah, there was some bit of low levels of awareness there from Richard Sohera. Clearly, that was a very big chance of picking up the run out. A direct hit could have been eyes on the prize and wicket, but confirmation of the end of the power play there by the umpire. 27 for 1 after 3 overs. They have made sure that they keep scoring close to 9 and to 10, and if they can continue scoring like this, maybe they stand a very big chance. And a game where the bowlers are having a maximum of 2 overs, I feel they would have kept one of these two seamers to bowl at the back end of the innings, but Josefa Adam is back into the attack there, and he manages to start off with a dotty ball. He has that ball which angles away from the batter. Every time he keeps bowling it and swinging through, he always picks up those dotty balls.
I was just quite mesmerized by that poor call from Hassan Bagaga that could have almost broken their partnership, and it's quite a critical partnership that you would say in this tournament. Kamates in your images there just debuted in the umpiring career as another loss of control from Huzaifa there. Kamatesi debuting as an umpire, female umpire, just current in the current women's cricket Uganda women's T20 tournament.
Yeah, she's earned some cups within the school's cricket tournaments, and at long last she got the eyes of the people who pick who umpire in this country, and that's why she has made now a debut in the Women's League Division 1, and that's really a good milestone for her. If she can continue earning her stripes, maybe she stands a very big chance of going far. She's played some cricket. Remember last season she was with the Jack Cricket Club, and now she's made sure that she picks up another career.
The good comeback there, Joseph. I want to say the Kingfishers must be really lucky when the score is reading 21-1, because when you look at how they've been bowling, really, they have sort of most times not had the best control a bowler would want to have on a particular day. But again, so I want to really consider them to be really lucky with the score 28-1. Short, wide.
Yeah, you feel it's a wide on plan because Adam Muzaif has been bowling outside off stump and picking up dirty balls. That one strays away, but you should be looking at bowling that area because it has been clear and evident that Hassan Ibagaga is not very, very good with a cut shot.
Yeah, I think maybe it could be, Ivan, if I may just let you know, with the kind of training Adam goes through, I'm really shocked in the way the kind of control is not having for the day. And then when we look at the midfield from Mosenero, does that come with the stage they're playing at, or what could be really going through them at the moment as youngsters?
Of course, one of the facts that we need to accept, me and you, Yasin, is that this is a big stage for the youngsters. So somehow, every time you get to this stage, you're a bit nervous. You're not sure of what to do. Sometimes the ball comes to you quick. And you remember, we were just into the second over of the game. So that ball going quick to him clearly made that he made that misfield. But then you see, as a young player, every time he continues playing, you stand a chance of growing his game and maybe making sure that he adjusts.
Angodin off the pads there to bring down the end of the fourth over with the score 31-1. Finally, the MVP of the high performance tournament that was played in Entebbe with the under-19 side also on ground alongside the ex-Uganda emerging XI is into the attack from the football end. So here Richard has had a fabulous season in rounders, and here he is into the attack.
It's been overcast here at Junior SS. The sun yet to come out. A bit of a breeze across the pitch. And now a bowling change. Richard Sohera has been bowling fine. He is part of that under-19 team setup for Uganda, which will be going to Kigali next month. And now he comes with some bit of experience. Just hoping that he can now bowl the good areas. But I tell you, Perry was on Belov's spin. So we might be seeing the ball flying all over the park. But here we go. Richard Sohera starts with a short one, but Perry was doesn't time it well. But nonetheless, he takes the run. The only risky thing with that is that Perry was looking for where the ball was instead of trusting his partner with the call.
I think he did get the best of the bat onto that one, and he was all lost for where could the ball could have gone. Now, we had some very great conversation between where do you look? Is it where the ball has gone or where what your partner is saying? But that's off the back foot, slap pretty hard. Should be that brilliant fielding there from Okirol to just give away a single. We had a beautiful conversation concerning where your focus is in the moment you play the ball. And we had a divided opinion. Others saying you look at your partner. Others saying you look for the ball. Oh, that's off the back foot. That's pumped. It should be going to the boundary. Oh, my goodness. Ocheng has just given a donation to Poiro Zombe for another boundary.
Yeah, Ochen Peter reaching there in quick time. But in the end, the ball bouncing over him. A bit of a misfield there from Peter Ochen when he was running in the ball, just spinning away from him. And it manages to go to the boundary. What could have been a single-hit double results into a boundary. And you look at the field setup there for Richard Sohera. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover. all at the boundary. And I feel that maybe if we had Peter Ochen stand a little straighter, it could have been very good for him.
That boundary, that is a sheer donation to the Walukuba Eagles. That's short. Once again, rocking back and thumping it, but there's a call for 2 runs. I think Kauchen could have done a little much more better than that. That was a total donation for the Walukuba Eagles. Short, so here continuing with the wrong length. There's a hesitation.
Richard Sohera, they are bowling it short and into the surface and not picking anything. Final ball of the over. It will be a dot ball. 8 runs off Richard Sohera's first over. And as we come to the end of over number 5, 39 for a loss of 1 is what the scoreboard reads for Walukuba. Walukuba winning the toss in this one, opting to bat first. They had a very good start in the first overs. They had 21 for a loss of 1 after 2 overs. But then we've seen the game now swinging the way of the Chimaka Kingfishers, because they are now bowling the good areas and making sure that they don't give away easy runs. Ronald Magezi will be the bowling change. They are coming in to replace Adam Uzaifa from the side of the Kampala Road.
Magezi will be a very good clash between 2 teammates down at rounders, between Magezi, who is primarily batter, bowling against that is really smashed all the way to the final leg region for 4 runs. What a welcome note from Bagaga Hassan. I remember that very interesting T10 final, the last one here in Jinja. Magezi pulling it off for Bagaga Hassan, but this time round, Bagaga Hassan putting him on the sword. What a welcoming note for Magezi, primarily the batter, but this time round given the responsibility to roll his arm around. We've seen batters today against especially the spinners opting for the back foot. Does that tell a lot about the bounce that is being extracted from the pitch?
Yeah, maybe. But I tell you, this looks like a batting track. Maybe because of the breeze. And I tell you, if the sun comes out, we will be seeing a little more runs. He goes a little full there on that occasion. Magezi. But Peri Wazombi not managing to hit that one all the way. 19 of 16. Sorry, 20 of 17 for Peri Wazombi and 14 of 14 for Hassan Bagaga. These two both firing above 100.
Another one that could have been potentially hit through the mid-wicket region, but again coming on too quickly onto the bats, and Bagaga Hassan doesn't get the much more width he would want to just go through that one. But nevertheless, good news for Magezi, and a good comeback for the Kingfishers. That slapped her, that's bashed almost, getting to the boundary. Ocheng this time round once again into the spotlight, gifting another boundary for the Walukuba Eagles, sending the score at 50 runs for 1. Another donation for the Walukuba Eagles.
Yeah, these misfields will be something for them to regret. He just had to get his body down on the ground and save that boundary. But now we'll be going in for the final ball of this over. Pitches it short and it is hit into the gap. It will be a boundary to end the over. A sweet over here. 50 runs coming up in that over, and 15 coming off the bowling of Magezi Ronald. As we come to the end of over number 6, 54 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads for Walukuba Eagles. It is match day 1 of the Nile T10 happening here at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval. 5 teams in this one, and only one will be crowned champions after the 6 playing days of this tournament. This first match happening between the Walukuba Eagles and the Kimaka Kingfishers. Walukuba Eagles winning the toss and opting to bat first. They now have 54 for a loss of 1, and they will be looking to find a little more runs. So Hera Richard is back into the attack.
It was quite frightening to see the amount of runs that Richard Sohira really went for the first over. But this is a brilliant comeback from him. A dot ball for the first ball. Shorter, rocking back once again. But again, the pitch doing some advantage for the bowlers in there, because we've seen how the batters have struggled with the short ball from the spinners. They're not really getting that width they would want onto and the pace that comes off the ball. Short this time around, a change in bounce.
They've made sure they continue milking the runs, the Walukuba Eagles. And I tell you, when you look at this tournament so far, the short balls have not been hit. Every time you bowl short ball, they have somehow kept low. And we've seen so many bowlers go with the short balls.
Yeah, especially with the off spinners. It's quite surprising. They've bowled it short outside off stump. There you go once again. It's a short one. But again, still, Hassan Bagaga not getting that best onto the bat to send it all the way and almost falling in no man's land.
This is a much better over there for Richard Sohira. Will be the final ball to end the over. Perry Wazombe playing that one down to... Oh, that is a misfield there from Adam Uzaifa. Down at mid wicket. And that was a fine over in the making. That boundary will somehow spoil the economy of Richard Sohira. 60 runs coming up in this over, and 61 for a loss of 1 is what the board reads after 7 overs. Perry Wazombe clearly leading from up front. 32 of 21. With good support there coming in from Hassan Bagaga, 17 for 1. And I tell you, we are now down to the final 3 overs to end this first innings. Now, Walukuba Eagles will be making sure they can pick up a run off each and every delivery.
Changing bowling tactics there from the Kampala Road end. Musenero gets into the attack. The young man there who was in the spotlight earlier on with that misfield in covers is into the attack, playing his education roles in Butiki. That's a toss up in the air. 1 knee down. And yes, it's a boundary for Bagaga Hassan and bring out 65 runs for Walukuba Eagles.
The issue has not been with the areas that these bowlers are bowling, but the issue has always been with the field. You feel that even that ball was misfielded before it went to the boundary. So if the Kimaka Kingfishers can make adjustments in the way they are fielding, the way they are going down in stopping the balls, maybe it will help them a lot. Oh, flighted and hit, but it doesn't go all the way to the fielder. Adam Uzaifa there at long off with a clean-up job. Asha Mwanje in the attack there for the Kingfishers.
Very lucky to go away with that. Wusha, actually, Ivan, initially Wusha was a medium bowler, but this very time, although the umpire standing in there, being the coach at Butiki right now, has transformed him into a leg spinner, and that explains the loss of country doesn't have. But that's a short smash to the deep square leg there for 4 runs. That was really pumped with all the power on earth.
I think now the only issue for Mwanje is that he's bowling the flatted balls. Those flatted balls are good at when he's bowling to his schoolmates. At that level, you can go with them. But I tell you, if you're bowling for a person like Perry Wazombe, those flatted balls, you always swing hard and you go through the lane.
That's another one. Tossed up and smacked all the way mid-wicket for 4 runs. Perry Wazombe on the song. Perry Wazombe on the podium.
I tell you, a long time saw it coming. The flighted balls, very, very good. But then when you're bowling to Perry Wazombe, you need to bowl it flatter and quick. That's how you can try and challenge him. Fine, when you're bowling it slow, you'll extract a lot of turn. But again, for Perry Wazombe, he will quickly get onto the balls. This is now a good over in the making for the batting side. 13 runs already need to the delivery to end the over. And Perry Wazombe will be looking a boundary. He's now into the 40s, 40 off 24. And he's found his hitting range early.
This is real trouble for all the teams that are in this tournament, because if Perry Wazombe has such a score in the opening game, it's all bad news. But that brings down the end of the 8th over 75 for 1. Off air, Ivan, you challenged me about the pronunciation of the name. Is it Usha or Asha?
I think it's Asha. When you look at, there is a famous musician, I think, in the US called Asha Raymond. Same spelling.
But
then
from my school of thought, I feel I feel pronouncing it as Asha sounds more female. So I would prefer to create that difference and calling him Wusha. What matters, I feel, is the spelling.
Actually, in comment where they do emphasize that you have to get to the correct pronunciation of the names from the players. Bowling change there. And Perry Wazombe pushing for the second run. But a direct hit there coming in from the deep is given by the umpire. Bagaga Hassan not making his ground in quick time. And the second wicket there for the Walukuba Eagles goes.
Yeah, this is exactly, I feel, what happens, especially when you are in control. The battle, I remember that particular interview with Skandar Raza, the Zimbabwean captain, when they were taking on the Namibians and asked if they were already winning them through the series, and asking him what would be in for the game. He's saying the battle they had on that particular day is to battle against themselves. This really shows here, you're in control. How do you control your thought processes in terms of decision you're making? Because in most cases, when you're in control, it promotes complacence. And this is exactly what we see here. But Ivan Baidu onto the crease. Ivan Baidu, primarily the bowler. Earlier on to go on, but what is that? What is the knowledge behind this?
I think now they've gone for experience. They would have had one of the youngsters bat at the deep end. And of course, Ivan Baidu has the power to log the ball. So throw him in now, because there are not so many resources they are remaining for the side. They are not having so many balls to play around with. So when you send in the experienced man in Ivan Baidu, you can pick for you a few boundaries, and maybe you can get to a total that you can defend.
There you go. Experience is the key word from Ivan Sajabi. Let us see what experience is going to deliver as Ivan Baidu, namesake with Ivan Sajabi, is on strike.
Ivan Baidu has played for the Uganda 19 team in the past. I remember the time when Coach Davis Tudinai was coach, he was right on that team. He's also been in the national team setup. They are doing business with the Uganda and the Uganda emerging. And he really has that experience of hitting the ball.
There you go. A very massive edge from Ivan Baidu to bring back the already on fire Perry Wazombe. Now 7 runs short of his half century of the tournament and first half century of the for himself. Outside of some wild swing, but Perry Wazombe nowhere close to that ball. Didn't plant that foot way, didn't clear the left foot. Eyes were all around the pitch, nowhere close to the pitch of the ball. And Amuram all excited with that very much needed dot ball. Dances down the track. eyes away from the ball, and it's a dot ball for the youngster. Ivan, you ran away the moment. The experienced Ivan had that healthy edge.
Yeah, the most important thing in cricket is getting off the mark, so he didn't want to maybe get out early. That's why he went for the edge. But I tell you, this has turned out to be a very good over. Only 5 runs in this over, unbelievable, and the wicket falling, the wicket of Hassan Wagaga. And that single will bring us to the end of over number 9, 80 for 2. More 6 deliveries remaining. How many more can they add? It's the current conversation there between Ivan Veidu and Perry Wazombe, the 2 batters for the Walukuba Eagles currently at the crease.
Yeah, you would want to say they've done quite a commendable job. 80 runs. If it wasn't for that Bagagasan's wicket, it could have really continued with that momentum. But now when you look at that batting lineup of Owinya into that very side, Lennox into that side, you'd want to say it's a very long, lower order batting side. But Magezi once again brought into the attack. Short, wild swing from Perry Wazombe. I want to say Perry Wazombe has got into the mood or the appetite of wanting to crack up that half century of the tournament, and he has sort of lost his shape. Oh, dances down the track, sends that all the way for 6 runs, and brings the what he seemed like he really wanted, and that's a half century for himself, half century of the tournament, first half century of the tournament.
Tells you more of what will happen in this tournament. The first half century coming in the very first innings of the first game. Perry Wazombe there just advancing down the ground. He raises up his bat, but what a good half century there for him. 50 off 32. The half century coming in quick time. Again, advances down the ground and some result. This time, even a bigger hit. Back-to-back 6 there for him.
Oh my God. How do you stop Perry Wazombe? Perry Wazombe is tearing apart every bowling attack that comes in his face. Here we are. He's tearing apart the Kingfishers.
You're not so much known for bowling Magezi Ronald, but because of out of experience, you would give him the ball to come and do some bit of bowling. And now Perry Wazombe said no. Yes, he can part-time, but I will not accept part-timers to come and challenge me. Now I'm not sure what the thinking is for Magezi Ronald, because Perry is advancing down the ground and picking it up. Maybe he bowls it a little shorter or tries to execute the Yorker. Not sure if he can do that because he is well much known for batting.
Another wild swing there. You see once again Perry Wazombe losing shape and granting Magezi a very fantastic dot ball there. Perry Wazombe is seeming unstoppable to every bowling attack that just crosses. I just remember how he tore apart the Rounders bowling attack down in Ceylon. Another one. This is a miscued one. Should be easy grab there. Oh my goodness. That's pulled down. But when already the carnage has been done by Perry Wazombe.
Some bit of a breather there for him, Magezi. Even though Wazombe is dropped, but at least he will not face the final ball of the innings, because that could have been a different result. It will be Ivan Veidu now to show us his experience.
Let's just hope it's not that very experienced. We just saw a couple of balls back there, but that is it. Last ball of the innings. Short, this time round, tells it all. Just rocking back and sending it through square leg. Really typically matches what Ivan Sajabi just put up earlier on. It's 4 runs on the last ball of the innings.
Yeah, experience there coming out for him. They will end at 97 for a loss of 2. And I tell you, this looks to be a very, very defendable total if they can come out and bowl well at it. Ivan Veidu running off the pitch because he knows that the work has been done in the first innings, but it is not yet completed. It's the opening game of the Nile T10 happening here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. This is a clash between the Walukuba Eagles and the Kimaka Kingfishers. The Walukuba Eagles have won the toss and opted to bat first, and they have managed to score 97 for a loss of 2 wickets in the 10 overs of the first innings. And you look at their batting card, Perry Wazombe 57 of 35 at a strike rate of 162.86. Loikin Wamturaki 5 of 3, strike rate of 166. Hassan Bagaga contributed well before his run out by Richard Sohera 22 of 21 and a late 5 of 2 from Baidu Ivan. 8 runs have been given away in form of extras, only Adamu Uzaifa being the difference, picking up the wicket, the other being a run out. We've come to the end of the innings. We will take a short break and we will return with the second innings of this match.
Yeah, it's finally back. It's a short, snappy innings there. But there you go, short break there. We bring now the second innings of the game between Walukuba Eagles and Kimaka Kingfishers. It's been a very big statement from the Walukuba Eagles. Of course, they have a man who is very much in his form of life. In Perry Wazombe, just scooped up the MVP, top batter for the Gold League in the Cricket Uganda Men's T20 Gold League. He's almost looking like he's unstoppable. And it's the man, Bagag Hassan, will be in the ranks there. The two umpires are ready. Ivan Sekatawa alongside Aloses Odoi, two former students of this very school. Ginger says they love calling themselves the mighty school. They have in ranks, Walukuba Eagles have a pretty experienced bowler there in Ivan Baidu. Left arm quick there. He's been to the under-19. He's been in the Uganda cricket national team setup. So you want to say it's a pretty sized up side. Of course, Bagag Hassan too being a very effective bowler with good control. But here they are. The Kimaka Kingfishers have a mountain to climb. 98 runs needed in 10 overs. So this must be a very exciting curtain raiser for the Nile T10. The player of the match for the final, the last T10 that was held here at Gingeses, Magezi Ronald is on the way to kickstart proceedings. in his company is Richard Sohira, the left-hand batter. A teammate down at rounders, but with two contrasting fortunes this season. Magezi Ronald didn't have much of that playing time. I think he has featured really one game for the rounders this particular season in the 50 over league. And Sohira has been all the way a consistent candidate there for the rounders. Had a very great tournament in the high performance tournament that was hosted in Uganda at the Lakeside Oval, where the under-19 Rwanda was part alongside the Uganda emerging. Ivan Baidu will be kick-starting from the football end. All the stages set. It's only 98 runs at a required run rate of 10 per over for the Kingfishers to pull home. There you go. The lanky left arm quick Ivan Baidu doing all the necessary changes to make sure everything is right, intact. No space for error, but only precision. Shot of length, and Magezi starts off with all the power, just swipes that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs. What a statement. First ball of the first innings was a 4 from Perry Wazombe, and here is Magezi giving back the very medicine. It's punch for punch, and here is the response from the Kingfisher. Mugaru Habibi, no image there. Current Ginger SS Schools cricket team and current Ginger SS cricket clubs, both female and boys. Captain Ivan Baidu there. Can't just believe what is just so. Oh, that was sheer total pace there. Good outswinger there from Baidu Ivan. Another adjustment. Baidu Ivan just can't stop setting up the pitch. What a response, Ivan. We saw the very first ball of the first innings. That 4 with all total power and control from Perry Wazombe. We've just seen the first ball of the second innings being pumped through mid-wicket for 4 runs by Magezi. Oh, that's off the hips. Should be 1 bounce for 4 runs. Another second boundary in the very first over for Baidu Ivan.
Yeah, this is indeed the start they really needed. Magezi Ronald, understanding the assignment, he knows that they are chasing many runs, so you need to make sure that you're finding boundaries as much as possible. And since it is still inside the power play, you have to again make sure that you capitalize before the field is widespread. Ronald Magezi, there are 2 boundaries in the first over, and now Baidu Ivan will be thinking of adjustments. He bowled some good cutters, Ivan Baidu, so he needs to bowl them now and execute them very nicely. 90 from 9.3. Magezi Ronald finding his hitting range.
Oh, Dasses down. That's again a wild swing. Should be taken running under it. Very, very safe from Magezi, but that's a 2 call for 3 runs. Pretty good running there from the 2 batters, 2 teammates at rounders, clocking in those 3 runs, pushing them to 11 for no loss after 4 balls.
Yeah, the start they really need, and they have understood the assignment. They are chasing a big total, so you need to make sure that you capitalize on every opportunity. As soon as the catch wasn't taken, Richard Sohira was thinking 3 runs, and yes, they ran very quickly and managed to pick up the 3 runs. 11 without loss after 0.4 overs. We saw the first over of the innings going for 10 runs, and now the response looking so good for the Kimaka Kingfishers.
Walukuba, you'd want to say they're already on pressure, setting, changing in the field almost every ball. We see now the long on back into the 30-yard and sending a sweeper down at covers. Oh, through full and a slap should be sailing to the boundary. 4 runs for Sahara to kickstart his innings. It's 15 runs off 5 balls.
Yeah, a good looking shot there. A late cut of sorts, but into the gap to pick up another boundary. A very, very fine over. The experience of Ivan Waidu not working in terms of his execution with the ball. Richard Sohera and Magez Ronald have made some good start here to the ranches for the Kimaka Kingfishers. This is the final ball of the over into the surface, but the umpire will call that one wide. Ivan Waidu there unhappy, showing the umpire that that might have been in the tram lines, but the umpire's call will be final. Now 16 in the first over. We'll have to bowl that one again.
That's exactly what happens with that kind of experience. But again, when you're taken to the ropes, you find all those simple rooms you want to hide the face in. Good comeback there from Baidu. Soft hands from Sahara Richard. That could have been an easy single run for them, but another misfield to give to them 2 runs. Baidu Ivan pretty frustrated, closing down the first over at 18 runs for no loss.
A very expensive over there coming in from Ivan Waidu. In terms of start, this is what the Kingfisher really wanted. 6 off 2 for Sohera Richard and 11 off 4 for Magezi Ronald. The Kimaka Kingfishers will now need more 80 runs from 9 overs if they are to pick up victory. And now whoever is coming to bowl the second over must know that the first over is expensive. So you have to pick as many dot balls as you can to make sure that your team still finds a way of defending the total on board.
From tracking to the attack from the Kampala Road end with Kimaka Kingfishers already on the charge with 18 runs of Onolos. The boundary bounters tournament, Magezi had a good start for rounders there with a 50 not out in 2 matches. But of course, the first game smashing that 50, crucial 50 good form. When you see how he's playing right now, you would want to say rounders really missed him in the 50 over. But a down into the wicket and a dot ball for Walukuba Eagles. The science and the wisdom behind the name boundary bounters, Ivan.
I think boundary bounters. Okay, not so many boundaries in that tournament so far, but bounters because it was really a league which was put in place by Cricket Uganda to make sure that the players who are not, the players can get a little more playing time. For example, some of the teams are school-based, so we wanted our school kids to have more playing time as possible. But then, the banters thing is because this game they start with so many words. Start with the real banter.
First time I read out that name, I just burst into laughter as I'm like, okay, boundary banters.
Actually, I've scored a boundary in that tournament. I've scored 1 boundary 4 in the boundary banters.
Oh, that's really pumped. Should go all the way. That was sent really high from Magezi. And that's exactly the kind of attitude he had in the boundary banters. And he's not featured for rounders. And he's not really featured. He has not had a good outing for rounders. When you look at how he's playing and you look at his stats in the boundary banters, you want to say they missed him out in the 50 overs league.
Yeah, but now with the team getting ready for the UG20, the T20 format of the league here in Uganda, you really need this type of form. So you feel that maybe for him, Magez Ronald, the form has come at the right time.
Another one there, ball into the channel and really taken very high. 6 runs from Magezi. The name is Magezi right now at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval.
When Perry Wazombe was doing the hitting, Magezi Ronald was noting down, and now he's doing a copy and paste. Good response there for him. But look at his strike rate, 23 off just 7 balls. Clearly now Loikin Vamtulak is on some bit of pressure. A few players there right in the background waiting to play the upcoming matches. But there is still work to be done here. Hope Magezi Ronald doesn't get carried away and give away his wicket. But clearly, even with the protection there, leg side, Magezi Ronald has not stopped scoring. There is a cow corner fielder and deep square leg.
At this rate, oh, that's outside off stump there, dot ball for the Kingfishers there. But at this stage, they were at 14 for no loss, and here they are at 30 for no loss. Where is this ending? We have another 8.2 overs to know where this will be ending.
I think when you're chasing, you have a little more pressure, because every time the dot ball passes by, you feel like you've missed out on something.
Another one, enough with it, but that's Perry Wazombe right under it. Yes, but no. Perry Wazombe can't believe this. They've just put down a missed opportunity.
It looked like Perry Wazombe had aligned his body down underneath the ball, but in the end he didn't get hold onto the opportunity.
So you're speaking about that boundary you've hit in the boundary bounters.
I knew you had to milk that a little more. Because I tell even people who saw the scorecard, we are wondering, hey, how did this gentleman score this boundary? But I tell you one thing, when I was still at Wisoga High School, we had people who never played cricket or who is not trained cricket. But they could come during inter-house and score maximums and boundaries. Because sometimes it's about timing the ball and hitting it. But then mine wasn't really me. It was some good wrist work to pick up that boundary.
There you go, wrist work is the word. But another single for Magezi, who is already on the song. 26 runs off 10 balls to bring down the end of the second over. 33 for no loss.
Runs are in full flow for the Kimaka Kingfishers. They have already gotten 34 runs in the first 2 overs. And now they need more 64 in 8 overs. Still work to be done here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. A bowling change right away. Ivan Eveidu out of the attack, and he is replaced by the captain, Hassani Bagaga.
Yeah, he has I just love the way his composure during his during such a critical moment. He makes pretty calm decisions. He has a pretty calm body language, and that really helps as a leader on the side. But that's Bagaga from the football end. A lot of cricket, a lot of sporting events happening around the world. This time round, the control, just Bagaga bowls the opposite of what I just praised about him and just goes astray.
Yeah, one thing about Hassani Bagaga is that him, Ronald Magezi, the current baton strike, and the non-striker batter, Richard Sohera, have played cricket nearly at the same time for Ginger SS Cricket Club. They've both been at rounders, but then because they are always at Ginger SS and playing together, their matchups are a bit known to each other. Oh,
makes just easy work for Magezi. Just like Ivan just put it, they understand each other very well. Hassan Bagaga puts it very close to Magezi, who just swings through that for 4 runs. What does, if Magezi goes on to make a half century, 2 half centuries in the curtain raiser of the tournament, what does that mean for the tournament moving ahead?
It means it will be a battle of who hits the ball further than the other.
You're just reminding me to what you missed, the Great Lakes men's T20 tournaments. Balls were flying. I just remember a short one, guided. Perry Wazombe close it. 4 runs to bring about 34 runs for Magezi after 12 balls.
One thing about the Ugandan players at the moment, they do hit the cricket ball. I tell you, I wasn't in the country, I was in Rwanda, but every time I had a break from the comms, I could go and watch some bit of action. But the balls were flying all over Lugogo. About 70 balls were lost during that tournament.
I vividly witnessed the loss of around 12 balls in one inning, if I may get it right. So, but it was an interesting, really, tournament, and most shocking thing was about the comeback of Waiswa's side. Oh, a flying edge. Another good day for Magezi. This is the day as a batter you would want, and this is the day you want to believe that I chose the right game, I chose the right skill to do as a batter.
Yeah, indeed, Magezi Ronald enjoying his moment at the crease. He did speak about Kenneth Waiswa's team, the strikers. It was the opening games, but in the end, they managed to come out and win that final of the tournament. That's how you want your team to be doing the business. A very bad beginning sometimes makes a good ending.
Actually, we had the same events in the last T20 at this very ground. A team led by Bagaga Hassan starting off badly. Another one straight into the screen, but someone by Ivan there to just fend off the boundary. We had Pius Oloka's side having a 100% record all the way in the league, only to lose out to the semi-final. And we had Bagaga's team that had lost 4 games in the first 6 games, going on to win the championship. Flying edge over covers. Magezi is the name. Magezi is the man of the day. He's already 44 runs, 6 runs short of a half century in just 15 balls.
Yeah, clearly this is the response that they have got. They wanted and they have gotten. The 50 runs coming up inside the 3rd over. What a way to hit the cricket ball there by Magezi Ronald. Now the Kimaka Kingfishers need 45 runs. I tell you, everyone who is watching this game, in the teams that will be playing in the upcoming games, they are really wondering what is really into that surface. Touch and go. Now he is into the Navy 40s. He doesn't want to go hard and miss out on the golden opportunity of scoring the half century.
Yeah, well, that brings down the 3rd over 53 for 0. Just shooting back at that Great Lakes Men's T20. 302 sixes. Oh my goodness. The other one was a first over 6s. Highest score standing at 234 for 6 by Mburo Blasters. Simon Sesazi had a very poor tournament in the beginning, going on putting up the highest individual score of 116 in the very last game. That was really, I would call, my tournament of the year.
I tell you, every quarter there is an LA tournament. So we might be seeing monstrous sixes even coming in the upcoming tournament. But for now, it is Ronald Magezi enjoying his show. Peru Azombe, who is also handy with the ball, will be now the bowling change from the road end. He comes in to replace Ian Loikin Bamturaki from that end. They still have some more spinners. Samuel Okaliwa is one of the other spinners who can spin the ball around. But now 44 more needed in 7 overs for the victory.
Yeah, the run rate now dropping from 10. Now it's outstanding at 7. You want to feel that the Kimaka Kingfishers have sort of shrugged off the pressure that would be when you're eyeing at a double-figure required run rate. But there you go, Peru Azombe from the Kampala Road end into the attack. One already charged 2 batter. Peru Azombe just showed us the fire in him earlier on. Now he's up against a batter who's on fire. Full toss, pumped. That one, if there was just there was a slight mix-up there. If Magezi just gave that more direction, could have been could have made him 2 runs short of his half century.
Yeah, and now he doesn't want to take any risks. He's playing a cautious innings because he wants to convert that half century. Then he can continue with the business. 55 without loss after 3.1 overs. Clearly a very, very good start there for the Kimaka Kingfishers. Not sure how the 97 runs are not looking to be enough. Somehow after the first innings, the Walukuva Eagles went off smiling. But now the response from Richard Sohera and Ronald Magezi is really showing that they needed a little more runs. A quick one will be called wide by the umpire and it will run to the boundary. 5 runs added onto the total now.
Runs, leaking of runs is almost seeming like unstoppable. It's just looking like a flow of runs of a river. Every ball that passes. So you posting about your experience as a manager down at ACC, if I may get to try that man, OB at ACC. Has been the experience like, has been the tournament, Ivan?
When you say OB at ACC, it sounds as though ACC is a school. As OB stands for old boy, but I tell you, ACC still a team that is making a mark. But look at that shot there by Richard Sohera, just opening up his face of the blade. Square cut of sorts there, and he manages to pick up the boundary. Current passage of play clearly is putting the Kimaka Kingfishers in a very good position of picking up the victory.
But that is it, the score. Kimaka Kingfishers just needing 34 runs from 5.2 overs. Another wide extra there from the Walukuva Eagles. They have a leg spinner in Owinya in their ranks. They have Lennox, the left-arm spinner. In there, Sam Kaliwa too can roll his arm around.
I think now the issue for Pedro Zombe is bowling it quick. Bowl it flatter, but make sure that you let the ball spin around the surface. When we see some international spinners bowling it quick, the likes of Rashid Khan, Afghanistan, Akil Hussain, West Indies, but then at this level, every time you bowl it quick, it comes as though it is medium pace and becomes easy for our batters to hit on. Because you see most of our players here are practicing at the bowling machines. It means they love everything quick coming at them because the bowling machine doesn't always bowl that variation of the slower. So when you bowl it quick, you stand a very big chance of giving away runs. Final ball of the over. It is a monster 6 there coming in from Magezi to bring up a well-crafted half century. What a response and what a shot there from Magezi.
Are we seeing the better of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament with the flow of 6s already? But now that brings the end of the 4th over. 72 for no loss. 2 half centuries already on match day number 1, match number 1. 6s all over the place. You'd want, I feel that the management, the hierarchy down at Rwanda, if they're really watching or if they'll be looking at scores later on, they will be biting to just imagine how I wish we gave Magezi a good run, because when you look at this kind of terrific form, is the kind of batter you would want into your XI. But here we are, 26 runs needed from 6 overs.
Made the call of the leg spinner, and now Owinya Caleb will be into the attack there. He comes in to replace Hassan Vagaga from the football pitch end.
Oh, that was a hard, tough chance there from, but there's a call for 2 runs. Brilliantly sneaked in. Winya Caleb, in his last 2 years of his high school education at this very school, when you look at him during his school time, he's a really, really smartly dressed student. I'm just wondering how Ivan, if you are the person who liked tucking in, or that one that was forced to tuck in, but that's a short one, rocks back through covers.
I tell you, it's evident even now. I am tucking in, so that used to be my thing. I have a grandfather who, in his 80s, still looks very smart. And I think it's about how you nurture yourself. I think if you start doing it now, maybe even in the late 90s, you could still do it. That's why I believe in being smart. And tucking in is one of the things that makes someone look smart. So, unfortunately, I've never seen Onya Caleb in a school uniform. Maybe he will choose some bit of my money.
Actually, there is a competition between him and the other opening batter. Forgot his name, but there are two you'd want to see and see how smartly, if I may just recall the name, how smartly they are in their school uniform. It's really pretty to watch. But now the score is 77 for Nolos. Owinya Caleb trying to bring that much needed control in the way runs have been leaking. I think that's a point they missed earlier on, to bring in that bowler who takes the ball away from the right-hand batters, from the right-hand batter. But that's so here Richard almost half pitch, and Magezi was not even nowhere close to the completing the first run.
These two batters have understood how important it is to run between the wickets. They have also understood how important it is to make good timing and make some good hits. And that's why you see they have made sure that they find runs in quick time. Now they need 20 more in 5.2 overs. You feel that the Kimaka Kingfishers have held so much onto this one. A bit of drizzle starting here at Ginger SS with that missed run out chance.
I want to see, it's like I'm sensing another scenario just like the one we saw from Bagag Hassan. A certain level of complacence and maybe a drop in concentration from the two batters. I want to say maybe they see that the score is more achievable. And it's like they're really dropping the guard to mix up calls in the previous balls.
The drizzle starting to become heavier as we come to the end of the over. A good over there for Owinya Caleb. No boundary in that over. They really needed a bowler like that one. But 8 runs coming up for Nolos after 5 overs. Clearly, it might have been a decision that has come in late. 8 for Nolos is the score after 5 overs.
This is exactly where the cricketer captain you're put into the spotlight. You have resources at your disposal. How effectively do you put them into use? At what point of time? So when you bring in a bowler like Caleb Owinya that you'd like to bring on earlier on, puts up such good control. Now that's where again your tactical acuteness is where it is again judged from the onlookers, from the demanding fans. But now Peru Zombe continues from the Kampala Road end. Chance goes begging. I just wonder what kind of effort Peru Zombe needed to put in to just grasp. Do you think that was a chance, Ivan?
I think it was a chance. He could have gotten it in his fall through, but didn't commit to take it. Anyway, it's not something you would expect because it somehow got quick off the bat. So sometimes when you're in your fall through, it becomes a little hard. And because it's a T10 game, the fielders at covers are also standing behind a bit to cut off the singles in the circle. Every time Perry has bowled it quick, it has been easy for Magezi and Sohela to pick up the runs. So if you can bowl it like Owinya Caleb, just bowl the normal spin, you stand a very big chance of not conceding many. Terry Wazombe conceded 18 runs in his first over.
4.4 overs to go. I'm just wondering if this score can be pulled off with 2 overs to go. The kind of specimen that will be put off. But there's an appeal there. Have fainted appeal. And Alosia Sodoi not interested. It's a leg by to send Magezi on to strike. The man already at 55 in 23 balls. He's already sailing at 239 as his strike rate. Short off the knee. There's a call for 2 runs. We are continuing to see the communication between Sohera Richard and Magezi declining every ball that passes, every time they get closer to the score. Perazombe's switching of bowling tactics coming from right arm run for the left-hander. Into the channel.
And the upcoming fixture rate after this one will be a clash between the Bodondo Turakos, who will be taking on the Masese Hornbills. Another exciting clash. 4 matches today. T10 things happening quick, thick and fast. 15 more in 4.1 overs for the victory. There is a drizzle here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. We just hope it clears and we continue with the action. Oh, that is a good shot. They are just getting onto the ball and putting it into the gap. Well, they know that they are onto the winning cause of this game. That's why they are making sure they just continue fading the runs. A much better over there from Perry was just 4 runs in each compared to his first, which went for 18. And as we come to the end of over number 6, 84 without loss is what the scoreboard reads. For the Kimaka Kingfishers, who are looking for more 14 runs to pick up the win.
Yeah, I just said it shortly in the morning before the women T20 games played out yesterday. I cross-checked the standing tables. Ginger SS were on top, of course, having played 6 games. But when we look right now at the table, Olida back now on top, 2 after playing 6 games. They have 100. They've lost 1 game in their 6 games. Of course, are losing in that derby sharing points with Soroti City. This continuous dominance of Soroti side, especially with the women's cricket, what has been the magic? You've been there. I've not personally been there, but you've been there. You're in the middle of the derby itself.
Yeah, before I get back to your question, Yasin, Owinya Caleb is back into the attack there. He bowled a very fine first over that went for only 8 runs. And he carries the hope of his side. If he can break this partnership, maybe they will pick up something into this game. But going back to Soroto Cricket Academy, I think Soroto Cricket Academy has been dominant at the moment because of about 2 things. One is because it has people who can sacrifice their personal resources to see the game continue growing into the area. Then another thing they have done is trying to build some bit of continuity in that they have programs like they have the Super Saturday coaching, which targets kids from as low as 6 years of age. So it means that most of the young players are introduced to this game when they are still young. Then also because of what happens in the community, Soroti is in a community of people who are not having a lot of money. Remember those years when Brazil had serious players who came from those humble backgrounds and they went very far. Well, look at that shot there by that man there, Magezi. It's well fielded as the sun now comes back at Ninja SS. But continuing with the story of Soroto Cricket Academy. So because of this, most of the players come knowing that, yes, my target is this. And they always work hard to try and achieve many of those targets.
Yeah, once again, good control from Owinya Kaleba. But Magezi and Soraya are not wanting to give him that kind of control. But again, he's bowled beautiful today. When you look at how other bowlers have been going about their business, he's just giving away 13 runs in 1.3 overs. Yeah, and 1.4 overs. I think it's a shift of forces. When initially we saw the times of the Rachel Ntono, Damali Businje, Prico, that time when they were Ginger Aces, we saw continuous dominance from the Ginger side. Now we see the shift going to the Soroti side. But I am scared. I'm seeing a storm coming from Mukono with the amount of cricket being played there. We're already seeing good stars with Mutoni coming out of there pretty young. We're seeing Giringish coming from there. I am worried in a good way, of course. In a short time, we're going to see dominance of the Mukono sides when it comes to women cricket. Anyways, that brings the end of the 7th over, 91 for no loss.
A single digit needed for victory. Just 7 runs more to get in as many as 18 balls for the win. You spoke about the shifts in dominance and you forgot to speak about the central region. I remember the times of the Babura Mukankusi, Karona Mugenyi. Those were really a force. Franklin Najumba right in there. Before now the dominance shifting. So there will always be shifts, but I think what could have happened for Uganda is maybe to have some bit of balanced regional growth to make sure that the competition is a little balanced. Looks like the drizzle is becoming heavier. The sun is playing hide and seek at the moment, and Muhanguzi Lennox is the bowling change. Lennox Muhanguzi replaces Periwa Zombe from the road end. 91 without loss, more 7 needed for the win. Not a very good start there, but it will get off the edge, and it is running away. It goes all the way to the boundary.
Not the ideal way, not the ideal way you would want with only 3 runs. Initially, to be very honest, I should be speaking this very slowly. I thought maybe the 90-something score being the first game was going to be a mountain, but with the way they've gone about business, it's just telling me that my thought process was not really at par. This is brilliant game of cricket.
I tell you, I had the same thinking with you, Yasin. Having 97 in 10 overs, every time you pick a dot ball, the pressure shifts right away. So maybe, but the pass score might be getting close to 110, 120 because these two batters, Richard Sohera and Magez Ronald, look to be chasing the target without losing a wicket because the game is now a proper hit away. Just a 2 to get from 2.4 overs.
Yeah, you were worried about the drizzle and the rains, but just to give you posted, the rains from this particular ground, if you see a black cloud just hovering around the adjacent football ground, that's where you get right. But when you look at that side, it's pretty clear. But what a way to finish off. What a way. Magezi has just finished off this game. He's just sent that through mid-wicket for 4 runs. It's been a dominant, brilliant display here at the Ginger SS with the first game, how it's played out. Brilliant, brilliant game of cricket.
Yeah, he did a brilliant game of cricket, and the Kimaka Kingfishers winning this one by 10 wickets. Chasing 97 runs in 7.3 overs. What a match we've had here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. The Walukova Eagles won the toss and opted to bat first in this match. A good solid contribution there coming in from Perry Wazombe, 57 of 35. And a 22 of 21 from Hassan Wagaga before the run out. In the bowling innings of the Kimaka Kingfishers, only Adam Muzefa picked up a wicket, and the other of Hassan Wagaga being a run out. In response, 2 unbeaten men, Magez Ronald 66 of 29 at a strike rate of 227.59, and Richard Sohera's 24 of 16 plus the 10 extras have been given away have been the difference. Only Onya Caleb had an economy below 10. He bowled 2 overs, 15, an economy of 7.50. Not too bad in T20, but it is the Kimaka Kingfishers who walk game on match day number 1 of the Nile T10, and it is a clash between the Budondo Turakos and the Bugembe Pelicans. The Budondo Turakos have won the toss and opted to bat first, and here we are. The two umpires are already back in the middle. Aloysius Odoi, the man who loves calling himself Fox, and he is standing alongside Isaac Asekatawa. Isaac Asekatawa, one of the people who don't have nicknames. But my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms, and I'm not alone. I have Yasin Ngob here with me. Yasin, welcome back from what I would have to call a break.
Thank you, Ivan, and it's been a fantastic break from after we've been served a very good cricket, high quality cricket game that everybody outside there would really be satisfied that they paid their money for to go and watch. So I am sure we're in for a very good cricketing games today.
Yeah, one team chasing 97 runs and finding those runs in 7.3 overs. What a game it was. But when you look at the playing 11s of both teams, the Budondo Turakos are lining up like this: Agaba Eddie, Atul Siva, Ayana Patrick, Christopher Chidega, Hariom Dudareijia, Michu Faisal, Modola Ediga, Moyaka Cedric, Robert Ajuna, Sajab Ibrahim, and Sowobi Yunus. Whereas the Bugembe Pelicans are lining up like this: Asaba Brian, Enoko Mwanguzi, Isuko Kenneth, Chiganga Henry, Mate Daniel, Mitangoroni, Mwangus Enoch, Nuno Jonathan, Outeke Gideon, Owili Robert, and Ben Solomon Molindwa.
Yeah, when you look at through those squads, it's two very, very big sides. We have Christopher Kidega, the man who had the highest score of 73 runs off, I think, if I may get that right, 35 balls in the previous T10 that was held here. So you got to be really scared. But the shocking thing is, if I am to get that right, he's opening alongside Sowobi, commonly known for his bowling. But again, when you look on the other side, they have Isiko Ronald. He's had a brilliant, he's having good stride in terms of his growth when it comes with the ball. He's part of the under-19 side, bowled exceptionally well in the high-performance tournament. But again, you look at the batting side, you're part of, you really witnessed hands-on the Sabula tournament. You saw how Willie Robert was tearing through, hitting that ball pretty very high and big. You almost had finished the tournament with 3 centuries, finished with a strike rate over 200. In the Great Lakes tournament, he hit 6s for fun. So, and then Gino Jonathan is the captain, also a brilliant youngster there. He's back with his bowling mark. So I think this is also a very evenly poised game.
Yeah, Isiko Kenneth, they are coming in for the first ball of the second match of the day. Isiko Kenneth, part of that under-19 setup during the trial game which was played on Friday at Local Cricket Oval. I saw him bowl Isiko Kenneth, and he was really bowling good areas. So they will be hoping that he can come to the party maybe today as well. He bowled some good slowers, but the best thing about him is the discipline that he uses while bowling. Christopher Chidega is facing the first ball of this match. Not a good start there for Isiko Kenneth as he starts off with a wide.
Yeah, he's nervy, but you just look at that body language. It tells you a lot how much he shrugs off the pressure and tells you how much control he's going to have, he usually has, because it tends to put away that pressure that could really spoil maybe the accuracy. So we yet to see a very good comeback from him.
That's a good ball there coming in from Kenneth. When you speak about the game that I was telling you about, the trial game, he picked up 4 wickets for 16 runs in 6.2 overs, an economy of 2.53. That economy is too good anywhere, be it test cricket, be it 50 overs cricket. So he has some good ball control, and he bowls good areas, he bowls with some good pace. So they'll be hoping that he can get them to a very good start, because he has already made a good comeback after bowling the wide. Oh no.
Yeah, as actually just that in the previous game Adam bowled below par, but when you get to experience the kind of training sessions they go through, they are bowling in day out. and that explains that they have all the control that and accuracy you need to have as a bowler. So I feel Adam too didn't have the best day in office, but I expect him to get back stronger.
And now you see, every time he's bowled a good ball, it's been a dirty ball. It's only the whites that are the scoring balls at the moment. And that clearly means that if he can adjust his lines and bowl the good areas, it will go a long way in helping his side. And now Christopher Chidega has not made any timing. What you do when you're not finding timing, don't overhit the ball. At least just place it into the gap and try and rotate the strike. But he's swinging hard and not getting anywhere close to the balls.
Yeah, you look at that front leg, the left leg is nowhere clearing, planting it closer to the ball. He's just having those wild swings at it, no eye on to the ball, and Isoka just got it into his channel there.
You saw he beats him with a pace.
And the proper seam movement onto that one. That really landed perfectly onto the swim, angling it in. And Christopher Kidega continuing to struggle against the rising Isiko Kenneth.
When you look at the first game of the day, both the first overs in the first innings and the second innings went for over 10 runs. But now Isiko Kenneth not allowing these two batters to take a good use of his bowling. Timo, ogenda tuyambako wano screen. Now one more ball is remaining to end the first over. Good start there from Kenneth Isiko. And he will be bowling the final ball to end the over. Called wait by the umpire. I'll have to bowl it again.
Yeah, it was a good thought process from Isiko. The previous ball angling them in, going in for the in-swingers. This time round, putting it away, but a slight away from the required playing arc there to give out wide in there. I think the urgency from Christopher Kidega has looked in urgency all the way from the start. He is in a hurry to sort of put up a very great score that they will maybe probably defend at, and that explains his loss of shape initially.
Yeah, they will take a single to end the over, and that is the first run coming off the bat. 4 for no loss is the score at the end of the first over. This is match day 1 of the Nile T10 happening here at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval. 5 teams in this tournament, but only one will be crowned champions at the end. 6 playing days for this tournament. Tells you that the ball will be flying all over the park for all those days. This current clash is between the Budondo Turakos and the Gembe Pelicans. The Turakos winning the toss and opting to bat first. Some decision in the morning for the for the Walukuba Eagles, but that decision backfired. They scored 97 runs in 10 overs, but in the end they failed to defend. Without losing a wicket, the Kimaka Kingfishers, it was really a show of class and intent from Ronald Magezi and Richard Sohera. They chased down 97 runs in just 7.3 overs. What a match it was.
Yeah, and actually, the way you put it, we had our thought process were at par with the way we thought that maybe that was a too big ask for the side, but they disproved that. A man from like Magezi, who has been out of action, getting on such a first game, a curtain raise of the tournament, and going on to put up such kind of display, it was quite phenomenal. But now Mwanguzi, another exciting prospect, left arm quick into the attack, beautiful partnership there.
And he starts off well because he starts with a dot ball. What the morning game told us is that maybe a team will need more than 100 runs
Oh, well guided there with its pace, and it goes all the way for a maximum. Good looking shot there from Christopher Chidega, clearing the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, this time around the difference has been Christopher Kidega kept his eye onto that ball till the very last arm. Quick arms, just opening up the hip a little bit and swiveling it through. Pretty quick arms there to send it all the way to bring down that much needed boundary that shrugs off the pressure. And now Muanguzi is back right now on the back foot. He needs to see that he gets back now. Another young prospect that I really missed out on the high performance tournament, a very big prospect moving forward.
It will be back boundaries there for Christopher Chidega. The fielder running in from fine leg will have nothing much to do but to set that one sail all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, Christopher Kidega should be really worried with the way he's going about. Apart from the previous boundary that he hit off the hips, you notice that he's not in control of all the shots. He's nowhere. His footwork is really below par at the moment, and don't be shocked if any chance is created around this time, because every ball that is being bowled a touch fuller, it's all troubles for Christopher Kidega. And another edge there, though, that grants him a boundary.
The wicket there right in your frame looking too green, and the bowler now coming. Oh, he manages to get that cross angle, and he picks up the dot ball. Muanguzi is bowling left arm very quick, and that is the way to go. Every time you angle it away from the batters, it doesn't look so easy for them to score the runs. So you need to make sure that you're trying to create that bit of angle. And you look at his field setup. He has a fielder at fine leg, at third man, and another fielder at cow corner, because he knows Christopher Chidega might want to play the pull shot. Chidega going hard, but misses timing, and it is another dot ball there from Muanguzi.
Once again, every time the ball has gotten fuller for Christopher Kidega, he's not been in control whatsoever. He's not transferring that weight really the way you would want to get the right touch of the ball. And there you go, another dot ball for Muanguzi to create more pressure for them. I wish he can just allow himself to get into the game.
Another one there off the thin edge of the blade of Christopher Chidega will run to the boundary, but the umpire says no, he didn't touch the bat, it was leg buys, but 4 of them onto the total.
Christopher Kidega today should consider himself a very, very lucky man. He's gotten away with a couple of them, but that brings down the end of the second over, 18 for none.
The second over was a very good one there for the Bodondo Turakos. They have gotten 10 runs. I beg your pardon, it's not 10 runs, it's 14 runs from it. Just that the 4 runs, the leg buys don't count to the bowler. 18 without loss after 2 overs. And I will be hoping that Isiko, who bowled a fine first over that went for just 4 runs, can pick it up from where he left it, and he continues doing the good job. But this time he's bowling to Mudola. Starts off with the dot ball again.
Beautiful, beautiful, off the seam, swinging away from Mudola, who has no clue onto what to do on that very ball. That's exceptional bowling from Isiko, and that's how dangerous he can get to be. If he just gets it right there, he has all the medicine from the batters.
Should be called wide by the umpire, slightly outside of the tram lanes, but that has been his plan. Kenneth Isiko bowling it towards that off stump line, because he knows it might not be easy for Mudola Ediga to play the cut shot. So you need to make sure that you're bowling it into that area. Just that now something missed in the execution as that one goes wide.
Another one there. Isiko not liking with the results, with the way things are pounding it for himself. He has very good, he's over having good figures in his 1.1 balls, 6 runs off. He's not really much happy about it. What were your expectations coming into this game? What do you expected that fast-paced game just like we had earlier on?
I did expect a fast-paced game, but I was expecting runs to be scored in the tournament. And Magezi, Ronald plus O'Hara Richard have really proved that when you look at the tournament already, the first game had to have centuries. One coming in the first innings there for the Walukuba Eagles by Periwa Zombe, and the second one being in the second innings, that run chase there, Magezi Ronald for the Kingfishers, the Kimaka Kingfishers. So it was some bit of what I would have expected. Just that now when you look at this current game is that it has a slow proceeding. Not sure if the team batting first will get runs, but that is a hit down to long on. Brian Asaba not getting hold onto the opportunity. He had clearly gotten to where the ball was. He had it for seconds, but again he squanders it away.
There you go, another chance created from Christopher Kidega, who has looked extremely uncomfortable from both bowlers. This time around, getting out, but not getting that enough power onto it to send it all the way. But fortunately for Asaba to grasp that and creating a second life for Christopher Kidega. It's 23 for no loss after 2.3.
What could have been a wicket results into 2 runs. But again now, Isiko Kenneth goes back to his dream line, that fourth of stump line, and he picks up a dot ball right away.
Once again, just as I said earlier on in the first over, Christopher Kidega is looking in a rush. I think he was home watching, or he was around the ground watching how Periwa Zombe, Magezi were tearing the ball apart. And I feel this is exactly what maybe he wants to make, to have this kind of flow. But that's not ideal for him with the way things are panning out.
This time around, he just uses the wrist, and he gets that one down to deep square leg for a boundary.
Yeah, that was easy work for him, straight into the pads, that quick swing and sending it all the way for 4 runs. Brilliant there from Christopher Kidega. Poor execution from Isiko.
When you look at what happened in the first game you are seeing, 97 runs not being defendable, it means that if you're Christopher Kidega and you're batting, you now have it in your head that over 100 is what we might defend. That's why you see he's trying to make sure that he continues hitting. But this time round, he will pick up the fielder who takes the catch, and that will bring the end to his innings. Christopher Kidega not timing that one very well. And the first wicket there for the Budondo Turakos goes 27 for 1 is what the board reads at the moment as Christopher Kidega departs.
Once again, the very mistakes Christopher Kidega has displayed all along from the onstart of the game. He was not really clearing that left leg pretty nicely, not getting the good reach of the ball, and there you go, he's departed, leaving the team in a much tricky position, 27 for 1. But again, the good news is you have Mudola there, who has had a very brilliant season with Wanderers. You'd expect him to play the anchor role, and now Eddie Agawa is now onto there. I beg to say, Arjuna onto the crease. A batter too who's a good stroke player. So I feel Arjuna too will not back down from taking on that ball. So it's a good fight between Arjuna and then Isiko. And then Mwanguzi.
Good bowling figures there from Isiko Kenneth. His 2 overs have only gone for 13 runs and he's picked up a wicket. Clearly a start he really wanted to get. We've come to the end of the power play. And Mwanguzi will be coming back to continue bowling. His first over went for 10 runs, and now he will be continuing to try and continue bowling. He has protection, and when you look at his protection, while bowling to Mudola Ediga, extra cover, long on, long off, fine leg, and third man all at the boundary.
Yeah, Ivan, when you look at that kind of strategy, sometimes it tends to backfire because if you open up it pretty earlier on, it gives, especially with Model, I feel his role there it is to anchor this game. So sometimes opening up pretty early on, it creates that room for them to sneak in those quick singles, and which singles tend to build batters more confidence and momentum.
Yeah, they should have had an extra fielder inside the 30 to try and make sure that they keep the pressure on and pick some dot balls again. From Dola Ediga, he's making sure that he rotates strike instead of maybe hitting hard. So you need an extra fielder inside the 30 to make sure that there is some bit of pressure. Keep all the fielders on the 30 to make sure that they don't give away any runs. Advances down the ground, but that ball colliding with his partner's bat, and that could have been a boundary straight down the ground, will result into 2 runs.
Yeah, brilliant approach there from Alijuna. Dances down the ground, gets proper reach of the ball, hits it hard. But again, good reflexes there from the bowler that could have, as you've said, could have easily turned into a boundary. But it's 2 runs for the Pelicans, for the Budondo Toracos.
I think a direct hit there to the bowler's end could have been a different result. But Kenneth Isoko opting to throw it wicket keeper's side. Another run taken against the run of play. Lin is inside the crease and manages to pick up an edge down to 30 man. They are pushing quickly for the second run. One thing these two have understood is that when the ball goes to the youngster, we can push and put him on some sorts of pressure to pick up an extra run, and it is working out for them so far at the moment because the boundaries are not coming is their way. So you need to make sure that you're capitalizing on running between the wickets to find the runs.
Yes, Ivan, that's exactly well said. These are the small things you need sometimes, especially when it comes to game awareness. You're failing to get the boundaries. So what do you look at? Where do you see the weaknesses that you can easily exploit?
Now you see when the ball goes to Brian Asaba, they take only 1 because they know what he's capable of doing. And that single brings us to the end of the over. A much better over there from Mwanguzi. His first over went for 10 runs. But this one has gone for 7. And as we come to the end of the 4th over, 34 for 1 is the score.
So Ivan, we're speaking about when they detect the ball into Asaba, they take a single. A youngster, they take a double. You see a lion when it's hunting, first comes around the pack of animal, looks at which is the weakest point. Which animal has the weakest lines? For example, the young ones, the injured ones, the sick ones. So that makes it an easy hunt for it. So this is exactly, as a player in there, as a batter in there, you want to be looking at those weaknesses to exploit them. And exactly you can see it's now pushed them to 34 runs for 1 after 4 overs. Rather than taking on the uncalled for risks, we saw Christopher Kidega matching out with the score, with the team, leaving the team in a much risky position.
Yeah, now these two will have to carry the team forward. 34 for 1. They're not so far away from scoring 10 every over. But now there is a bowling change. Molindwa Ben Solomon is into the attack, replacing Kenneth Isiko. Long on, long off are both down at the boundary. There is a fielder at deep mid wicket, another one at at third man, and they are now dropping a fine leg fielder. But fine leg fielder standing very, very wide, close to the deep square leg side.
He has a pretty good prospect, Solomon Mulindwa. He has some good pace with him. He knows how to hit that ball very hard. So I feel he creates a very good balance for the Budondo Turakos. I feel maybe the drop of the third man and into the square region, maybe because Mulindwa loves bowling it short, we could see, and also we say deep square, a deep mid wicket. A barrage of bouncers from him. There you go, the very first one. Just gives it direction using the pace and brings about the first boundary for Mudola.
One thing I've seen about this tournament is that the bouncers are always punished. So that one right into the surface and just hit backward of the square there for 4 more. It is the first boundary there for Mudola Ediga. And I tell you now, pressure shifting right away to Ben Solomon Mulindwa. Ben Solomon, formerly at Nyakasura School, where he played. But their team not qualifying for the finals. They lost to St. John's High School Kauga in the semis, which Kauga went on and lost to Busoga College Mwiri in the finals of the Boys Nationals last year. But Mulindwa Ben Solomon was bowling some good pace currently with Jinja Senior Secondary School and still continuing to do some bit of good work.
Yeah, what happens to the bouncer? It's a very effective way to sort of create fear into the batter, but the moment you don't exactly execute it in terms of the kind of, if you give the wrong width to the batter, just like we saw, he bowled it towards the borderline, but again it's swinging it further in. So what Muda just did was just giving it direction with the pace.
Again, trying to give it direction with the pace. There were some fingers onto that one by the wicket keeper. The umpire says it's by runs. Robert Ajuna was also showing off for Mukono Warriors Cricket Club in the Men's Division 1 League. Mukono Warriors surviving relegation. I tell you, if Rounders had won their last game, now Mukono Warriors will be one of the relegated sides. I tell you one interesting thing in our league after this ball. The team which was last in the second division, call it the silver category, did not win any single game. Same as for Avoji in the division 1, they never won any single game. There is a game they played against, I think it was Seron Lions. Seron scored 200 runs. They were 120 for no loss. But it was a 10-man team. As soon as they lost the first wicket, the rest of the batters crumbled like a pack of cards.
Actually, I remember I think we played the same turn. We were following that game too because we need some of those results to sort of play into our advantage. And we saw at one point the Bojo are having a struggle at Ceylon Lion early on in their first innings, but again allowing them to go. But again, we were again more reignited when we saw the way Abojo was batting, only for it to crumble, just as you've put it. But it's not the best season we've had as Rounders. It's very bad time. It's not the best times we're having, but that's what cricket brings on the table.
Yeah, a good team, a well-balanced team, Rounders. I feel like the way it was for Avengers Cricket Club, they got relegated last year and they have managed to bounce back to Division 1 this year. And I really feel that Rounders has a very big chance of bouncing back to Division 1 right away.
The tricky thing about yes, it's a possibility. I don't want to rule that out. But you see, it becomes a little trickier, especially that we keep in mind we have a knockout phase at the point of promotion. As you understand, a knockout is just like a penalty in football, that it's a 50-50 situation. Okay, yeah, possibly. Maybe if I may get that right. So, Let us hope for the best as Rounders get back into the silver division. But congs to Ismail, who are into the gold league in 2027.
Yeah, they won the league unbeaten. What a good performance that they did have. Same as for Park Shahins, the winners in Division 3. They didn't lose any single game, but look at that shot there. A square cut of sorts there by Robert Arjuna, just getting onto the bounce of the ball, and he sends it down to deep square leg. I beg your pardon, to deep point to pick up a wall-coming boundary for the side.
Yeah, what do you expect from that shot? Wide, you give him all the room on earth to just have quick arms onto his toes, quick arms, and all the way. Beautiful shot there. Brings down the 5th over 43 for 1.
.47 for a loss of 1 wicket. The Dondo Turacos, they have already lost to the wicket of Christopher Chidega. A game where the Dondo Turacos won the toss and opted to bat first. And when we saw 97 runs being chased down, it tells you that you need to get over 100 runs, maybe 110, to try and maybe come out and defend the total. Solomon Molindwa Ben went for 11 runs in his first over.
Yeah, one very critical thing you should understand as a cricketer is that cricket is a game of adaptability. Sometimes when you put certain things that have happened earlier on into perspective, it can sort of bring your plan or what you could have done much better in the wrong side. Because now I feel the scores that happened in the earlier on game, as you're putting it, they've sort of come with that kind of momentum, and now you look at how they're moving out. They're playing shots, they're trying a lot of things, they're playing out of shape, and you're not getting the best contact, so that is depriving them with that kind of acceleration they would need.
Oh, there was a very, very big chance of a run out on the bowler's end. If that gentleman there, Enoch Mulindwa, had tried a direct hit, but he was happy to give away the 1 run. And the only reason that's why you would love to put what happened in the morning game in perspective is that when you look at even international cricket, there are pitches which have their averages. For example, if the average at some pitch is 200, maybe it means that when you're playing from that pitch, you would also try and score the same number of runs to try and maybe come out and defend. So my comparison is, because the morning game was played at the same ground and in somehow similar conditions, because it was chilly breezy as it is at the moment. So maybe the results might be the same, but now
Yeah, that's really accurate, just as you've put it. But again, also it's two-way thing. Remember, it is the way the pitch plays. Once again, also it's up to your personal rhythm as a batter, because it may be the same ground. How about your rhythm as a batter? You may not be in the best rhythm at that particular day, so you need to understand that you saw how Kidega was struggling to really put away the fuller balls. So if you try out on 2-3 balls, then how do you react to that?
boundary there from Robert Arjuna. The boundary will take them into the 50s. And the changes put in the field there. Deep point now put in place. What a shot there from Robert Arjuna. Sweeter than the previous one. This time this one goes all the way for a maximum.
Yeah, the very good creative thinking from Arjuna. Shuffles on the offside, allows that ball to just get into his right channel and just swivels the bat to send that all the way for 6 runs. So that's a good comeback from Arjuna. Creativity in there.
Appeal and given by the umpire. Robert Arjuna trapped LBW after playing some good shots. His innings will come to an end. After the appeal, he was already walking away. 18 of 9 is what he posts, but his side loses the second wicket, and 60 for 2 is what the board reads for them.
Yeah, that was really any day. That should be an LBW shuffled across. But again, this time round, he left the left foot away from him. So there was a loss of balance that didn't have the best balance onto that one. So all the way, it didn't align that ball very nicely, just as he had done previously. And that is the dismissal.
Yeah, Agaba Eddie is the new batter in. Still a very capable batter there in for the side. And you look at what the scoreboard reads for them. 60 for 2 after 6 overs means they're scoring 10 every over. And if they can go on and get those 100 runs in the 10 overs, it does mean that they will stand a very big chance of defending that total, because you need to make sure that you score at least 10 every over, then you come and bowl well to that total. But we will be seeing another bowling change there coming in. Ben Solomon Mulindwa looks to be getting out of the attack, and Asaba Bran, not so much known for bowling, but he will be the bowler to come into the attack.
Yeah, big credit there from the tactics from the Budondo Turako, sending in Mudola with a very clear instruction of anchoring the game, and he's doing exactly that. But he has in company with him Agaba Eddie, who also I don't think is going to be backing down. He's just going to keep up with the mantle that Christopher Kidega had alongside the just dismissed batter.
Down the ground, straight as would love to see it. Work to be done by the fielder. Good fielding there. And the 2 runs taken.
At this point of time, I feel the game is 50-50 poised. 2 wickets, they have 62 runs scored, 3 point something overs to play. They can easily breach the 100 mark. But I feel maybe the Bugembe Pelicans are missing out something. I'm just still wondering as to why Neuro Jonathan is not yet into the attack to sort of strangle these the Budondo Turakos from this point, not to allow them go all the way to the 100 mark.
I think now they are thinking that they will be using Neuro Jonathan at the back end of the innings. Those death overs where the bowlers are looking to capitalize. You need to make sure that you're using your fine players. Mulindwa there with a sharp throw, not allowing them to take the extra run. That's one of the things we'd love to see from your boundary fielders. First time pick up and really timely throw. Ranasova will be hoping he can bowl and not concede any boundary in this over. Yeah, down to Isiko there, running in from deep mid-wicket, but they'll only take a single. When you look at these 2 players, Isiko Kenneth and Ben Solomon Mulindwa, they have both been in that under-19 team setup, and clearly shows you how different their fielding is from the rest of their schoolmates and colleagues. Oh, that was just tossed up by Brandon Sava. But Modola Ediga not hitting it down to extra cover, maybe pick up another boundary. Brandon Sava there has a deep point, extra cover. He also has a long on, long off, and cow corner. But those two dot balls there are goldie dust for him.
Modola drifting away from his initial role of anchoring the game, losing shape, not leaning into that shot pretty nicely, and that tells you the less contact he's having on that ball, and just sort of said giving Saba the match goal dusty that he would need.
Final ball of the over, but the umpire will call it wide. And now I think now the thinking for Modola Edgar is that now a spinner is into the attack. I can also hit the ball. Unlike when they were seamers and he was just looking for the singles. You see, he swings hard again, but he misses. And Brian Asaba wraps up a very fine over. Just 5 runs in it. And I tell you, this is a very good over against the run of play. And as we come to the end of over number 7, 65 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads for the Budondo Turacos.
Yeah, I think that's where we go back to adaptability. Now, you look at Mudola, he's been playing pretty nicely. His strike rate has been over 100, but now you look at his change in tactics has brought his strike rate a little now down to below 100, gifting away not needed dot balls for the side. So I wish he can just go back, rotate the strike, and give Eddie to just go after the ball. But Nero into the attack.
Yeah, you did make a call for him, and there he comes. Some good wills on for him there, Nero. He is a bowling change. He replaces Senyondo Juma from the football pitch end. Ginger Secondary School right within the heart of the city, the Ginger City. But they have too much land. 2 football pitches inside the school, a cricket hovel at international standards. Really tells you so much about the space that they do have in here. Plus some gardens that in the thinking of a cricket field, you can remove them and put maybe another cricket oval. But we are now remaining with 3 overs to wrap up the first innings of this match.
I'd love to say you're too biased when it comes with cricket. And one thing I can assure you, the game will be won from this point. That's brilliant, brilliantly taken. Good concentration from Mwanguzi. Ivan, it is now where the game should be won from between these two sides in what I see.
Yeah, I think now the Budondo Turacos will feel that they have lost Eddie Agaba without him contributing many runs. Just 1 run off 2 balls. Clearly, Eddie Agaba could have done better. He managed the scar there, trying to take on the bowling of Nero Jonathan. And in the end, Enoch taking the catch. And the 3rd wicket there goes for the Budondo Turacos. So Obi Yunus makes his way to the crease. So Obi Yunus and Nero Jonathan both play for the emerging team. And they have been bowling, they have always been bowling in tandem while playing the 12 games against the under-19 side. So they might be having a clue on what one can do. They also played for the under-19 team at the same time. Thick edge, but there is a fielder there. Misjudges that one, or will take a Gideon, and it runs away to the boundary.
Nero not pretty much excited about that. That could have been easily saved. He's not pretty excited, but from the youngster there who just let that ball across the boundary for 4 runs. But that's the excitement of having it a cocktail in terms of the shift team makeups, that you have the more established youngsters who are coming through like Nero himself, and then you're mixed up with such young boys who are playing in school cricket. They need to understand what it needs to play at the highest level. Brilliant bowling there.
And I tell you, at least if you can't take the catch, try and save the boundary. Yeah, Jonathan there, when you look at his plan, he is thinking bowling to the wide line outside off stump. Now he tries to angle it in, and Unusobi just gets it down to mid wicket, and he will take another single. Somehow they are losing wickets, but they are keeping up with the pace. 71 for 3 after 7.3 overs is not very bad for them. They should just try and make sure they do capitalize on these remaining balls to make sure that they get a solid total on board.
Yeah, 29 runs needed from 2.3 overs, still a very achievable target. Nero Jonathan continuing to adjust the pitch on almost every other ball. Just make sure everything, you can see the field pretty much wide open. If you can just go for the singles or doubles, that can easily give you another 30 to 20 runs.
Wicket. You speak about the singles and doubles, but the slower there from Jonathan Nyiro crunches the stumps. Modola Edgar, who was the anchor man, will now be the man to make the long walk back to the heart. 71 for 4 as the Dondo Turacos lose another wicket.
Yeah, Christopher, Modola Edgar was nowhere close to that ball. Of course, planted the left foot, swung wildly across the line, short ball. A slower ball from Nero Jonathan. And there you go. He has to be marching back. Once again, it goes back to what are the earlier batters, the sort of adaptation they didn't have in terms of their rhythms. They didn't have the best rhythms of the day. So you allow yourself, much as it's a T10, allow yourself to just go around a ball, run a ball as you get your rhythm back. But now they will be for themselves to blame just in case they don't put up that 100+ score.
Dudarejia Hariom is the new batter in. Starts off with a wide, not keeping it close to the batter there. I think when the new batter is in, try and make sure that you keep the wickets in check. Okay, it is a good plan there from Jonathan Nyiro, but for the new batter, first check his foot movement, ball it a little straight, ball it to the stumps there and see what could happen. Maybe something could pay off for you.
What is aiming out is just drawing out the run. You can see he's bowling out outside almost the 50th stump. He has a sweeper down in through covers. He has third man who is more towards the deep point, almost half deep point. So that tells he's just going to be bowling also on the 50th stump.
That one well guided there to short fine for Hariom to get off the mark. One of the things that we will be seeing later on in the match is that we might see a little more runs because now the wicket will dry a little more because the sun is coming out. It might bake it a little more. Jonathan Nyiro's first over, 2 wickets in it, and he's only gone for 8 runs. As they come to the end of the 8th over, now the run rate has dropped a bit to 9.12 as the scoreboard reads 73 for a loss of 4 after 8 overs.
So I don't want to pinpoint around the ground itself for the pitch, but I want to really put the batters on display. I don't think they've really adapted pretty nicely as you would need because they really have proper good batters. Christopher Kidega, you have Eddie in there. I think they really needed to adapt to the situation. Our rhythm is not in place today. Let's just play ourselves pretty nicely, maybe to around the 50th over and then see what to do from there.
Will take care of the wickets column, but Brana Saba returns into the attack. 5 runs in his first over, and now he returns. Trying to put in some effort there to stop that ball, but the effort goes in vain.
Because right now you bring a batter like Hariom onto not having the kind of power you would think he has, maybe to send that ball all the way to the boundary, and then you have a bowler in his company, so it is going to be sort of a hard ask for them to clock that 100 mark.
Brana Saba doing what is needed of him, picking up the dot balls. Sobi not making any timing there. The run rate now dropping to 8. Shimmy down the track and the Skyer. There is a fielder running in from point and deep point. Another misfield there from the fielder. And the batter capitalizing onto that chance to pick up an extra run. Will take a Gideon not having the best of the days in the field.
This is exactly the purpose of such tournaments for such a youngster, because at this level of cricket, you make such a misfield, management is going to have a go at you, and that sort of grows your thick skin. And that's the difference between this level of cricket and then down at schools cricket, because in most cases you do this at schools cricket, you're not going to have that big kind of big attitude from the team management of sorts.
Yeah, there was a misfield there that gives them a chance to pick up the extra run, and it was a combination from the fielder himself and the fielder, sorry, from the bowler himself and the fielder standing right there. But I'm seeing the umpires there informing the batters not to run on the wicket, because they might go on and damage the wicket. 6 runs off Brana Sava's second over, and his 2 overs have only gone for 11 runs. Very economical. And as we come to the end of the 9th over, 79 for a loss of 4 wickets is what the scoreboard reads for the Budondo Turakos, who won the toss and opted to bat first. And now we are down to the final 6 deliveries to wrap up this first innings of the second game.
I want to think, maybe it's too early for me to say this, but Willie Robert must be really biting. When does my time for batting come around, and just have this ball go around the park? 79 for 4 after 9. Can they make it to the 100 mark or the 80 mark? Here we are to see that.
Jonathan Nyiro bowling the final over. Oh, a square cut there from Yunus Sobi. And some good work there from the fielder in the deep, but they'll take the double.
That was a pure lower order style of cutting that ball. The bat full face onto that one, but when you look at his body posture, was all in the wrong side. But that was really crucial 2 runs for their side to bring it to 81 runs.
This time round, he gets it to the gap at square leg, and they are pushing quickly for the second run. Oh, wicketkeeper making a mess of it. Wicketkeeper making a mess of it. If he had gotten the ball and whipped off the bells, now also Obi Yunus would have been making the long walk back to the heart. But in the end, they have taken the double. And I love the work that they are doing, these two, Hariom Dudarejia and so Obi Yunus, making sure that they pick up the doubles, because they know that the runs that they are picking up in this over might be the difference.
Yeah, you want to give big credit to Hariom Dudajere, the youngster, alongside the bowler in Sowobi Yunus. They're trying to see that they put this score as further as possible.
Up in the air, and there is a fielder. Catch is taken, and the end of Sowobi Yunus's innings. The 50th wicket there for the Budondo Turakos goes, and it will be Yunus Sowobi, 12 off 8. And the scoreboard will now read 83 for a loss of 5 after 9.3.
Yeah, on any day. Unfortunately, Sowobi beaten there for pace, and the steep bounce generated from Nero Jonathan to gift that catch to in the covers there. But on any day, any team, a player who has been fond of batting in the lower order, you'd say good job done there. 12 runs off 8 balls. Pretty nice outing for him. But there brings the captain Michu. He has 3 balls to play and maybe send this to over 90 runs. Is that possible? Well, 3 balls to tell that.
But even 83 might be a good total if you bowl well. Take all your chances a little into the surface, but Michu doesn't manage to put it into the gap, and it will be a dot ball there for Nilo Jonathan. This is what I told you, Yasin. If you have Nilo Jonathan in your team, you can bowl for you well in the back end. You saw when he bowled his first over, he picked up 2 wickets in it. That means the pressure goes back to the batting team. Now in the final over, he's picked up a wicket. He's picked up a dot ball. Now 2 more balls are remaining to end this over. Despite Yunus and Hariom starting the over with doubles, Nilo has somehow found his lines. Up in the air will be another chance to catch, or it falls short of the fielder, chance created there by Jonathan, but not taken. And Michu will get off the mark with that single.
Yeah, but the positive about it, at least now, the tournament has registered another above par score. It's now 84, 1 ball to go. I think that's a positive too as a team to clap about. And then the tournament in the cricketing sense, it's a big positive. Above of 10 overs, that's really brilliant cricket.
Ariamo will be looking a boundary here. Dot ball. And the end of the innings. The Budondo Tour course will end at 84 for a loss of 5 in 10 overs, meaning that the Bugembe Pelicans will need exactly 85 runs if they pick up this victory. It is match day 1 of the Nile T10 happening here at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval. An interesting tournament here, a T10 tournament. You would quickly translate it to see ball, hit ball. In this particular game, the Budondo Tour course have won the toss and opted to bat first. Christopher Chidega 17 of 16, Mudola Ediga 15 of 17, Robert Ajuna 18 of 9. Some fireworks there for him because the strike rate was 200. Agaba 81 of 2 and Sobi Yunus 12. 16 extras have been given away by the Bugembe Pelicans. Might be something for them to regret. A short break, and as we return, the Bugembe Pelicans will need Maxine, welcome back to the comms.
This great game in the morning. We see a 50-50 situation now. You see possibly the same battle at this point. Saba getting in there alongside Juma. And I want to say maybe Juma will bring the same. Right in there. Opening with Juma to anchor his innings, but again, bad news is Willie Roberts will be coming in at, I think, at one drop, and then the captain himself at around number 4. So that I feel it's really not the best news. I mean, yeah, for them to go to
The second dot ball there for Christopher Chidega. He's punished.
With the morning, much as we had boundaries into those opening overs, but their application was right spot on, a little more orthodox. But what we see, both individuals early roll now with Duracos, batters get alive themselves to just sort of get into the game and just sort of get their rhythm.
there stretching out his arms. It is still runs on board.
Away such runs, freebies, is not the ideal way you would want this, but that's a boundary for the Pelicans. But again, also the benefit that comes with that, you could effect a run out. However, you need to be on top of it to understand, is this an easy run? Is this better? Is this maybe an assured run that they want to do? Again, that too goes into awareness.
What a rapid shot there from Senor De Juma. Just getting
alongside Mulongo, who also went on to score 70-something run. He's already making a statement with that beautiful struck boundary. The knowledge is whoever is behind needs to create that distance between the other guy and the because in case such a situation is you have that distance to see where it is.
wicket, and he is having another fielder. One of the bowlers you would really back up to make sure
that was a pretty short ball, but again you want to give more credit to Asaba who just gets underneath it and just drives it all the way with the pace and bounce and back to the boundary. Going through so his head. I mean, I can tell you can just wake up on the morning and just doing the right things, and then the batter is on top of it. Seniority, Sama taking on charge of the moment. This strike dominating the runs. Sama was really taking to the tempo. Zero the humor, 0 off to the mark. It's a road to his touch, but you want to see beauty and outer. The young man is a person the coach, the coach of the side, the coach of the school. All going through his runs, and actually Kekisiko Mwanguzi, who we saw earlier on with the ball the first innings, but Arjuna into the attack from the Kampala Road end. happens is when you deny to sneak in that single, it may shift a certain level of doubt into the youngster on the other end. Maybe he may want to assure, I'm not trusted enough. So I feel Asaba needs to start taking on this again happens to your side is you bring to yourself unneeded pressure because now you need to deliver. You've denied that single, you now need to deliver, and through that urgency to deliver, you're most likely to go outside the line. We have seen now he has to depart. Now 54 more needed in 7.4 at the moment. Very hard and straight. It was really hit extremely very hard from Owili. He's already doing the Owili things. It's 575 He's trying to 179 in the South tournament. He's already started that very hard hit straight for. Arjuna has gone for 9 runs in his first over, but importantly, he's picked up a wicket and a big one because it was a wicket of Brian Asawa. And as we come to the end of the power play, 37 for 1 is what the board reads after 3 overs, and 48 more will be needed from 7 balls for the win. Yes, just a little back now. This is where the game will be won for when Owili just fires today. Just know they'll be taking this one. But again, back to that run out, Ivan. The rule is if any ball just goes behind the wicket keeper, that solely remains the duty of the other batter on the 9 strikers end. That means if I am batting with you, trust is very crucial. Regardless of where you are, the moment Juma, who was off striker who was off strike there, summons you or calls you in, then you've got to trust him and just get in there. Yasin, I don't want to disagree with you, but then sometimes it also gets back to me, can I run and make the run? Should be the first thing that I think about. Because I tell you, despite you making the call, which is the right call, that the 9 strikers end player calls, 9 strikers end batter calls the call behind the batter on strike. But then I also have to feel, will I make it the other side? Because if that throw is thrown at the bowler's end, I would still be run out. So it also comes with some bit of calculation. But there is a bowling change. Agaba Eddie comes and picks up a wicket right away off the edge of the bat of Senyendo Juma. It crashes into the wickets, middle stump to be specific, and the second one goes. Good set for Eddie Agaba.
into the attack and into the wickets column.
Yeah, that's the dream start you'd want as a bowler. Brilliant first ball, and Juma has to be walking back. Good day, a couple of games to go for him to rock back, but I think it wasn't the best of shows. He would have really gone, went back foot, and then across, and then there you go, the edge, and straight away playing it onto the stumps. Maybe the back foot and then the front and then the back foot punch could have been more ideal. But still a couple of more games to come around for the youngster to get himself back into the tournament.
Jonathan Nero is the new batter in.
Eddie Agaba being the best bowler for rounders so far this season now with 9 scalps in 45 overs. The best being 30 runs for 3 wickets.
But what a way to get off the mark there by Jonathan. Just harassing that one through the extra cover area, and he manages to pick up the boundary, Jonathan Nero, and he is off the mark.
Yeah, that was really close up for Jonathan with the long levers, just leaning into that one with all the power you need, and yes, proper nice timing to send that all the way for 4 runs.
Tries to go for the cut shot, and he misses on making contact. After this match, the Walukuba Eagles will be returning in action, and they will be taking on the Masese Hornbills. Apish and taken, running backwards there. Eddie Agaba flies that one, and he manages to get hold onto that chance. Jonathan walks in, scores a boundary, and he falls 2 deliveries later. Now 41 for 3 after 3.4 overs. It is now going to start becoming hard for the Ugembe Pelicans to pick up the win. They had a very good start, but again, they have failed to continue capitalizing on that good start.
Have a very good long batting lineup. Solomon, who was so very good with the bat too, but Willie, the danger man, who can single-handedly take away the game from you. But again, just also not to put away, Ed has had a brilliant debut season with rounders with the ball. He's been operating at 4.0 run rate, so that tells you how much control he had. He has had 9 wickets through the season, so they have to be really, really careful the way they approach Eddie Agaba. And I think that's where, again, once again, awareness, adaptability comes into play. You've just got the 4th, but you've just got a boundary the previous ball. Can you just allow play yourself in, allow to play, respect the bowling of Eddie Agaba, and then have the others to be taken on?
Yeah, a very good point you did make there, Yasin. Ben Solomon Mulindwa is the new batter in. Eddie Agaba has extra cover, longer off, longer on, and cow corner. He is using 4 fielders outside and putting an extra fielder inside the 30 to keep the new batter on some bit of pressure. But that's not a good ball there from Eddie Agaba. Full toss, which could have been hit anywhere there by Ben Solomon Mulindwa, is just dumped straight to the fielder. But a good over there for Eddie Agaba. He's coming to the attack and he's picked up 2 wickets quickly. Final ball of the over. Shimmy down the track, and he plays it into the gap. It will beat Eddie Gamdola, and it will go all the way to the boundary. Solomon Mulindwa Ben gets off the mark with that boundary.
But just the length was pretty much full for Solomon to just lean into that pretty hard, strong arms there and sending it for 4 runs, bringing down the end of the 4th over 45 for 3.
The Masese Hornbills will be playing their first game against a side which lost in the morning. They were Walukuba Eagles, who posted 97 runs and failed to defend them. And the hope for them is that they have reflected enough on what they might have not done right. And maybe they can come into the game looking to bouncing back to winning ways. But then the first game always
sets momentum. So if their momentum was losing and winning are both cultures.
So they might go on and lose another game if they are not cautious. Robert Ajuna gave away 9 runs and picked up the very first wicket for the Bugembe Turacos, and now he is back into the attack to bowl his second and final over. Power from Robert Owili, and it will be a boundary to start off over number 5.
That's really power there. Drifting down the path, down the leg, full. And what else do you expect from such power? It's all smacked all the way through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. And I think this is where the Pelicans should really understand this. You have Owili in there. So who is the other batter who just gives him that companionship for the next 3-4 overs? And Owili could easily win this game for you. And I feel this is where Nero needed to do this. Just give him the companionship there, rotate the strike for him, and just allow him to take on the ball.
He goes ahead again. Previously it was a 4, but this time around it goes all the way, and it is a maximum.
You can't be bowling it full for the man. You're not bowling to any schools cricket young chap in there. You're bowling to Owili Robert, the man who just marked over 46s in a particular tournament. What else are you doing? You can't just be giving him such freebies.
He has really loved the bowling of Robert Ajuna.
Yeah, the reasoning behind bringing Ajuna to bowl is 2 overs through. He got very important breakthroughs. So the knowledge is, if at all he goes on to get Owili Robert, then that means
chance to catch, but the fielder not getting onto that ball, and Robert Owili there manages to run through very quickly to pick up a double.
the bull's eye is all the way, is only Owili Robert. You get Owili Robert, pressure is onto the Pelicans.
Robert Owili says, yes, they might get me, but he manages to send another boundary. A bit of a misfield again there by Edgar Mdola. That ball traveling quick to him. He was caught between getting the catch and stopping the ball. And in the end, it is a boundary.
That was sheer power. The difference is Owili is really clearing the left foot pretty nicely, giving him the best reach of that ball. And when you accompany that with this type of power he has, all the way, he will be sending those balls to the boundaries. And Ajuna is now short of words for the fielder in the deep in Mudola.
Yeah, 16 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. But 24 more needed for the win in 5.2 overs. The umpire not calling that one wide.
Oh my goodness. Can you just describe that footwork from Owili?
Yeah, Robert Owili somehow getting to where the ball was. But back-to-back dot balls there from Robert Ajuna to wrap up his spell. He's gone for 25 and picked up a single wicket in his 2. And as we come to the end of the halfway mark of the innings, 61 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads, and more 24 runs will be needed from 5 overs, exactly 30 balls for the win.
Yeah, someone watching out there would really wonder why that wasn't given out as a wide. But when you look at the movement of Owili, who actually literally just chased that ball towards the offside, and I feel the principle in there is the reach of the ball. A batter should be in the reach of the ball. That's where the bottom line really comes in comes to adjourning it as a wide. But Eddie Agaba continuing with his very good outing.
Yeah, he gave away 8 runs and picked up 2 wickets in his first over. Eddie Agaba off the edge of the blade of Ben Solomon Mulindwa, and it might run to the boundary. Yes, it runs all the way to the boundary. There was no control and timing in that shot. Just off the thick edge and down to the boundary.
Yeah, thing is he really had the confidence to skip a couple of steps out of the crease, getting the best he could get in terms of the reaching of that ball. But the boss thing is he kept his head still, and that gave him that slighter advantage onto that ball.
He goes again, and he goes into the gap. Back boundaries there for Ben Solomon Mulindwa.
This time around, Mulindwa playing onto the bounce. Eddie Agaba going short of length, giving Mulindwa to simply rock back, give himself all the room on earth, and just bounce onto that one.
Straight, but there is a fielder there, Christopher Chidega, and they will only take a single. These two batters are making sure that they take the team home. 15 more needed from 4.3 overs for the win. 20-10 for Robert Owili. He's really been striking the ball.
I'm doubtful Evan, I'm really doubtful if you are keeping your eyes on the score of Owili Robert. Right now it's standing at 22-10.
Yeah, I tell you, that is a strike rate of above 200 there for Robert Owili. And from the sides, the Walukuba Eagles are doing some bit of a warm-up as they get ready to take on the Masese Hornbills. Walukuba Eagles not very lucky in the morning game, and in the opener of the tournament, they lost to the Kingfishers.
Actually, the combined two batters' strike rate is now standing at 460. Owili standing at 200, and Solomon Mulindwa, who has 1305, standing at 260. Brilliant comeback there from Eddie Agaba to close out the sixth over, 70-3.
More 15 runs needed from 4 overs. 15 from 24 for them to pick up the win. And we will see another bowling change there taken. Christopher Chidega now coming into the attack to bowl. Christopher Chidega opened the bowling in this innings, and he went for 8 in the first over. Now he returns, but now there is pressure. You should be thinking only about two things: the dot balls and the wickets. So not sure what Christopher Chidega is planning to do, but he has cow corner, deep mid wicket, third man and extra cover, plus long off. No control in that shot there by Mulindwa Ben Solomon, but it will be a boundary down at deep fine leg.
Yeah, that's what happens when you miscue his intentions were actually to just give in that bouncer, but maybe didn't extract the much needed bounce that you would get. So that's what happens when you don't get it in the right lane. So this time around, into the borderline, swinging it more into the batter, and all Solomon would do is guide it to the boundary for 4 runs, and we should be expecting more short balls from Christopher Chidega when you see the deep mid wicket into place. So Christopher Chidega won't be shy from giving in another short ball, but we yet to see what is the response. But 11 runs needed from 3.5 overs.
Uppish. But there is a wicket keeper there who takes the catch. And Ben Solomon Mulindwa's innings come to an end. A bit of a slower bouncer there coming in from Christopher Chidega, just rushing Ben Solomon into the shot. Because he uses the wrists, he doesn't manage to hit it far. In the end, it is a skyer and a wicket that goes. 4 wickets have gone, and 74 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads for the Bugembe Pelicans.
Yeah, good work done there from Solomon. Just pushed that game more closer into their side, their win into their side. So it's now all work left for the other batters to come and just give their contributions. But just looking at his dismissal, he really didn't give in the kind of conviction that he had applied on the previous shot that had given him a boundary. So this time round, the drop in conviction, gifting that easy catch for Michu to pocket that one and bringing in Mwanguzi.
Yeah, Mwanguzi Enoch is the new batter in. He did some good work there with the ball during the first innings. But they still need more 11 runs from 3.4 overs if they'll pick up the victory. Christopher Chidega now will be hoping that he can continue putting some bit of a pressure. Left hand in. Thick edge, and it is running down to third man, and it is a boundary. Enoch Mwanguzi gets off the mark with a boundary for somehow getting onto the back foot, and he manages to just get that one to third man.
Yeah, that's just. I think the Budondo Turakos have not been spot on when it comes to their field placements. A couple of boundaries have gone just because they were not spot on when it comes to the angles of the field placements. And that's another example of just another boundary awarded to the Pelicans.
Straight to the fielder, and a misfield there. Looks like it is the captain himself who misfields that one. Sorry, it is not the captain, but they will take the 2 runs. And now 5 runs needed for the win. 5 runs from 3.2 overs needed there for the victory.
Pretty surprising to see sleep was in place for that very last ball of the over. But that brings the end of the 7th over. It's 81 for 4.
Now the game is a proper hitter away. Only 4 runs needed in 3 overs for the win. They're having a very long discussion, but I think they should have had this before the beginning of the innings, because 4 runs are not so many for them to defend.
Neuro Jonathan must be pretty excited seeing that his side is a couple of runs away from the first victory of the tournament, their first game of the tournament, and going away with a win. What a way to start away the tournament.
Yunus Sobe there given the opportunity to come and bowl the 8th over. His first over was very expensive. It went for 20 runs. And you feel that that's one of the moments where they started losing this game. But it starts off with a dirty ball.
Couple of runs away to just take this home and just feel all the good vibes. Short guided, but there is a Juna there flying. There is a potential run out, but a misfield. Once again, that there was a misjudgment there from Arjuna. If at all that throw was to the bowler's end, that could have been a well-executed run out, but decided to go for the keeper's end and for a direct aim where he gifted away an extra run there to bring back Moenokon to strike with 2 runs, with 2 runs needed. One for the over is the call from Ivan Sekatua, the umpire in there standing alongside Fox Aloysius Odoi. Finally it's wide. And the scores are level. Long off still in place with 1 run to victory for the Pelicans. who got 3 scalps, 2 overs, and 6.5. Siko Kenneth also contributing pretty nicely, 6.5 with 1 scalp. And then the one to deliver the goods, Asaba Bryant, had a brilliant 22 runs of 12 runs in the opening slot. But again, the usual suspect, the man to deliver the goods for them, Willie Robert, 22 of 13, not out. Solomon Mulindwa coming in handy there, 17 of 7 at a strike rate of 2.42, leaving a mighty 2.1 overs to play out, and Bugembe Pelicans going on to win by 5 wickets. Brilliant game of two brilliant games on match day number of the Nile T10 at the Ginger Cricket Oval. Shortly, we shall be returning with the 3rd game of the day, as Masese Hornbills will be taking on Walukuba Eagles, who lost their first game earlier on in the morning. So stay tuned as we shall be rolling back. I don't know how I didn't cross-check yesterday. So Nzizenga, I know I'm what I was reached here. here to amend their trajectory. Of course, secondly, in the second game, they win the toss. Hassan Bagaga winning the toss and once again opting to bat first. Musa Majid will be coming from the football pitch end. Perry Wazombe, the man seeming unstoppable, no ball is having answers to his batting streak, will be facing up. There. We are in for a very hot context with the type of the quality of ball that Musa Majid has just put out. What is the response from Perry Wazombe? Brilliant there. That is a very, very bitter snoring bouncer. And Perry Wazombe once again pretty much uncomfortable. No response to that one. That one really must have been pretty painful. Perry Wazombe will be paying for every run that is going to be making. Is going to be working pretty hard. Those are the words and actions from Musa Majid. Shot of length, angled in, guided, should be getting no chance for a boundary, but it's a call for 2 runs. Very brilliant display from Musa Majid. He's no signs of him having a smile, but business is all he's saying here. Perry Wazombe, I know you cracked up that half century earlier on in the morning, but I'm not here for jokes, but all business. Beautiful, 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 beautiful bowling there from Musa Majid. Let's swing in there. Musa Majid putting up a show here in the 3rd game of the day. Oh, ribs into the ribs. But maybe the extra swing onto the ball to send that into a wide. Has been an exceptional 5 balls from Musa Majid. The Walukuba Eagle batters not seeming to have answers to the questions. Beautiful, beautiful, but a wide again. Come on, Majid. Roy Keane. Roy Keane is the batter alongside Perry Wazombe. Want to close out the over. Every time Musa Majid just got it right, there is no response from the 2 batters. And this is the start that Paul Mulongo would be wanting to see. Beautiful, beautiful. Angled it in, but a late away swing, granting him a misery over that is in good play for their side. Closing out the very first one. 4 runs for no loss. Has been a pretty sharp spell from Musa Majid. He's extracted the pace. He's extracted the swing. The late swing has been exceptional, very exceptional. And now Ayub into the attack from the Kampala Road end. Projected score standing at 60 runs. That is not the ideal starter that Ayub would be wanting. We've seen the same similarity from the 3 young bowlers, Ayub, Enoch, Adam, Isiko. They've really not had the best touch when it comes to the ball, much as we much aware. They have a lot of potential in them. They're 4 potent fast bowlers doing their work at Ginger's Cricket Club and, of course, doing the school in that very side. Brilliant comeback from Ayub. We're seeing the opposite of the world of the Perua Zombie we saw in the morning. This time round, things not being the same. Short, straight, 2 covers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Masese Hornbills can't believe that Perry Wazombe is walking back to the dugout. And this is what exactly they needed. Perry Wazombe is back this time round. Not destructive, just like he was in the morning. What a breakthrough from Ayub. What has it just caused for the Walukuba Eagles? At this point of time, it was 21-4-1. And here we are. Perry Wazombe walking back. He can't just believe this. He knows he has a say in the proceedings of the game. For every match that he's playing, he knows the impact that he has if at all his batting gets to the party. But now he is walking back. This is good news for the Masese Hornbills. This is bad news for Walukuba Eagles. Morning game, Perry Wazombe going on to smack that 57 run off 37 balls, smacking 9 fours, 2 maximums, operating at a strike rate of 162. Is back into the dressing room, bringing Hassan Bagaga, the captain, onto the crease pretty early than he had wanted. But that is the beauty of the game of cricket. It's an edge there for Bagaga Hassan to just get off the mark. A misfield in the deep, bringing back Hassan Bagaga. Holmes are taking that impactful catch to dismiss the danger man Perry Wazombe for 1 run off 5 balls. Ayub has all the reasons to celebrate this afternoon. Ball driven on the on. Now all the heavy work is resting on the shoulders of Hassan Bagaga. Short. The young man had just placed in back there, just giving that ball direction, and could have easily earned a couple of runs. But that's the end of the third over. It's 8 for Nolos for 1. I beg to say a point of correction there. The end of the second over, and bowling change in there. Musa Majid gets off the attack. Replaced by Okwalinga Emmanuel from the football pitch end. Such moments as a youngster from Humza, you grab that very crucial wicket that could be, grab that catch that could be really impactful of the game. That is full toss, pumped there over middle for 4 runs. That is Abagaga Hassan. He may have a very humble demeanor, but I can tell you, anytime you give him such freebies, he's going to take that on with sheer power and authority. And that's the product. It's 4 runs for Walukuba Eagles. For 1. There you go. The mind games are Okwa Sokalinga, the demo, the bowling demo there. Bagaga Hassan demonstrating that I'll be stepping out and just make sure you travel. Bold move from Okwas, who was called long off in back into the 3rd yard. Short. Very lucky for Okwas to just go away with that. If at all Bagaga San's bat had just gotten onto that, that would have been any easy 4 runs. One of those days, those moments that you just get moved away with such a poor delivery. And then you have to have the smiles onto your cheeks, because you know yourself that could have easily raced to the boundary. Back of a length, 3rd stamp. But Bagaga Hassan this time round not seeming in a rush and just letting go all the way. Short, just opting to go for the glide, upper glide, but the pace makes it the difference. And it's another dot ball for Okwalinga Emmanuel. That should be really getting to the boundary. Yes, it's 4 runs for Bagaga Hassan, who is now looking to take things through his with an iron fist. Kwalinga seems to be losing the guard when you look at that body language. With the way he's being taken on from Bagaga Hassan, who's seeming is not in a rush, is respecting the very best balls, and is not having any level of mercy on to anything he deems is in my region. Straight, wide, big, fat wide there from Okwas. Pretty sunny afternoon down here day. Ginger SS Cricket Oval, where the action will be taking place. Shot fended off the ribs. Very high levels of concentration from Hassan Bagaga. You can see how he has really managed to mix it up. The aggressiveness and then the humbleness. And I think that is giving him the extra edge over the proceedings. Oh, that's guided through. Call for 2 runs, but that was risky there. Just keeping in mind, Hassan Bagaga went in a very tricky position with his talisman, Pedro Azombe, back into the dressing room. But that brings down the 4th over with 20 runs off for loss of 1. Point of correction there. It's the 3rd over there. Abe coming from the road pitch end will be bowling the 4th over. The cricketing world never short of surprises. Couple of hours back, Shan Maqsood being sacked as the Pakistan Test captain. And guess what? The fans' favorite reinstated for his 2nd stint is Babar Azam. Shaheen, Hassan, Noman. All the 3 players, 2 being dropped from the Test side. The India A win series after Gurnur Brad demolishes Sri Lanka A. The future of both sides cricket. Hassan Bagaga early into the shot and gifting Abe a dot ball that would have easily cut for 4 runs. Fended off the hips. Good use of wrist from Hassan Bagaga. This is a typical captain's innings. He's leading from the front with the measured aggressiveness. Back of the length, goes for the 1 knee down and the wild swing. If at all there's something to be learned from the captain, then Ian should be really looking up to what Bagaga Sani, how he's going about his business. Onto the pads, a call for a chance. Just over just a couple of inches. That could have been a catch, but unfortunately, there was a slip for the fielder in there, and the chance just went begging. Mugabe just had a last minute slip, but that was going to be a very easy take for him, and a lucky day for Ian. Okay, that's a shot of length. Opens up the left foot to give himself that width needed, and just sends it pretty fast to the mid wicket for 4 runs. Bagaga, the Hassan, the captain, that Bagaga name translating into the local language that they are rich, and indeed Bagaga is rich with the composure he's having at the moment. Short off his feet and just guides it, almost beating Ayub at point. And I can tell you that was really going all the way for 4 runs, but brilliant fielding there from Ayub. That's where, as a senior player, as a leader, you need to step in, have communication with the youngster on the opposite side. Because when you look, we are seeing 2 contrasting approaches from batters of the same side. Hassan having a more well-composed approach towards his batting. Oh, pace off, good thinking from Abe, but the execution doesn't come to the party, and it's a wide. We're seeing 2 contrasting approaches. Ian going for the wild swings, and I can tell you there's nothing that has really gotten onto that bat. And that's where, as a lead, as a captain, you just take note of the situation. You step in. You've got to give those few words to the young man that, hey, just look how I'm going about the business. We've got to respect the good ones. We've got to take on the bad ones. But you can't just be going wild that way. Brilliant bowling from Abe to close out the 4th over with a score 32 for 1. The change in bowling. Initially, that opted from the slow bowling there, from the slow bowler in Oluka. But again, there's been a change in mind. Ayub will be taking the ball. There you go, taking up his run-up, coming now this time around from the football pitch end to bring some sanity or to have that breakthrough with Hassan Bagaga now steadily sailing at 20 runs off 12 balls. He has really proved to be a very important aspect, especially when it comes to crunchy, tricky situations. We saw how he played out the previous T10 series here at Ginger in very crunchy moments, going on to rescue the sides. And we are seeing a pretty same situation right about now. His talisman, Parwa Zombe, getting out pretty early on in the innings. And here he is, taking on the moment with both hands, with an iron hand. And so far, he's looking good, in good state. off the back foot, punches that pretty hard, but Oluka was pretty much into this ring. Pretty nice shot there to look at. Shot that you rarely see in these times, where the reverse sweep, the reverse lap, the scoop into. Oh, that's up in the air. Should be easily taken. Rabe right under it. There's a possible collision, but comfortably taken. Bagaga Hassan has to be departing in a very critical moment, where his team is standing at 32 for 2. Back of a length ball, goes for a onside shot, and just has to that leading edge right under Abe, and there was a possible collision because there was no clear communication between the two fielders. But in the end, it's a chance taken, and Bagaga Hassan has to be walking back Baidu Ivan onto the crease earlier on. 5.4 overs to play out, and the score reading 32 for 2. A lot of work for him to do with the match experience he has, and this is a proper real test for him. Once again, Muhumza onto the spotlight for all the good reason. He has taken 2 brilliant catches, 2 catches with a huge impact onto the game. One earlier on for Perry Wazombe in the same position. Second one for Bagaga Hassan that could have easily turned into a collision between him and Abe. But then, in the end, it clings into his arms, into his palms. And another one for Ayub. Mulongo Po must be really excited about that bowling change, because initially the option was to bring Oluka to bowl from that very end, but again at the last minute deciding Ayub to continue, to just go on and bowl. Oh, brilliant bowling there. Bounce extracted, bro. Oh my goodness. Baidu Ivan can't just believe the kind of bounce extracted from Ayub. That was a really smart bowling change from Mulongo. Actually, Oluka was already into his bowling run-up, only for Ayub to be called in. And there you go, he delivers with that big wicket of Hassan Bagaga. Shot Ayuba forcing, you could see with the moment he went into his bowling shape, that he really went aggressively, but he lost the shape. His bowling action was all on the sides, and that explains the loss of control. This time around gets it right, a leading edge, but safe into the third man's palms. Alukuba Eagles, after that morning loss, find themselves in a pretty much situation. They don't have the another one. Ayubu trying to force to extract the bounce. But again, in the due process, he tends to lose his shape in terms of the head position, his focus, and is ending up poorly executing those balls. And this can be very costly, because in the end, the body will be taking up that fatigue and all that pressure. But again, you have to be delivering that ball once again. Again, this time round, Good length ball there, but the bounce is the difference. But that brings about the half mark in overs with the score reading 37-42. By Ivan continuing with that mid-pitch conversations, but Mulongo Paul has been extremely busy doing all the tactical changes in the field, setting up the different angles. Final Oluka into Shamil finally into the attack from the okay, that's a chance for 2 runs there. Mulongo Paul now getting to Shamil to give him a couple of insights about the 2 batters who are onto the crease. He doesn't just want this game that is seeming like it's within their hands. He doesn't want to lose the grip onto this game, and that's exactly as a leader you should be doing. Tossed up, full, but Ian just goes away with that. By the way, in the end, grabs a boundary for himself. Very unfortunate there from the fielder, because in the end, the ball had a deviation in bounce. That was a very unfortunate moment for Hillary and the Honeybills. He was in real good shape to take that ball up, but that last minute bounce deviated from his angle, and the proximity to the boundary was pretty close in. Mulongo continuing to not allow complacency to ship in. Shamil going astray into the pads. And that's exactly, as a captain, you got to be on your toes every time. Let it be in the moments of strength. You got to be on your toes. That is pitched up full, smack towards long off. It's quite very costly. That such a ball that is pitched up closer to you, you swing hard into it, and all you get is a single. And usually the difference comes within about the direction. Oh, Baidu Ivan has to be walking back. A breakthrough for Shamir. A slide for Walukuba Eagles. The right shot, but not the right technique to go about it. Baidu Ivan not leaning into that shot pretty nicely to get the proper contact with that ball, and he has to be walking back dejected, leaving his side in a very pretty tricky situations. Alioa has to be moving in now to make a change in fortunes. Yeah, just going back to that previous point about the previous single Ian got before bringing Ivan Bidon to strike is ball was really tossed up, pitched up. Ian had good reach to the ball, but I struck it pretty hard, but all he could get out was a single. And usually what happens is the difference in the results that you get out of such situations is it comes to about the kind of direction you give the ball. Do you just play with the momentum of the ball, or you pretty much intentional about it? Maybe I can angle it a little bit towards point and maybe towards covers, or do I angle it straight over the bowler? Those are the easy change-ups. Oh, another misfield that, but just in time for Masa Majid to back him up and save what was going to be a potential boundary. So once again, back to that point, you need those little things. Maybe can I just give it more can I just give it elevation? Because it's up, I've got a good reach onto the ball. Can I just trust myself and give it elevation, and could it go over the... So these are the little adjustments that you make, and the difference and the results are always different. But that brings the end of the 6th over, 45 for 3. All right, about now, Momza gets into attack. A man who has had a brilliant day in the field there, grabbing 2 impactful catches. And now he's into the attack from the football end pitch, from the football pitch end, to have another send to the proceedings, but this time round with the ball in his hands. I've not seen Mulongo Paul getting comfortable, even if when you by the sea of things is very much in control of the game, but he's not been settled. He's been on his toes, toe stump, outside of stump, a wide and a single sneaked in. There you go, in your image, Mulongo. He has not really been idle, even at the slightest of every change of ball. He has made a say on every proceedings. You can see that. There you go. Change-ups are like change-ups. Angles are like angles. Pitched up. One knee. And sent almost to the boundary. But all it needed was a brilliant piece of fielding from Okwalinga. Just threw in himself into the line of fire. And saving his side an extra 2 runs. Brilliant fielding there from the young man. Short. Oh my goodness. Muhumza must consider himself extremely lucky, because that would surely have rest to the boundary. Ian Colt in the middle, not decisive on what to do. Should I lunge back and push the ball? Should I stay back and just guide it? So he was simply called the middle, but the chance there. Oh my goodness. A potential opportunity. And the end result, it is 4 runs for Walukuba Eagles. Mugabe can't just take in the moment. He can't just understand what is happening. That was a potential catch. But again, it ended up as a boundary for the Walukuba Eagles, who are seeming like are really pushing their cause. Rocking back and just fending off the pads.
$55 for a loss of 4 wickets after 6.5 overs. The scorecard not looking so good for the Walukuba Eagles. They come into the game at the back of a loss. They fell against the Kimaka Kingfishers, losing that game by 10 wickets. And now the chance for them to bounce back stands on these two batters who are at the crease. Ian Bamturaki Loikin holding well at his side with 17 of 17. Daniel Muhumza, a part-time bowler there. Loikin goes but misses. And the appeal there for the LBW is not upheld by the umpire. But a good start with the over. Starts off the over with a dot ball. That should be the area that you will be looking at to bowl most of the times in the match. Wicket now. He said if the umpire doesn't give you LBW, let me bowl you out. And now the man who was holding on the other end will have to depart. Loikin Wamturake falls. And it is the 5th wicket that falls for the Walukuba Eagles. The Masasa Hornbills have just seen that it is a time for them to try and capitalize, make sure that they do pick up the wickets, and make sure that they do keep the Eagles on the back foot. Winning and losing are both cultures, and looks like it might be a streak for them if they don't do bounce back very, very quickly. 2 wickets falling in quick succession, and now the Eagles find themselves at 55 for a loss of 5 wickets. The new batter in is Caleb Owinya. But he knows there is still more work to be done. Plays that one on the back foot. And he will take the single. Every run they do pick at this moment will be vital for the side. Because what the scoreboard is reading for them isn't so good. They did not manage to defend 57 runs. I beg your pardon, they did not manage to defend 97 runs Full toss there, but played down to the fielder. Nearly a misfield, but some good recovery. Though they will take on his arm and he pick up the second run. Good running there between the two batters, making sure that they do pick up that extra run. They have continued milking the runs. Hit and run at the moment. Oli scorer simanyi oba ali scoring oba afunye buzibu ki. Dino game chendidi kuscorer zeba nsonga nkulu. Soko buze scorer scores zirimeka. Ese mujoli kuba kweli wano. Oli kubirani. Be ese mweli wano. Ndi mukabene wano kuri club singa scores zero. So bwase bajase goze kuli avuli. Pale chabagi. Mwana timu bano ba interview mwana nayamba David ko. Sozo mulimu mwana okubera video parade. Mukitamu kya muzungu video Bachelor of Science in Video Operating. Gasiya bulolo. Yamba David ko. Teba kwa bidayo. Oli lecturer yamubuza. Bwe sabwa oli lecturer yamugamba I came for internship and I didn't find you at the place. You come for without communicating. You didn't study communication skills. No kusoto belewa no. Ngagundi app ilikola timu yini ne wangu ilikola. Ni timu zibajichusiza kodi mukuru sikoni kodi. Banko bien. Ateze je ndi 12. Chirunda kasana okola makanta kati nga bakubati ali fixinga. Nga kumbe errors dabano. Aye nga basenize game kuscorer ngeza mundi asola ajingira mutebikola. Nzere yokongera ku TV kutinja kuongera. Ate scorer kasa kapira kala kati nikesiba. Kubira oyisinga kubira chindo bana kapira kesibi. Kina kwa nabani mukono. If you get an issue, communicate right away. So that they find a way of helping you. You ever get a globe-trotting bag? Globe-trotting bag. Neba mumugati. Resources, but I suppose what you know about it. How is this? I got a girl. You glory.
she's not based in Mukono.
She was in a. Is it? After we get there's a place we stands with the letter K.
Kazinga.
Kazinga. She was in Kazinga, but currently she's I think in Uganda. Because I didn't scoring them qualifiers that were long as well.
I saw Marco like him.
Yeah, for senior six last year. Just a man in your Islam.
So Colin.
Agama Soma go for Namu
Islam. Trust me, even you don't have to be a Muslim. Because for
but it's Baksuna religion go over a Catholic.
Catholic is a bit complicated. Let me ask you, Kakankobe Kebibuzo Bibambuza mu O level. How should a fasting Muslim behave? You just speak good things. Don't abuse it, don't do and straight like that. Don't fight it, just like that. For us, we started Islam at St. James syllabus in senior 2. Worst got grade 3. If I want to work Bangladesh, yet you imagine the whole O-level syllabus in senior 2. No, senior 3 actually. First term, yes, senior 3. We studied actually the whole syllabus for 2 years. And on top of that, Madam Yaliki wrote some Mr. Namuembi.
Luachi. I said, James Marling and baby. Okay, the school was okay.
We were not indisciplined, but the thing was, I kept Naina Evitabongo Nabonavich, identical. Paper 1, paper 2, identical. At that day we had paper 2, I accidentally carried what? Paper 1. Kali kakazi utangoe karatasi da kali kakazi kampi. Katono nikadosi kaganda titikafumbo tikazalanga nako. I think I call him 70s. Oh, you know that I think she had that mental ochitege. Nga I overreacting akati nali ndikuandika nti manje. Ngo ndiwanka transferringa.
Maize muchire.
Baba. She didn't give me. Oh, I'm like this. I could dictating about Tumblr and we were few. We were 8 people. I was like this. Not finding out, not doing what? Nekangaza nezi duka.
Omusongo bwa kamera.
Ati yali ansinga omuntu. Why write that matter? I accidentally carried my books are identical. I accidentally. Nalimba ndiko explain I end letter rooms. I got her.
Nza yetu kubanka nkoza. Ngomanga mwana chenakora kunamusindika kumusindika. Atata bambango bati mukubina kayiso nyango byali enkodo mali. Omusoro sayandagana mu kirasi. Naja mu kirasi eyindi nga bali mu tuwa. Naje nasimula ku waka ku lubaawo. Nkolere ku coordination. Kumbe omusomo saidi yawandika ku waka question is whatever mutuwa batandikirawo nze ngatidi. Mba ndifulumu omusadanga nge mati so wakagosingwire ku mwezi na musindikere na alumuka na agola
I ngatobo nanga that is
za assembly mu nakubyo omusomo.
Don't you see that is overreaction? Because at least she would punish me after she has listened my point. I am more about I am kazi yampo ruyi bana. Kati when us to can't kali kandi eno kati. Enda kuno. I wasn't punished. Even she didn't report. Well, I say even she didn't report. I did why you were stomach. She didn't report. She just ended and said, and from now on I'm not going to teach you. I think it was almost senior 3 or senior 4. Senior 4 first time. So, because I remember we had finished doing just no registration. Because after that we just hustled ourselves. But Islam is easy. Yes, there are never senior 3. But I'm like the worst go to C3.
I don't know if I'm going to Morita for a man. One go away into
Zena kola ni political. I don't know I got to do it. Let me down. I'm praying for me. Hope I didn't forget to carry my doing math.
oba muje mulyenga ku emmere kwalinga nze omulimu gwange maani babaliza namaani nga ndogera wanino maani ntidi ndibona zana bazandi kuvaako sikozi direkerawo kabuto mbadde nakabuuza naye kabuto yalagawa ozanyira kutima ensoose nze sikulabye lwekino ga yava zanya kumaca mukubya olwanizi mmeka kabuto kabuto nedda olimba tobaddeewo Samuel onomya yabaire wono kuncho nikiravu aniize
eat but very late. My breakfast I really love it side anyway.
Singa butika olukuba wakamaze ira.
Okay?
Singa butika olukuba wakamaze.
By the way, shobogera.
Batanga walikuba mpitida walukuba.
What's the reaction of the sponsors when they see such things?
Bayongera. Baliza nokutaza kulema kile. Atugeme bo mudola nyo bita.
Every game.
Kene ndio game ya tatu kwa kwa.
No, what was the issue?
Ai tutwabali mangati. Ifenga ifaruko tusikwa divide. Basi na watu mseme idie mu muso. Abazani bali. Ngazi ngeli chaki ayomba. Anti bona abo bali kwenda afune ensonga lwa kitakusasula.
Of course, yeah. So now, what's the issue? Square is updated.
Then pass.
I was really hungry.
Ndibonanga bitereire. Timo, ziterede zize ko tukole. Kaya kagamba gidize ne wagidda mbo. Kola bukosize kyali kebi. Whatever comes my way.
Yes, it's been the wait is finally over. It's been a brief delay, but here we are, action back into play. Two of us to go for the Walukuba Eagles to finish off their innings. Ivan, it's been a very exciting afternoon game. Peru Zombe departing for one run in the very first second over. Bagagasan put up some resistance, 20 runs. I want to say their key talisman bundled out pretty early, but now the score is reading 60 for 5. Where does the credit go? And a very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I tell you, at the moment now, they have done some good work here, the Masasa Hornbills, making sure that they don't give anything away to the Walukuba Eagles. Pushpreet Singh is in the attack there. He is a leg spinner. And after starting off with a wide, he's made adjustments. And now he's bowling good areas. Uppish, but it falls short of the fielders. And now it's when you're playing Pushpreet, you need to be having that low stance, then wait for the ball and play it with the turn. That's how you can make some good use of his leg spinning deliveries.
Oh my goodness, that's just waiting to see if that was bold. Or yeah, that is really bold. Good bowling over there from a Pushpreet, getting that breakthrough for himself, and a good wicket to just sort of propel his confidence. These are the early things that you need early in your career that really make you believe. But again, the young man who just played it just went across, ball pitched up.
Yeah, trying to shuffle across the stumps there, Masnero Xavier, but forgetting to close up on his gates. And the ball rolls into this mat of the furniture. Masnero Xavier and Pushpreet both play for the same club, Iganga Cricket Club. So I thought that maybe because they are playing together for some bit of time, he had an idea on what Pushpreet was doing. Because if he is bowling leg spin, either you need to make sure that you stick in your place, then whip the ball away, or wait for it, play it with the turn. But every time you shuffle, it becomes very hard for you to make timing. The 60th wicket there for the Walukuba Eagles goes, and 62 for 6 is now what the scoreboard reads after 8.3 overs. Now we'll be seeing a left-hander in for the Eagles, meaning what Pushprit is bowling will now become to be some sorts of off-spin, because it is a left-hander who is in.
Well, Pushpit was on the rise edge there. Yeah, just going back to that previous delivery we spoke about him, that one that you went across. Now, this also goes back to the responsibility of the leadership in terms of giving these young fellas the sort of guidance that when you step there, what you're meant to do. Because I don't think he was really asked for runs, but that has a couple of step down straight to Okwas, who makes easy work of that. Owinya really gutted about that.
Yeah, Owinya, Caleb thought the ball was right in his arc to hit, but as he tries to go, he picks up the fielder. Emmanuel Okwalinga with the catch, and it is the 7th wicket that goes. Somehow, things have failed to continue going for them. They've been throwing away easy wickets, and now this might come back to haunt them. Wickets falling in quick succession there. 63 for 7. And then look at the bowling figures there for Pushprit. He has conceded 3 runs, but he's made sure that he picks up 2 wickets. And he's continued to make sure that he continues dimming out the lights.
Yeah, I was watching that game once again, just going back to that Dr. Kong. You know that I'm really biased about it, and Agnes England. And something really crossed my mind. The very first clear chance that Harry Kane got, one man to beat the goalkeeper, and then he misses out. But again, in the process, he dives with an intention to get a wicket. So, to get a penalty. So I was asking myself, what is the equivalence of diving in football for players to get maybe a free kick or penalty in cricket? Would it be there anyway? But that brings down the 9th over with a score 63 for 7.
There are 2 left-handed batters in for the Walukuba Eagles. 63 for a loss of 7. Not really so good to see. We saw them struggling to shuffle the bowlers in that game against the Kimaka Kingfishers. And now looks like they are headed for yet another one. This is the final over. It so means that they should try and make sure that they pick up as many runs as they can to make sure that they get something that maybe they can come out and bowl at. 80 will not be a very bad total, but anything below that might not be very easy to defend. Sima will be returning into the attack there to bowl the final over to wrap up the first innings of this match.
Because, Musa Majid finally into the attack to get the last over. I had a brilliant over, generating some proper pace and movement onto that ball. Had the ball moving both ways at a brilliant pace, and that explains those figures. 5. Much as there wasn't a wicket, but he had that impact spot on in terms of not allowing runs to just leak through. Here he is. Okay, things already underway. There's a call for 2 runs. Should be, yes. It's 2 runs for Walukuba Eagles, and they have all the reasons to celebrate.
Yeah, if Musa Majid Ramadan had gotten that ball and maybe tried to effect a run out, it could have been a different result here at the moment. But he doesn't make any attempt in getting hold of that ball. In the end, giving them a chance to pick up 2 runs. Now they moved to 65.
Goodness, that's very unlucky. Majid really generated good movement all around both ways at good pace. Really had Perry Wazumbi getting at that ball, so he's back into the attack. But that was a pretty unlucky one. Extra movement into that.
When you look at his first over, it went for just 5 runs. Clearly tells you how good he was bowling. Every time in T20 you go for something less than 6 is something so good for you. Now when he gets that extra pace there, the ball skidding on, he manages to pick up another dirty ball.
Exceptional bowling from Musa Majid. Feels like Kisame. And all Kisame was to do was just admire that ball all the way to Paul Mulongo. Up in the air, but to Okas, nowhere close to that one. Nowhere with the offered to Kisame, who just went through the line of the ball and power to that one. Okas.
Yeah, all the fielders standing up. For today, so did it look like he could hit the ball. To pick up that ball, and it is coming ball for the side. Oh, there is a way to call there from the umpire. But Musa to defend 97 in the morning game. But if they come out well, maybe they stand a very big chance. Oh, that is driven down the ground. And Okwalinga with a fine stop to stop that one. And it is a wrap-up of the innings. They will end on 71 for a loss of 7 after the 10 overs of the first innings of this match, which is happening here at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval between the Walukuba Eagles and the Masese Hornbills. And when you look at this game, a decision that looks to be backfiring for them. The Walukuba Eagles won the toss and opted to bat first, where the teams that are chasing have been winning games. So not sure why the Walukuba Barbarians did not try
Well, it is the final push for the third game of the day. Walukuba Eagles taking on Masese Hornbills, who have
To be interesting, but clearly you cannot take away the chance from the Walukuba Eagles. If they can bowl well at this total, I tell you, Yasin, maybe they stand a very big chance of picking up a victory. Bowl good areas, take all your chances, and make sure that you keep the Masasa Hornbills onto the back foot.
at one time I was thinking maybe we are going to see a very below par score, but again, basing on the impact that Musa Majid had earlier on in the impact and those bowlers that came around, but again, towards in the middle, there was a relapse in, I want to say, in concentration. The Honeybills sort of throwing it away, but of course the others managed to get a 71 mark. So I want to say, possibly, do you feel that the impact that Baidu will have earlier on and whoever is going to open up with is going to have the final say of the game?
Yabaidu flew for 18 in the first over that he bowled in this tournament. So he has a lot of work to do, and if he can bowl well, maybe he said stands a chance. There's a chance of a run out, but that underarm throw clearly doesn't always complete those run outs. You need to make sure that you get that ball and throw it in quick time to the wickets to pick up that wicket. What could have been a wicket results into the first run on board for the Hornbills.
But again, very exciting to see the kind of rhythm that Baidu is having this afternoon. He looks more stronger. It's looking more like a more flexible than it was. It had more rigidness earlier on, but now he has generated some good pace. There you go. Banged it in short, guided. Should it get to the boundary? No, this time wrong. But 2 runs in there for the Masese Hornbills.
Yeah, now you see now for Ivan Waidu, because he has experience, he is one of those players who can quickly make adjustments. So he has to make sure that he continues bowling the good areas. He has some experience. He has had some caps, of course, within the national team setup. He's played for the under-19 in the past, played for the emerging. I don't think he has ever made a cap for the senior men's team. But then he can quickly adjust and make sure that he does the right thing to make sure that his team does not concede another defeat.
Oh, beautiful pace bounce there. But very unlucky once again. He can't even dare look back at that. That was a proper nice bowling there from Ivan Bai, but very unlucky. Whizzed through the wicket keeper, third man for 4 runs.
The ball was close there to the hands of the wicket keeper, but the keeper not getting hold onto that chance. Musenero Xavier just trying to improve his skills. I think the first time I saw Musenero Xavier, he was studying at Good Heart Secondary School down in Ibugembe. But he's still a man who is running to learn that trade of keeping. Daniel trying to go hard, leg side, but there will be a wide call there coming in from the umpire. Even because the ball won and it was hit off the edge, he now tries to bring it closer. But due to the overcorrection, that ball goes wide.
And they can see the youngster here trying to do some of typical signs of someone who's still very, very raw there. But that's the enjoyment of such tournaments, getting up that mix-up, the school-going cricketers, the ones who are intermediaries. Beautiful, balled it very hard onto the pads. And the batter never looked like he had control over that. Just loved the way you put it at back, to be happy to be back in the comms box. We're talking about cricket looks pretty much easy.
I tell you, when you're sitting in the comms now, you'll be seeing some balls being bowled down the leg and you're like, If you just add some button to it, it goes to the boundary. But I tell you, it looks very, very easy to say than doing it well in the middle. Wicket. The ball keeping low and rolling through, dismantling the off stump. Abhay Patel not managing to get contact onto that one. Ivan Veidu, despite going for many so far, but is pecked back. At 9 for 1 is what the board reads after 0.5 overs.
Yeah, that's an exceptional ball. Beauty. It's a total beauty from Ivan Baidu. Initially, the previous wide he gifted back to, he was tempting to bowl that in swinger, but the other way around, it was the length that the line that he had picked this time round in line of wickets. But again, the bounce coming into play. Abe expected that ball to have a little more bounce than what he got under. Just right below his bat was the gate. But here comes in Mulongo Paul.
The one thing about the bowling of Ivan Veidu is that he bowls the cutters and the slow balls. So you have to be expecting them. Anytime you bowl the slow ball and then you try to go and drive, if you rush into the shot, you either give out the catch or you miss timing the ball and your timber is rearranged. Firepower now in. Raw power, raw energy, and it is Mulongo Paul who makes his way to the middle. Mulongo Paul has the ability to hit the ball as far as you can imagine. And now he makes his way to the middle. I think there's a positive for them in the first over picking up the wicket. Means if they can continue finding wickets, maybe they stand a chance. Because if you pick about 4 or 5 wickets, when you look at the way these 10 lineups are, you're already properly into the tail. It is the final ball to end over number 1.
Beautiful. Back of the length, fended off. Those are the images you would want from the fast bowler. That sort of hot temper finish. But anyway, that wraps up the first over. It's 9 for 1. Very into the attack from the Kampala Road end. That was shot just rocking back. Felt like maybe if he had gotten into more power into that one, could have earned him a boundary. But it's a single, bring him along back onto strike.
Yeah, when you look at where that ball went, it went too wide of the fielder was running in from mid-wicket. The ball was traveling towards square leg. So if there was some more power in that shot, maybe could have picked up maximum rewards. The power there of Mulongo Paul. As that ball just gets it's landing right in front of the comms box. And it is a maximum. I told you when Mulongo Paul is at the crease, we will see many of these hits. And feels like the fireworks have started.
Yeah, he just fresh from knocking that 78 against under 90, 78 off 104 balls, strikes, stitching around the good partnership with Asaba. So this time round, Perazombe fires it into the pads, and there was an appeal, but umpire not interested.
And I tell you now, for Mulongo Paul facing Perazombe, he knows it is a part-timer bowling. So that's why he's trying to make sure that he takes on the liking to his bowling. But Perwazombe has that quick ball which always speaks for him wickets. He doesn't get a lot of turn, but he bowls it straight and quick. And if you're not careful, you can easily give away your wicket.
There you go, another one. And Muhumza couldn't get much bad onto it to close out the second over, 17 for 1.
Yeah, 17 for 1 clearly shows you that they are on the right course. It shows you that they are moving well, the Masasa Hornbills, because they are still requiring only 55 runs from as many as 8 overs with 9 wickets at hand. There will be a bowling change right away there, and the captain is introducing himself into the attack. He comes into the attack to replace Ivan Ivaidwan from the side where there is a football pitch near this ground. Mlongo Paul is on 7 off 3, and his partner Daniel Muhumza is on 7 off 7. Muhumza Daniel was part of that team that won the boys nationals last year with Usawa College Mwiri. He plays for Wanderers Cricket Club in the Silver Division, call it the second division of the Cricket Uganda Men's 50 Over League, and he's had a good form. He has been scoring some runs there for his side. He is a wicket keeper batter by trade, Daniel Muhumuza, and he is a proud product of the Nyakasura school.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff to see how Wanderers has gone about their business. You know, they have a new policy in place, offloading all the star players and then remaining majorly with the young ones. Of course, Kakande staying in there. Mukisa Eric has had a fabulous season, but what do you make of that come 2027, where there will be that interesting fixture between Wanderers and Rounders, a fixture that has a lot of unfinished business?
Not only it is an interesting fixture, but it is also a historical fixture. The Rounders have some bit of history between them and Wanderers. And I tell you, there is a season, I think in the first division, where Wanderers won 2 games, and both games were against Rounders. Surprisingly, it was a season, I think the previous season, they didn't have good form or anything, but every time they could get Rounders, they could bring all the energy they had, ship everyone from Rwanda to come and play for them, just to make sure that they win that game, because that game has a lot of bragging rights. The only difference at the moment is that for Rounders, they still maintained some bit of their experienced players. We'll see players like Zulu Walaza, Narendra Singh, Irishad Suleiman, all in there. Whereas for now, Wanderers, it is a bit changed. You not see players like Davis Karashan, because he now showed that he might be playing for Centurion next season. Dennis Msali also hung this boot just a few weeks ago. So it means that it will be the old rivalry who will be squaring off against the newbies.
Yeah, actually, you talk about that specific season. It sort of felt as if the only maybe goal between both sides for the whole season was to win against each other. And then we go on to that T20 UGT20 final, where the game kept swinging in out to both ends, to Wanderers. Not until that controversial decision, LBW in there, that actually it was an interesting moment, because it seemed like Wanderers were in the grip with an impossible asking rate, only for the tail ender David Daoudi coming on, smacking that big 6, and then swinging the match back into Rounders' favor, and then boom, that controversial decision.
Unfortunately, when what you call the controversial decision happened, I wasn't in the country. I think I was in Rwanda that weekend. I didn't watch that final. But I also still have a feeling that maybe destiny was for Wanderers. When you look at their path to the championship, they had the Catch Tigers in there, who were defending champions of the 50 Over League. They had Abojo in that. Then they faced off with sorry, they didn't have Abojo. They had Ceylon Lions. And then they faced off with Rounders in the finals. So clearly, when you look at the way they were winning these games, at sometimes they didn't even bring their firepower from Rwanda, saying, Kachi will beat us. We have already lost, but what a shot there from Mulongo Paul, guiding it with the pace. And it goes all the way to the scoreboard for a maximum. Mulongo Paul, there was a bit of an injury break, but as soon as he returns, he manages to play a glorious looking shot.
That's really audacious. He just had to crouch a little bit below, give himself a good focus onto that ball, and all he did was guide that ball with enough power onto it, enough bat onto it, and the pace did all the rest to give him that boundary. So that is so. I mean, both camps, I feel they're already biting. Maybe with what is missing out is what you have just said, that now Wanderers no longer has the quite the more experienced side. So you would want to say maybe that the rivalry will dip a little bit.
Yeah, I think if it was Wanderers, you had the likes of Joseph Biaruhanga, the man of the banter, Davis Karashan in there, Dennis Athamsari, Ivan Kakande. It would have been a game which would start with a lot of fire from the friends of cricket, so that by the time we reach onto the pitch, it will be like a boundary banters of sorts. But then you feel that, of course, you see now when you're sledging someone on pitch, of course, I don't expect Yasin to go play these sledging players like Daniel Muhumuza, because these are just young men who are learning their trade. So clearly, that's one of the things that might miss out in a few of those games. There is a good throw there and a run-out chance. Given by the umpire, but a bit controversial. Looks like that stamping was effected when the ball was not in hands. But the wicketkeeper there, Xavier Msenero, will wait to see what the umpires do agree on. Isaac Asakatawa walking into Inyoin. Inyoin Gerard there. So the decision being upheld by the umpire. Clearly he was in a very better position to see Daniel Muhumuza run out, and against the run of play, they do pick up the second wicket. The Walukuba Eagles.
Ivan, you see, I'm quite disappointed in what has just happened, because you want to say the Masese Hornbills are more like have a very good grip over this game, and then you give away such a wicket, because through experience we had such a scenario when we played against Ceylon Lions, who about around 9 overs, the projected score was at around 600. We managed to get into the game, and then getting into our second innings, Calvin alongside our pro from Rwanda, stitching a very impactful partnership. Yeah, so what happened is they really pushed that extra run, and Calvin got run out, and that was the start of crumbling. So now we're seeing Mulongo stitching up a very great partnership with Muhumza, and then pushing for that extra run. Yeah, the idea is right, but again, when you do the risk assessment, in case now the collapse starts, then now that's where you start regretting. I wish we didn't have to take that extra run.
Yeah, the extra run was really uncalled for. Ayub Rashid is the new batter in. One to the pads, but the appeal of LBW is not given. An expensive over there coming in from Hassan Wagaga. 15 runs in need. And as we come to the end of the third over, 36 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads. The Hornbills, in response, have managed to score 10 every over. The current run rate is 5. Sorry, the required run rate is just 5.71. Means that they are clearly in firm control of winning this game.
So that's where the question comes in. If you're really keeping up with the tabs of the proceedings of the game, was that extra run really necessary? You're moving at 10, required is at 5, then why take that extra risk for yourself?
Yeah, Muhumuza Daniel will have himself to blame for accepting to take the run. But Perry Wazombe, who gave away 8 in his first over, will be coming to bowl. The power play has come to an end, and now Perry Wazombe has protection around the field. He has a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, longer on and longer off. all patrolling the boundary. He loves bowling it quick. Now Paulo Mulongo pushing for the second run, but that bit of a misfield there coming in from Loikin Wamturaki will give them a chance to pick up that second run comfortably.
Yeah, pretty good 2 runs for themselves. But again, you look at that same scenario. You saw Mulongo was almost quarter of the pitch ready to scamper for the second one. But you could see Ayub. You could see Ayub nowhere in accordance with what Mulongo is intending to do. But again, another boundary. It was a flying edge, bring in another boundary for the Masese Hornbills.
Yeah, Owinya Caleb trying to put some bit of work, but in the end he doesn't manage to stop the ball. And it is a boundary that is scored by Mulongo Paul. Still finding the runs, the good running between these two, Mulongo Paul. Down into the gap, and it is another boundary. Perry Wasombe trying to go pace off, but clearly watching that ball, Paul Mulongo, and he manages to play that one down to long on to pick up another boundary.
That was a total joke there from Perry Wazombe, because you could see all the way before even went into the gather that he was tossing it up slow, up in the air, and you can't be doing that to Mulongo.
Now he comes quick, and quick he goes, but there is a fielder. Mulongo Paul will push for the second run. I love the way Paul Mulongo runs between the wickets. And I tell you something, Yasin, if you've been coached by Habib Mugaula, there are things that people can say, no, this is a Mugaula product. One of those things is running between the wickets, and the second thing is playing that straight off drive, that cover drive. Really, Coach Habib Mugaula, this is one of the things that he coaches well.
Yeah, you look at the likes of Kenneth Waiswa, Calvin Watua, Steve Wabose, they are all good runners of the wicket. And Ayubo too, Mulongo, a product of Mugaula Habib, Ayub growing into the ranks. But again, now what happens is, as Mulongo, you need to understand what is my capacity, what is my partner's capacity in terms of ability and then awareness. If you're going just to be living to the way you can do it and not minding how he can do it, then sometimes that becomes extremely costly. But that brings down the fourth over with the score at 48 for 2.
The Masese Hornbills will be now requiring only 24 runs from 6 overs, 24 from 36 deliveries to pick up the win. And Paulo Mulongo has really anchored well on his side. He has 37 runs off 15 deliveries. And now we will see another bowling change there into the attack. It is the leg spinner Owinya Caleb who replaces the captain Wagaga Hassan from the football pitch end. Leg spinner into the attack. Extra cover, long off, long on, deep square leg and deep mid wicket. All the 5 fielders have been deployed on the boundary, but I think for Rashid Ayub I would have had an extra fielder into the 30, maybe around mid wicket to cut off that bit of extra run. And if you have that fielder at mid wicket, even when he misfields, it means that there is protection down in the deep. But then it means when you're having all the fielders down at the boundary, you've given him a very, very big gap there. Remember, some balls don't turn, so it becomes easy for him to put them into the gap.
Yeah, typical. I agree with you. It's pretty. I've never really agreed with this kind of approach, because I don't want to be defensive. I just want to give myself the best chance at it, because now they need 24 runs from 6 overs, and you've simply opened up. You've given them all the gaps they would need to just nudge it around, knock it around, and just get those singles in. But a breakthrough from Owinya.
Yeah, he's bowled him around. That ball they are passing behind his stumps, and it manages to wipe off the bails. Wicket there, and it will be Rashid Ayub to depart without disturbing the scorers. 48 for 3 is where the scoreboard reads, and this is what the Walukuba Eagles will be looking at doing, making sure that they do pick up the wickets and keep the Masasa Hornbills on pressure. Ramadan Musa Majid, all his names are Islamic names. Musa Majid Ramadan. He tells you how much he is so much gripped within the religion. Not so much known for batting, but a very, very handy seamer. He's played for the Uganda under-19 in the past, and now he makes his way to the middle. Musa Majid Ramadan. Most of the boys in Lugogo call him Uncle P, whereas others love calling him Rama. But he can hit the cricket ball mostly in these short games, so it may not be an easy nut to crack.
The West Indies call it. It's dead. The West Indies call it beating the ball. But there you go. By once again still behind for his off the mark.
Plays that one on the back foot but doesn't time it well. And the edge is well fielded there by Roy Keane towards the short third man area. And this is what Mulongo Paul does. When he gets to the ball, he makes sure that he goes so hard at it. Goes for a slog sweep, but he misses. And there was an appeal of LBW, but that ball clearly pitching outside leg stump and not given by the umpire.
Longo should be really, really careful about that, because the game is really posed at a very critical moment. He needs to really have the calculated risks into play and just talk to Musa Majid with his experience.
Cracking shot there, leaning into the back foot and manages to play it down towards long on, and he picks up another boundary. Paul Mulongo.
Just giving it a short ball there, bowling it into the borderline. That gives him all the leverage that he would need on earth, and just rocking back, giving himself the width to just whack it through for 4 runs.
Yeah, and that ball will take him into the 40s. He now has 41 of 18. I tell you, the batters have been beating the ball here at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. We have already seen 2 half centuries in the first game of this tournament. And maybe Paul Mulongo will be the other batter who wants to be counted. Final ball of the over. Leaning into the shot, and the misfield will be a boundary. Clearly there, Ivan Vaidu trying to stop the ball, but not taking care of where his foot was. He steps outside the boundary rope in trying to stop the ball, and it is a boundary to wrap up the over. 8 runs and a wicket in that over. And as we come to the end of the 50th, 57 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads, and more 15 runs will be needed for the win.
Going back to that morning game for the Kimaka Kingfishers, can you imagine they pulled off that game without their former captain Calvin Watua? So what kind of message are they sending forward, keeping in mind I've seen him around, not sure if he's going to be playing the next game. What kind of statement do they send? Because they played with what you would call their key player.
Yeah, I tell you, that clearly means that they still have a lot of more firepower in their side. The arrival of Calvin Watua will be a very great addition to the side. Calvin Watua, I remember when he was at Kinja Esas, he used to bowl a bit. But at rounders, he has always been used sparingly with the ball. Yet sometimes when you have senior players on your side, you need to make sure that they can try and make sure that they bring out all their abilities, find their teams winning the games. But I tell you, he is a good hitter of the ball. So when he comes in, it will be fireworks. Ian Loikin Bamturaki replaces Perry Wazombe from the Kampala Road end. 57 for 3 is the score after 5, and only 15 runs are needed for the win. Musamajid Ramadan has ordered for a new blade. Maybe he is saying, yes, this might be the over.
Ivan, I think we have agreed earlier on that it's no longer called for today. We take it, we do it the West Indies way. It's not hit the ball, beat the ball.
Time for Ramadan Musamajid to beat the ball, as per se. Just more 15 runs for victory. And 15 runs means that 3 sixes. But as I said, easier said than done. And that's what Musamajid Ramadan does. He takes the single.
Yeah, exactly. You put it right. Sometimes pretty nicely easily said down here in the box. But when it gets down there, I don't know, is it the size of the ball that changes or the weight of the bat?
I think even the conditions out there do change. Up in the air, falls short. There is a run-out chance. A direct hit at the bowler's end could have seen Polo Mlonge in trouble.
Mix up. Mlongo needs to calm down a little bit. Sometimes you're in control. You're almost eyesight over the wind. You need to calm down. He needs to calm down a little bit. Just allow the moment to flow in, because this is almost in their grip.
Touch and go. A direct hit would have been trouble, but Ivan Veido missing out on the bull's eye, and in the end, another single taken against the run of play. Loikin Wamtrek has not been so easy at dispatch in this over. Just 3 singles off his first 3 deliveries, and you look at the way he is bowling the ball, bowling some bit of cutters, and not making it very, very easy. Twelve runs from 4.3 overs to pick up the victory. Masese Hornbills. And I tell you, it will not be a very good day for the Walukuba Eagles if they lose this one. It will mean that they have lost 2 games on the bounce, 2 games on opening day. Not a very good start, but good running there between these two as they reduce the deficit to only 10 for the win.
Ivana, sometimes if I may just take you back in the previous T10 held here, the side led by Bagag Hassan, the Elephants, in their first six league games, they lost 4 games, but ended up being champion. And the historians will say history keeps repeating itself. So maybe it could be happening here.
Even as the literature students say, we do say that a bad beginning makes a good ending. Maybe they might have not started off well, but the ending good. This is also turning out to be a good over. 5 runs in it. 63 for a loss of 3. Required for the win is just a single digit. 9 from 4.1 overs.
And the single digit for Mulongopo to crack up his half century.
A bit chicken that shot there by Ramadan Musa Majid. And it will go all the way to the boundary. Didn't play it with a lot of control. A flick shot of sorts. And he manages to end the over with a boundary.
Yeah, That was beautiful into the pads, drifting into away, and of course, just guiding it all the way through. So now, Ivan, in this situation, you are the captain batting alongside Musa Majid. You need 1 run for your personal achievement to make that half century. Your team needs 5 runs to win in 4 overs. You have 7 wickets in hand. You are mid over. What communication do you give to your player? You're the captain. You need 1 run to get your personal achievements. 5 runs for the team to win.
Yeah, because there's some bit of pressure. If I'm Mlongo Paul, I'll first take the single, so that I first complete that individual milestone. Then we can get back to what the team wants, because it's also some bit of a confidence booster if you do pick up the half century, and this is their first game, the Masasa Hornbills. It means that if he does complete that half century, it will go very, very good for him. So pick up the single and take the half century, then we see what happens from there. And also picking up that single will mean that what is required for the win now goes down to 4.
So how about in this case, your partner is the other side, you're this side, but again you need 5 runs. And now it's over, your partner is going to be on the strike. What communication do you give? He's well charged up.
Let's pass to that slog sweep which goes into the gap. We talked about the single, but Mlongo Paul now levels the scores, plays that slog sweep, and he raises up his bat after a well-crafted half century. It is a day of runs, 53 of 23, Paul Mlongo. Good beating of the cricket ball.
Well adopted there. That was really quick to get onto his feet and just go through that slog sweep pretty hard and sending it all the way mid-wicket for a Brito 4 runs, and now it's 1 run away from triumph for the Masese Hornbills.
1 more for the win. Beats him, and the stamping would have been trouble because he's gone for that longer stride, the typical Mugala stride of playing the drive, and he misses on it. But it will be a dot ball in the end. Still, the hunt for the run is on. And that should be the run. Oh no. Well fielded there by Owinya and asking him, where are you going?
I just love that reaction because it's 1 run to go, 3.3 overs to go. You wouldn't expect that from a bowler on any day. But that's good reaction from Owinya.
Dashes down the ground, and this same round plays as straight as we would love to see it. Perry Wazombe with the clean-up job, but the clean-up in vain. It's game, set and match, and it is a 7 wickets victory for the Masese Hornbills. They will match Horn, and still more regrets for the Walukuba Eagles because they have lost 2 games on opening day. Two teams that won their games already today will be facing off in the final game of the day. It is the Ugembe Pelicans who will be taking on the Kimaka Kingfishers in the upcoming match. But when you look about this game that we've just come to an end, the Walukuba Eagles have won the toss and opted to bat first, a decision that backfired right away. Find there was a 20 of 14 from the captain Bagaga Hassan and 17 of 19 from Loikin Wamturaki plus 16 extras. They managed to score 71 for a loss of 7 in 10 overs. Rashid Ayub picked up 2 wickets, as well as Oluka Samil and Pushpreet Singh. And in response, the Masasa Hornbills, well anchored by Mlongo Paul, their captain, 54 of 26. And in the end, they crossed the line with 4 wickets. We will take a short break as we get ready for the upcoming game, the final game on match day number 1, which will be between the Pelicans and the Kingfishers.
losing the toss, however, being sent into being told to bowl first, and them going on to win the game while chasing. In the afternoon game, they win the toss and choose to bowl first. Very good evening and welcome, Ivan Sajabi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yasin. I'm happy to be back for these tales of this interesting match which will be happening. I always love giving the umpires their flowers. Inyo in Jeddah. I can put a total on board that I can challenge. But let's see what happens when they try and bowl fast.
But this is exactly what they did in the morning. So I am trying to sense maybe he's picking up from the morning because in the morning, however, the difference is he lost the toss, opted to, he was sent in to bowl fast. This time around, he had the flexibility to choose between bowling and batting fast and going in for bowling fast.
Never change a winning formula might be the tale, because chasing worked out for them. The hope and expectation for them is that maybe if they come back with the same formula, they will stand a very, very big chance of picking up the second win on the day. And I tell you, when you pick up the second win on the day, it means you go on top of the table, so you sleep in things. And I feel sorry for the Walukuba Eagles. Losing 2 games on match day number 1, they will be somewhere reflecting and saying, how bad have we been? But the man with the highest individual score in the tournament, Magezi Ronald, will be facing the first ball of this innings. He scored a half century in the first match during that run chase, where they won against the Walukuba Eagles. And now he returns. This time round, he will be opening the batting alongside Peter Ochen right there, whereas Isiko Kenneth has the new ball.
Yeah, another change in for the Bugembe Pelicans, who have their captain back into the side in Calvin Watua. Just like you put it up earlier on, good at beating that ball. Is now back into the side, but they've stuck with the same opening group. In Magezi, he had a very stellar opening. No, there's a change up. Ocheng replacing Sohail at the opening slot. Oh, beautiful ball there from Isiko Kenneth. He has extracted beautiful bounce, accurately hitting onto that seam.
It is a start that he really hoped for, Kenneth Isiko. Starting off with the dot ball there. Very, very good. I tell you, every dot ball means you're in things, because every batter will be looking at hitting the ball hard and far. So I need to make sure that when you come out here, you try and you keep on bowling the good areas.
This time around, gets it wrong. It's a wide ball. Slipping in things, good things. I want to be going after those words Ivan just read about after this game, to have a more meaning to that. But anyways, Isiko is teaming in, seeming very much good pace this afternoon. And that's a battle between him and Magezi, who registered his half century of the tournament earlier on in the day. Beautiful, beautiful, angling it in, but then later on, the ball bouncing away from the batter there. Siko is looking typically not someone that the two batters will be playing much easy. Has that later movement of the ball, just like the ball is shaping in And exactly after the bounce, shaping away. Oh, it's a beautiful ball, but again goes to the shutters as it's called a no ball out. Banged in short. But Ocheng didn't just get enough baton to that. A misfield there from Enoch to grant Ocheng the opportunity to get back on strike. It was really quick from Isiko there, banged it in short, angling to the batter, into the ribs. Ocheng just did get enough, but you can onto that, but that could have easily raced all the way to the boundary, could have looked a shot with authority on it. Some communication there from the fielders. Time almost now running out for that grand finale, as the Aussies will be taking on the women from the land of English.
You know, there are also 3 lions, but it will be an interesting match. Form meets form and class. That home, the only edge that England has against Australia is the home advantage. I think the first World Cup was played in Australia and it was won by the Aussies. Not so certain.
It's a pretty interesting times to see what is happening down in Pakistan. The sacking of Shan Masood, reinstating Babar Azam, dropping of the ODI captain in Shaheen. Norman too dropped. There is always quite a lot happening around Pakistan cricket.
But I think one of the countries where you were captain and you have a lot of pressure is Pakistan, because the legends of the game are abusing you. And just now the only issue for Babar Azam when he was captain was not scoring runs. He was not delivering as captain. So now, again, his return ahead of the test matches in England and test matches in Australia, I really believe they are going to be whitewashed in England. Then when they go to Pakistan, when they go to West Indies, they will put some bit of a fight.
And I think when you look at that choice, I feel, of course, with all the respect for Babar Azam, but now when you look at, I'm just imagining if Pakistan goes on to lose both series or one of those series, I'm really doubtful if his tenure will really take that long. But then Isiko back. Oh, that was really sharp into the abdomen of Ocheng. That was beautiful pace. Wild string from Magezi. Three half century registered on the very first day of the Nile T10 series.
Yeah, it tells you so much about the theme of this tournament, beating the ball. It means the ball, every time the ball was there for the beating, it was beaten. Now this is the final ball to end the over there from Iseko Kenneth.
Oh, good creativity there. Shuffling outside of stump and just going through that one. He really premeditated that one, that Isiko will be bowling the in-swinger full up. And yes, he gets the rewards for that.
Indeed, full reward. And a little expensive there from Isiko. 10 runs from this over. I beg your pardon, it is 11 from the over. One of them being a leg by. And at the end of the first over, 11 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads. Good start there for Ronald Magezi and Peter Ochen.
Yeah, that's beautiful from Magezi. The kind of calculated risks he had on, trusted the processes and just shuffled across and just pumped that one. Asaba was nowhere close to that one. Strong way to kickstart things here. Enoch into the attack from the football pitch end. Two youngsters playing that trade at Ginger Senior Secondary School. Both into their early years of the cricket ladders. They both tested the setup of the under-19, or you want to call it high-performance setup. And if you're heading the high-performance program in Uganda, and then you look at what we've just witnessed in the Great Lakes tournament, and then you look at the Nile T10, first they already have 3 half centuries, scores above 70. That means teams are moving at around 7 per over. What goes through your mind as a high-performance leader?
One thing, if I was a high-performance leader, one thing I would know is that high performance takes a lot of time, because to have players where you want them to be can take up to 10 years. So some things can happen and bring some bit of just excitement. But the difference between high performance and development is that in high performance, you get a small group of players and you work out with them to make them finished products. Whereas in development, you can have everyone, even if you never played cricket, because it was development. But now when the game goes forward, you now pick out the cream de la cream and you work out with it. That's why we see back in the days we used to have the under-19 camps to make sure that after the cricket week having everyone playing, we now pick the fine products. So what these tournaments do is that maybe they show you that you're moving on the right course, but again, many things happen. Now you need to get these high performance players, get for them international tournaments, see how do they play when they are in the Ugandan colors, how do they play different opposition. Let me give you an example. The emerging team was beating the under-19 team in the trial games, but when these two teams met in the high performance camp at Entebbe, the under-19 team beat the emerging team in that game. It was actually a low scoring thriller. So it means that there is some time where you reach and the levels change. But it is a good path in cricket Uganda to see that after a lot of time we now have a high performance team.
Good battle here going on between Enoch and the two openers of the Bugembe Pelicans. So that typically, what you've just put up, that typically explains why the BCCI, or you want to call specifically their high performance section, have cautiously had to delay the debut of the wonder kid in Suryavanshi Vaibhav.
Yeah, clearly you don't want to rush him on the stage, because when you rush, you crash. We've seen it even in Uganda. There are some players that you feel that maybe they were rushed and they went on crashing. Look at a player like Rogers Olipa, made a debut for the senior men's team in Lugogo, that game against Kenya, which we did fall short, I think, by about 2 runs. And ever since then, he has never been the same. So it means that the team which was around, they rushed him.
So you need to make sure that people are not feeling that they are stars before they really become stars. They need to get to that stage when they are really ready and worth to be there. And that's how they can try and make sure that they stay there.
I too thought maybe he was going to make his debut when they were playing Ireland, and I was shell shocked not to see him make the debut. But again, what shocked me most, him debuting against the Three Lions.
Yeah, but you see another thing, that during that time when they were when India was playing Ireland, their India A team was somewhere either in Sri Lanka or Afghanistan. I'm not recalling the country. And Vaibhav Suryavanshi was really part of that team which was playing down there. So because actually the team played Test and ODI, and I think for Vaibhav he played in ODI. So you don't want to bring him and again give him against Ireland. And I will see that even when India played their senior men's team, they still lost to Ireland the series 2-0. So maybe the coaches saw something about that wonder kid. And you saw that even when he made the debut yesterday, he didn't score many runs. I think he scored 17. But clearly, because he's had that feel in the IPL, which is also a big stage of sorts, he will maybe come out and shine on the big stage for the Indian team. We've come to the end of the second over, and 15 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads for the Kimaka Kingfishers.
It's really phenomenal when you look at the way he goes about it. But when you look at how he's doing it in the IPL, a strike rate of 200 and above. I know there is a mix-up of the levels of bowlers that he will be facing in the IPL, but still within that crop of bowlers, you have the likes of Pat Cummins, you have Jofra Archer in there, you have a couple of cream de la cream from different nations in there, and he was really typically tearing them apart.
I think he plays in the same club with Jofra Archer, the Rajasthan Royals. But the difference between IPL and other tournaments is that in IPL they make batting tracks. That's why you see teams who could score 225 runs, and then those runs could be chased. Actually, the highest score to be chased down was chased down by the Punjabi Sparkings. It would have been like 270 something, and it was chased down. So that's the difference. But then when you get out of India and you go to countries like, you have to go and play in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, they will bring you slow wickets, which will favor spinners more. Then go and move in the West Indies. In the West Indies now there is a breeze. Every time you're batting, the ball takes away the wind takes away the ball. So you need to put into consideration where the ball is going. Now we saw that he's playing in England. So you need to test him in all those conditions. Let him play in England, give him a chance in the Bangladesh, give him a chance in Sri Lanka, take him to Australia where they have quick wickets. Oh, that's a glorious shot there from Ronald Magezi, creaming it through the cover area, and he manages to pick up the boundary.
Yeah, just that away swinger, but it had enough with it for Magezi just swing his bat, quick arms into that one and middling it all the way for 4 runs to bring it 19 runs for no loss.
So now you see what India does for Vaibhav is a proper high performance. In that, after playing a tournament, say the IPL, the analysts will pick up on some of his weaknesses, take him back to the nets and work it out with him so that he can continue scoring runs. Because when you look at the way Vaibhav Suryavanshi plays and how Rohit Sharma was playing when he made it to the Indian team, they're not so different. They are both beaters of the ball, despite of the format. And when you look at the way the cricket has been changing, you saw Brandon McCallum introducing the baseball for the test team of England. Okay, it has been backfiring lately, but it was a good strategy. Remember how Virat Kohli would open batting alongside Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma is seeing ball and beating ball on the other side, and then on this side, Virat trying to play those glorious cover drives and just rotating strike. So maybe Vaibhav will be a great addition, given the fact that now Rohit Sharma is no longer available to play T20 cricket for India.
Beautiful top edge. What is that for Magezi? That one luckily lands in no man's land. Magezi is not seeming to be in good touch this afternoon. He's not we are seeing the opposite Magezi we saw earlier on in the morning. As the momentum creamed into his mind that maybe all he's thinking about is beating the ball, but not understanding which ball to beat and which one to play cautiously.
And I tell you, even though it is a T10 game, a short game, but you cannot just go beating the ball anyhow. You need to make sure that you know which shot do I play on which ball, because power without control is nothing. However much you'd have a lot of energy, you need the timing as well. You need the precision to know which shot am I going to play. The ball is outside off stump. Can I open up my blade? The ball is pitch shot. Can I play the pull shot? So you need to make sure that he chooses his shots well. But he's on 12 of 12, keeping that strike rate above 100, and very good in T10. Straight to the fielder there by Peter Ochen, and he will take the single. They know they have to put a challenging total because there is a lot of batting firepower into this team. When you look at players like Senyondo Juma, players like Robert Owili, Brian Asava, all of them in there for the Bugembe Pelicans, they can all come out and snatch the ball the game away from you. So you have to make sure that when you're batting, you bat and get a total that is respectable and maybe something that you can bowl at.
Yeah, another thing that I'm looking at is just wondering why they've changed the opening partnership, because it feels like these two batters are not typically complementing each other. Ocheng the other way around is also going very wild and hard at the ball. Magezi True doing the same. I feel they're not really complementing each other, because we saw earlier on, if I get it right, alongside Sohera, you could see that Sohera was a little back into his corner and giving all the audience to Magezi to just go through the balls. But now we are seeing they're not really compelling each other.
And it might have been something that they have changed. It might be tactical there by their coach, Samuel Umutekanga, the one who is doing a lot of good job with the Iganga Academy and the Igang Cricket Club. That now, because we had Richard Sohera during the anchor role, let us throw fire in at once. And if wicket falls here, it is when we will see Richard Sohera come in, because it will mean that there is power this side, so we'll need someone to rotate strike and make sure that the wicket column is taken care of. 22 without loss after 3 overs. This time we will be seeing Peter Ochen, I beg your pardon, Jonathan Nyiro bowling early in the innings. Oh, sorry, it is not Nyiro. It is Mwanguzi Enoch who returns. Bowled a good fine first over that went for just 4 runs. And now he returns to do the business.
Change up in field setup there. Neuro drops on long off. They have third man now almost towards deep point. And Eno continues from the football pitch with a deep mid wicket in place as well. Magezi not really proper digesting what is happening this afternoon. He had good touch in the morning, but right about now, a lot of questions are being put on table from Eno coming from the football pitch end. Score is seeming like it is not moving. It's now all stuck at that 20 mark and something. Beautiful, beautiful power, timing. Just swept that one off the pads and resting it way towards the mid wicket for 4 runs to bring about 26 for no loss after 3.2.
And that was some good use of the wrists there by Magezi. Despite him not fighting his hitting range early in the innings, he has made sure that his strike rate is well above 100. Bowled a little close there to the pads by Mwanguzi Enoch. He's been bowling with that cross angle, and that was easy pickings there for the batter.
He's been extracting good movement through the air if you look at how the ball is moving, but I feel maybe the execution is slightly below par and is giving quite good comfort to the batters, but every time he has got it spot on, you could see how the two batters are really struggling against him. Back of the length. Slap towards point. Good quick single from the two batters.
Yeah, and I tell you now, you see for Mwangu's Enoch, he was so effective when he was bowling left arm over the wickets, because he creates that bit of a vertical angle. As the batter, as you're opposing, the ball is coming, you see as though the ball is going away from you. So the only option you do have is opening up the bat. But every time the batter sees that the ball is coming back to them, they will present the full face of the bat, and it will be easy pickings. You see that Magezi played a bit of a flick shot using the wrist. Now he opens up the bat and plays a cut shot. So meaning he is seeing the ball and just adjusting how he's using his arms.
Beautiful, beautiful. Tossed up. I mean, the batter's full pitched up. But once again in no man's land. I feel you can see the kind of the movement he's generating in air, through the air. So I wish maybe what you have just put just shortly here about him going over the left arm over, that could play in his favor. Maybe the two batters who could possibly get into the wrong line and maybe an LBW or ball into play.
Yeah, one thing about that shot is that Magezi leans into the crease, trying to make it look short. And as soon as he played it and saw that the fielder in the deep there wasn't reacting so quickly, they have capitalized and they have now taken 3 runs. Very, very casual there from the Bugembe Pelicans as they concede easy 3 runs.
Beautiful, beautiful bowling there from Eno. Good comeback and a good display from Owili Robert to deny that one that could have potentially rained all the way to the boundary. But that closes out the 4th over. It's 31 for no loss.
About that variation there, he's gone for a slow bouncer into the surface, because he saw that Peter Ochen and Magezi were all loving it come quick to the blade. So when you bowl a slow bouncer, it means they will swing. He will swing quickly, but will never get the timing. That one without loss after 4 overs. Now it's becoming an issue of concern here for the Chimaka Kingfishers. They will need to do something where there is nothing to try and make sure that they do find the runs. And the coaching perspective of these teams, the Bugembe Pelicans coached by Habib Mugaula, whereas the Chimaka Kingfishers coached by Samuel Omoteka, and I would feel that the coach is against his student.
Juma Senyondo replaces Isiko Kenneth from the Kampala Road end. Magezi Ronald looks very scratchy, but now he's moving at 21 of 17 balls.
Yeah, he will be just hoping that he can continue finding his hitting range.
Yeah, sometimes it gets pretty interesting in such moments. A batter who, that day that you see a batter scratch, he had a very great inning in the earlier on in the day, but now looking scratchy. But now he's at 21 and goes on to smack you half century or something. That sometimes can really be very disappointing as a side, as a bowling side.
Yeah, you spoke about adaptability, meaning now Magezi will need to adapt and adjust from what he did in the morning, because this is a different game. So you need to make sure that the way you're approaching this game is not that you approach the morning game. Remember, in the morning he was chasing, and now they are setting a total. So sometimes when you're chasing, you're playing calculative cricket. You're like, if I get a boundary this over and a single, we are at par. But now when you're chasing, you need to just be waiting for those bad balls to target. Oh, that's sheerly creamed down the ground there by Peter Ochen. Hesitation. And that poor throw could have given them the extra run, but turned down by Peter Ochen.
Seeming like a slow but steady ship sailing.
They have taken good care of the wicket column, but now they will need to find runs, because they have not lost a wicket, but the runs they do have are way below par. You need to make sure that you're scoring close to 8, 9, and that's how you can easily come out to put a total that you can easily come out and defend.
Chance there this time around. Didn't get to the top edge of the, almost close to the bat hand. A chance for a run out. But safely back in. Very, very risky double there for the Kimaka Kingfishers.
They have been doing it a lot of times, taking that extra run even when the balls are hit straight to the fielder. And I tell you, when you're fielding at the boundary and you see that the batters in the middle are going to take an extra run, sometimes you get some bit of a panic, then you might end up fumbling. But when you're spot on and you're spub with the throw, we saw a direct hit coming in there from Richard Sohera in the morning, in the very first game of this tournament. So every time you keep your composure, collect the ball and focus on where the stumps are, you can easily pick up that run out. And again, for the batters, when you get off same networks, you can easily get one of you throwing away the wicket. So as they do maintain the good running between the wickets, they will need to make sure that they also maintain the good calls.
Yeah, the message I feel it has been clear. Maybe Calvin has got in and is like, you guys, you know what, you got to play till the half mark. And maybe I can take it from there, because I feel now at this point of time, if any of these two batters, you would want to think that be any time from now, if any of these two batters would bat out, could be potentially Calvin Watua stepping in.
My thinking would be Richard Sohera, because these two are all hitters of the ball, so you need an anchor. But anyway, I'm not sure what the coach Mutekanga is thinking. Shot there, backward of the square, trying to use his feet to stop the ball, but the effort goes in vain, and it is a boundary.
I think every time you swing into the pads, I'd want to think that you got to get to ball it as full as possible, because anytime you ball it into the borderline and then you give it that width for the batter to just play with, then in most cases, high chances out of 10, you'd give it around 6 to 7 that a batter will have a good effort at it. And regardless whether it's an edge, there are high chances that he will maximize out of it. Just playing away, gives himself the room needed and just donks that all the way to the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, the only small gap between the batter and the bowler is that both of them, through the hands of the same coach, both of them OBs, but there is just some bit of variation in terms of experience. Committing to play that shot there by Ronaldo Magezi, who waits for the ball and manages to loft it over the head of the fielder at covers to pick up another boundary. It is now back boundaries as they now move into the 40s. 12 in this over, with the delivery still remaining in the over.
Juma's arms into his waist, wondering what is happening right about now. This is the very ground I keep training day in, day out. But what is happening? Does that give you an advantage? Because Juma is training always from here, day in, day out. However, Magezi was also training here day in, day out, but now it's Juma who's doing that. Does that give you a cutting edge?
I think maybe you start feeling that you could have done better. You start feeling that maybe you have somehow adapted to the conditions pretty well. You remember when Bangladesh hosted Australia in Bangladesh just not so many weeks ago. They defeated them in the ODI series, and it was only in the T20 series where the Australians picked up the win. So it means that the players who are within that Bangladesh team, Tawhid Hirodi, Shariful Islam, Najimul Hussain Shanto, knew how the conditions were like within the West Indies, within the Bangladesh. It means when you win the toss, the first thing you would know is you assess the conditions quickly. If you know it's a pitch which has dew, you know what to do. Shall we bowl fast? Are we going to bat? If it is a condition where maybe the wicket becomes better in the afternoon, later on when the sun bakes it, you can also take a decision to bowl that way. Then when you come to bat, maybe the pitch is bringing the ball as quick as you would love. So Juma would be saying, yes, I know something on what the ground is doing. Final ball of the over.
Oh, that's balled into the channel and really pumped her. Oh, Magezi must be really gutted. He didn't get maximized out of that. But nevertheless, it's 2 runs for him. to bring the score at 45 after 5.
45 after 5 at the halfway mark means they will reach in the 90s if they continue scoring at the same rate. A good over there for the Kimaka Kingfishers to capitalize on 14 runs in that first over there by Juma Senyondo. Magesi Ronald is on 34 of 22, whereas Peter Ochen is on 7 of 9. These two making sure that they do help the Kimaka outfit to put a respectable total on board.
And now it's a change in the bowling from the football pitch, and Solomon into the attack. Deeper mid-wicket into place. There's third man who has moved more towards the point region, and then a sweeper down into covers.
Yeah, one seamer replaces the other. Muwangu's Enoch out of the attack and Mulindwa Ben Solomon into the attack. Mulindwa Ben Solomon is in the under-19 setup, but I've not seen him bowl in the recent practice matches. Not sure what the thinking for the coaches is. Maybe they won't take him as a typical bowler, sorry, as a typical batter, but he's so good with wheels on. But one thing I tell you cannot take away from him is his fielding. I saw him fielding at long off, and he took some two brilliant catches that might have been put down by a different player, product of the Nyakasura school. But now he is a ginger-based man, and still making sure that he continues making strides. Trying to bowl it wide, and outside of the tram lines it goes.
You see, at the end of the day, the bottom line when it comes to national team setups or team setups, the requirements of the team tend to dictate the times. Because when you look at the likes of Ritam Samali too, growing up being an all-rounder, and then now she has primarily become a batter. You look at the likes of Stefan Nampina too. She was a leg spinner, but again too right now she's predominantly with the bat. So those are the demands sometimes, and who at that part, how they look at you. Because at the end of the day, as the leadership, you must execute what you are seeing at the end of the day.
One example that I always give is the example of Simon Sesas. During our heyday, he used to be the best bowler. I think for the two cricket weeks that I played, 14 and 15, Simon Sesas was the best bowler, but currently he's an opening bat on the senior men's team. Sometimes it's good to specialize. I remember yesterday when I was speaking to Coach Michael Grace, he was telling me that back in their days, you could only make it to the team if you were an all-rounder. But these days, they be looking at things like, if you are a keeper batter, can you score runs and keep well? If that is good, then you make it to the team. We have seen players like Juma Miyaji, Cosmas Chewuta, both of them making it to the team because they are typically seamers and they can bowl for you that quick, those quickies. Fine. A player like Juma Miyaji can come and give you some runs, but again, his primary role is bowling. And you've seen that even in the recent times, Riyazat Alisha has been avoiding the bowling the cricket ball, meaning he's undergoing some bit of a transformation.
So that's also true explains why at the top level, it's only the brave that tend to survive. Because for example, I'll give you the best. It's about Ritam Samali. She was, psychologically used to that situation whereby you bat, you bowl, your team needs you in both areas. But now you're in a situation whereby you are not bowling, and maybe you get into a patch where you're not scoring runs. I can assure you, if you're not mentally strong enough, you're most likely to succumb to that. But there's a chance that Juma right under it, and finally, Magezi has to be walking back.
Yeah, a brilliant take there from Juma. Magezi, currently the leading run scorer of the tournament, but this time round he has failed to convert that half century, despite converting one in the morning. Ben Solomon Mulindwa into the attack, and he makes the difference as he manages to get rid of the danger man. 47 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads. The Bugembe Pelicans will have now something to smile for.
And finally, the captain who missed out the morning glory as the Kingfishers were winning the game, is into the game, and here he is, Calvin Watua, after the dismal of Magezi Ronald.
Yeah, Calvin Watua, another very, very capable batter, makes his way to the crease. Calvin Watua has precision and power. And his debut for the senior men's team, the Cricket Cranes, last year during the Pearl of Africa series. It was around July, so clearly you would say that it was around the same time when he made stripes to the senior men's team. But now he makes his way to the crease with work still to be done. Not the best of glove works there from the wicketkeeper, as he doesn't cut off that wide. They will take the extra run and 2 wides there.
Shot. But again, once again, the batters have really struggled with the ball, with the short balls. I'm not seeing that much pace onto the ball, but they're not getting the best of the bound of the bat onto that ball. But that brings down the end of the 6th over. It's 50 for no loss.
Yeah, the 50 runs coming up in that 6th over. Ochen Peter holding well onto his side.
The weather has been pretty nice to us. Ivan, you were pretty scared earlier on with that cloudy sort of chilly mood, but now you can feel how burning and blazing it is. You feel out for the young lads. But when you commentate with Mike and you speak about the young lads, actually Innocent too, when you speak about the young, feeling sorry for the young lads with the blazing sun, he's telling you they have young bones. They still have to be in there. They can dig in there.
So Brian had some good figures in the morning, and now he's into the attack, but he's welcomed with the boundary. Peter Ochen taking a liking to his bowling and plays one down the ground for 4 runs.
Every time you bowl it in that region, you just bowl it outside off stump with that slightly tossed up, then definitely you grant the batter all the time, all the width, and all he has to do is swing through that one pretty hard. All he'll be looking for is the elevation and the timing, and yeah, that's a boundary for that. That's hit down, however, onto to Neuro Jonathan, who's down in the long off region. Asava has decided to have a deep mid wicket in there, a sweeper down in through covers. Actually, he has 2 sweepers on the offside at the deep. A deep cover in place, and an extra cover two in the deep with a short mid off of the back foot, slapped, and yes, it's a boundary for the skipper. Calvin is making a statement for himself. That typically looked like Asaba was in a panic. He just didn't want to get that ball closer to Calvin. Brilliant bowling, brilliant fielding from Asaba. He just ran into the line of fire. That was really exceptional from Asaba. Just put everything on the line to see that there is nothing for free here. It's body and soul. Driven hard. It's called for 2 runs. Yeah, that's sneaked in. And it's the end of the 7th over. It's 82. It's 62 for 1.
For putting it.
For design, complementing. You know, Jonathan, just asking Solomon to keep up with his spell from the football pitch and
Yeah, and speaking about that over there by Brian Asawa, 12 runs coming into it, wicketless. I think in his 2 overs in the morning game, he went for only 11 runs. So meaning he still has work to do. Calvin Watu are now coming in and trying to keep up with the pace. 6 of 4, whereas Peter Ochen is holding the other side is 14 of 13. And now they still have work to do. Ben Solomon Mulindwa picked up a wicket in his first over. The wicket of Ronald Magezi. Of that beautiful catch there by Senyondo Juma. And now he returns into the attack. He went for only 5 runs and he will be hoping that he can continue bowling and bowling well for the side.
short, wide, quick, but wrong line, and it's a wide. Short once again. That's up in the air. Should be someone really under it. Yes, that is snatch, and that's the end of Ocheng. Another wicket for the Bugembe Pelicans. Another downfall for the Kimaka Kingfishers. It's 63 for 2.
Every time Mulindwa Solomon comes into the attack, he comes with some bit of magic. He's again managed to get rid of the other opener in Peter Ochen. 63 for a loss of 2 wickets. Mulindwa Ben Solomon is currently becoming the name. Now, Richard Sohera will make his way to the crease. He did a very good anchor roll in the morning match. And there he comes in, but still work for them to do. 63 for 2.
I'm really impressed. I really love the approach for the three bowlers in Solomon Molinde. Then you have Christopher Kidega, and then Jonah, the one who's more into coaching now. The moment they get the ball, you most likely see a deep mid wicket or square leg into place, because they love banging that ball in short for the batters. And finally, it has paid off for Solomon Molinde. Or Molindo, I beg to say. But I feel the Bugembe, the Kimaka Kingfishers have got a point wrong in there by changing the combination of Sohera Richard and Magezi Ronald, because when you look at how Magezi has been batting with the Ocheng, you'd see there was a reduction in the quick singles that we noticed earlier on.
Yeah, of course, Peter Ochen playing alongside Magezi Ronald, they played for Ginger East around at the same time, and actually must have won a trophy. Should have been in 2022 with the Nationals. So when they came in, they somehow knew what they could be doing. So that's why the communication between them was so good. They had actually committed on saying that even if the ball is going straight to the field, let us push quickly, put pressure on the fielder in the deep, and take the extra run. And it was working out for them, because when you look at the boundaries, when you look at the first wicket partnership, it didn't have so many boundaries, but the doubles were quite many. There is a no ball call there from the umpire, and a subsequent free hit. A chance for Sohera Richard to get off the mark with a big. It is the free hit coming in from Molindwa, Ben Solomon.
Couple of steps down, but is cramped for room. Nothing to there, but simple dab, and yes, it's a single for Sohera. Yeah, you speak about that, but to me, when I saw how Sohera really nicely complemented Magezi, that partnership was in good sequence. The way they got those singles, Sohera gave Magezi all the freedom. But I saw as if when you opened alongside Ocheng, it was like a battle for each other. You know, so it lacked that rhythm and sequence that we saw earlier on with Richard Sohera.
Yeah, they looked as though they were competing to see who can hit the ball further. And I tell you, that is one called for don't overhit. Sometimes you just have to tap that ball a little. I tell you, that ball was touched, it could quickly run past the wicket keeper and get down to third man for a boundary. But you swing hard and you don't make timing. And in the end, it is a dot ball. Well, when you time, it is a different reward. But when you miss the timing, you end up conceding a dot ball. And the set-10 game is a bit short. You don't have a very big room for error.
Short of the length, but that's bashed through straight into the screen. Good effort there from Asaba in companion of the captain Jonathan to bring about a double for the Bugembe for the Bugembe Pelicans. I mean, I beg to say, Kimaka Kingfishers to bring the score at 67-2.
Yeah, when you see what Brian Asaba did to save that boundary, is clear the difference between him as an emerging player and many players who are still at the under-19 level. How he put his body down on the line, made sure that he keeps the ball in, was really brilliant to watch.
That's an unmissed opportunity. Just fell short of Owili Richard's wetting gloves. Robert Owili, I almost felt like he was starting to celebrate the moment Calvin Watua edged it, but pretty lucky for Calvin Watua. One ball to bring down the 8th over. Brilliant bowling, brilliant batting, jammed out, called for 2 runs. Is that a run out? No. Easy double there. And that's the end of the 8th over. It's 69-2. It's quite unbelievable. We haven't seen Neuro Jonathan into the attack had quite a great spell earlier on in the day. Maybe he's being kept for the last one, but he has an option of 2 overs. So if it's at this case he hasn't bowled, that means he's going to be bowling only 1 over and then cutting out that extra over that he could have bowled.
Yeah, but because he now goes for Brian Asaba, and now you see the issue was when he gave Beluda Ben Solomon to bowl, Ben Solomon picked up a wicket. And now when Ben Solomon picks up a wicket, it means you don't take him out of the attack rate, or you give him another chance of coming back again to bowl. And you see when he came back to bowl again, Ben Solomon, he picked up another wicket. So that one has worked out in their favor. Brian Asaba went for many runs, 12, but he's bowling now because the thinking for Nero is that Nero himself will bowl the final over. Maybe that's just my thinking.
No, you rightly put it. But again, now the point comes up. Asaba bowls the ultimate over. Nero comes for the last over, but he had the luxury of bowling a second over. But right about now, the maximum he can bowl is 1 over, and 1 over of him is left out.
Not a bad start there to the penultimate over by Brian Asaba. He concedes a single off the first ball of that over.
On to 1 neither. Straight to K. Isiko makes it easy work. I'm just wondering where Calvin Watua was going. Could have found himself walking back to the crease, to the dressing room, if at all he had really got into that.
Yeah, 2 singles. Now what Brian Asaba is trying to do is cut out the boundaries. And you see when you're bowling the penultimate over, one of your tasks is not to go for many runs, because it gives some bit of confidence to the bowler who bowls the final over. Long on and long off are both down. Full toss.
Full toss, and that's sent through covers. It's 4 runs. It's 4 runs for Sahara Richard. Asaba not quite getting it.
Yeah, somehow when Brian Asaba was bowling it and getting some turn from the surface, he wasn't being hit to the boundaries. But as soon as he goes full, Richard Sohera appreciates him for the gift. Boundary. Now the pressure shifting to Brian Asaba. What started as a good over now has a boundary in it. And now they will be looking forward to getting some few boundaries here so that they get themselves close to 90 and come ball well at it to pick up the victory.
Asaba just placed in a backward deep point. There's a call for a big shout out, and yeah, finally Asaba bags Richard Sohera, who's running away back into the dressing room.
I looked dead plumb, and it is a wicket there for Brian Asaba. Good adjustment. Because the full toss was hit for 4, now Brian Asaba goes and looks for that turn off the surface. He manages to put the pads of Brian Asaba, of Richard Sohera in play. And that's how they do pick up the 3rd wicket. 75 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. As now Richard Sohera makes his way to the dugout.
Kimaka Kingfishers 15 runs shy of making a 90 run mark. Is that being delivered? We have 1.2 overs to just get know what will happen. Calvin Watua off strike, and the new man will be taking strike.
$75 for a loss of 3 wickets is what the scoreboard reads. This is match day 1 of the Nile T10 tournament happening here at the Ginger Essence Cricket Oval. The games are coming thick and fast. This is already the 4th game of the tournament.
Asaba bowling deep point in place, Ivan, and then you have a deep extra cover in 2 place. You have deep mid wicket and long on.
Now with the new batter in, Ochiro Maybe a chance for Brian Asaba to pick up another dotty ball here to make sure that not so many runs are conceded. Doesn't pick up the dot, he picks up the wicket. The new batter there trying to play it on the back foot. Brian Asaba keeping the wickets in check right away. Back wickets there for him. The Kimaka Kingfishers lose their 4th wicket. And 75 for 4 is where the scoreboard reads for the Kingfishers.
That was typical. No application at all. Ball almost in the good length. Rocked back. The application, the alignment of the bat was nowhere into place. And that gives Asaba a hat-trick ball that I don't think on any given day would have been a hat-trick ball. But here we is. Are we seeing the first hat-trick of the tournament?
The one thing I've loved about Brian Asaba is when the new batter comes in, don't bowl it wide, keep the wickets in check. Because when you're bowling it stump to stump for the new batter, there are too many things that you're putting in the equation. You can get an LBW, you can get him bowled, a feather. But every time you bowl it wide, sometimes it becomes easier for the new batters to go away with it. And I will be hoping that for this hat-trick ball, maybe Brian Asaba can bowl the same delivery that he bowled to Ochiro on the previous delivery. Bowl it straight, pinpoint accuracy, and make sure that you pin your man.
I'm just now looking at the reaction of Calvin, and we're just in case Facial grabs the single with 1 over to go and they score at 75 for 4.
Yeah, Michu Facial is the new batter in. He was the captain in the morning game in the absence of Calvin Watua. I see the hat-trick ball drifting away from him, and it is a dot ball. Brian Asaba will go with it because this over has gone for 6 runs and 2 wickets have fallen in it. And as we come to the end of the penultimate over, 75 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads after 9 overs.
Pretty much critical position for Calvin Vatua, and he's going to be tested. It's the last over of the first innings of the third game, of the last game of the day. Nero Jonathan takes up the duties of the very last over. It's Calvin Watua on strike alongside Faisal. Such moments really put you in the spotlight as a captain, and then when you accompany it, you are the leader, it really puts you in the spotlight, because assume you get the single, do you take it in or do you say no to that? It's really, so you need that critical thinking in there. You need a full-blooded decision, because at such a moment you can put up a decision that simply changes the course of the game. But here we are, 6 balls to play. Calvin on strike, Nero Jonathan into the attack.
I think now Calvin will be looking at taking everything the way it comes. If there is a single on the offer, take it, because 60 singles take you into the 80s. And when you do deny them, it is troublesome. And not a good start there for Jonathan Nero. Bowling it down the leg, and it is wides. Welcoming runs here for the side. Brian Asaba was pinning his men at the back end of the previous over. And now Jonathan Nero just straying down the leg, and it is wides.
Yeah, Calvin has a high appetite for playing through the off, and you can see what Nero Jonathan is trying to do to direct him into the pads of Calvin, but keeping a deep mid-wicket in position to just give himself the right protection. Oh, that's full. Balls it into the channel, but again the direction not in place. Calvin denies the single. Ivan.
Yeah, not very good. Take the single so that you show that there is some bit of confidence, because not that for him he's immortal, he cannot get out, so it doesn't really make any change, any meaning to me if you do deny the single. And this is the time you need to take the runs the way they come. But let's see what Calvin does after denying the single.
Through covers. A second dot ball for Nero Jonathan. Hand clap to these young, to the fielder in there. Calvin once again denying another. Was that potentially single this time round?
Maybe yes, maybe no. but you need to put some bit of pressure and take everything the way it comes.
Flying edge straight to the man at the flying slip in there. So I mean to say, shot that man in place, and that's well taken. Calvin has to be matching back. That's where the moment now simply puts you in the spotlight. You just denied 2 singles, and here you are on the very third ball. Hold out.
Yeah, now if you had taken the single, maybe it would have been chance for Feshal to also take some bit of liking to the bowling of Nilo Jonathan. Because of recent times, you said that Nilo Jonathan has played a little more cricket with Feshali. So maybe you could have done something and picked up maybe an extra run, deny 2 singles, and again you get out. Because no one is immortal in cricket. I remember there is a time where Litton Commanders was batting for Bangladesh. It was a test match. I think in that game, Litton Commanders scored double century. And in that game, he was batting with the last batter before he converted the 200 runs. And Bangladesh must have won that series. Not recalling what the scores were, but when they asked Litton Commanders what was the thinking for him, he said, we are all batters, we can all get out. If you come holding a bat in your hands, it means you are a batter. So I don't clearly see any reason why we would deny you strike. You could get to the second comfortably, give strike to the other batter, the last batter. And it gives you some bit of confidence when you're also facing the ball. But now what would officially be thinking when he gets on strike? The new batter, Adam Uzaifa, gets off the strike with a double. Some good running there between these two, Mitchell and Adams.
Yeah, that's really well said, Ivan. That's exactly where leadership and seniority can really put you in very critical moments, because you need to make those pinpoint decisions in a critical moment. But at the end of it, it is a double sword actually. You make the other decision and it fails out, you become the culprit. Full force into that, but nothing out of it. It's a wide. 2 balls to go at 78. 79 for a loss of 5. Ivan, just continuing on to that very point. It's a double sword decision. You opt for the other. You take the single, and then Facial consumes up the balls. Again, you're in the spotlight. You made the wrong decision. You are the captain. You are the leader. You had to take up that responsibility. Oh, Pesov swung very hard into the arc, and yes, 4 runs. It's 83 runs.
Yeah, good looking shot there from Adam Uzaifa. Picking up on the length very nice, and manages to deposit it 4 more to the total, and now they are into the 80s. Final ball of the over will be coming up, and now Adam Uzaifa will be still thinking you can pick up maybe boundary off this delivery to try and make sure that he helps his side to get something they can bowl at, but they're already into the 80s.
Adam Uzaifa doing what his leader possibly fell short of a couple of balls back, but nevertheless, it's all contribution for the side is what matters most. How far can they go? Shot. Big shot from Nilo Jonathan, and ends up with a dot ball. The score is 83 for 5 after 10. It's just a couple of minutes away, and we shall be finding out whether that was a competitive score. We've seen scores being pulled up, plucked off pretty much easily from the chasing teams.
Yeah, and when you look at this game in terms of the match summary, the Bugembe Pelicans have won the toss, adopted to bowl first, and the batting for the Kimaka Kingfishers. Ronald Mageze opened the batting alongside Peter Ochen. Mageze contributed 34 of 26 and Ochen 14 of 14. Calvin Watwa came in the middle, 11 of 12. And Adam Uzaifa had the highest strike rate, 6 of 3, a strike rate of 200. 12 extras have been given away by the Bugembe Pelicans. 2 wickets apiece for Solomon Ben Mulindwa and Brian Asava, whereas Jonathan Nyiro picked up a single wicket. We will take a short break and we will return for the second innings, where the Bugembe Pelicans will need 84 runs to pick up the win.
The brief wait is finally over. The man with the two contrasting color boots is into the attack. Ocheng coming from the football pitch end. And now Juma Senyonda alongside Asaba will be opening the proceedings. They have a distance of 83 to cover up and 84 to go over it. A win for either sides comfortably places them on top of the log. Everything is on the line. Everything is up for grabs. So the question is, who blinks the eye first? A very good evening, Ivan, and welcome back for the second innings.
Thank you so much, Yasin. It is the second innings of an interesting match. 84 runs for the Bugembe Pelicans to win and get on top of the table. Whereas, if they can come out and bowl well, the Kimaka Kingfishers, they also have an equal chance of winning this game. Asaba Brown will face ball number 1, whereas Senyondo will be on the non-striker's end, and Adam Uzaifa will be bowling the first over for the Kingfishers.
Just overheard Isiko telling Juma Senyondo that don't fear any of these two bowlers because... Oh, that's short. Starts off with a bumper. What a message from Adam, but nevertheless it's out of the wrong lines. It's in the wrong lines, and it's a wide. It's been very common today for bowlers to kickstart their spell with wides. And here is another display from Adam, but we know he has that great comeback always. Another short one into the ribs. Juma just gets that right off the ribs, and it's for runs.
A start that they really wanted, accessing the leg side. Juma Senyondo, and he manages to break the shackles early, picking up the first boundary. Adam Uzaifa wanted to adjust to the line after bowling a wide off the very first delivery. But the adjustment not working out in their favor. The adjustment that might work out for him is the changes in the field. Senyondo Juma goes leg side and picks up that gap at the deep fine leg. And now a fielder deployed in that area.
Yeah, that's a kind of sometimes execution you need. And just we saw Juma earlier on in the game, his energy were pretty low. But now when you kickstart your innings in this formula, sometimes that sort of propels your confidence. Another short one from Adam. He is not ready to offer Juma anything close up. Everything's been banging it pretty short. And just asking them to go another way around. Can you pull? Can you hook? Can you uppercut? Have been the questions. But we've seen that Juma has already done one, fended that off the ribs for 4 runs.
After conceding that boundary, Uzaifa Adams has made some adjustments and is now bowling the good areas and making sure that he picks up those dirty balls.
Brilliant bowling from Adam Uzaifa, extracting some good movement, bowling it onto the seam. And the bounce is phenomenal. Oh, again, aiming for the ribs, but the long line bring it to the wide once again from Adam Uzaifa.
The wides have been something of concern so far for the side. Uzaifa Adams not maintaining the good lines. Again, that will be called wide by the umpire.
Banked it once again. What is the call there? But that's given for a wide. And one per over. This is seeming to be a very interesting over from Adam Huzaifa. Beautiful, beautiful comeback from Adam Huzaifa. Every time he just got it into the good line and length, there hasn't been any sort of response from the batters. Bugembe Pelicans are seeming to be, the Bugembe Pelicans are seeming to be in a situation that they would want to have full wide. That finally brings the double digits for the Bugembe Pelicans.
Yeah, 10 runs coming up in quick time. The only issue in this first over has been the number of extras that are being bowled in this very first over. Adam Huzaifa not maintaining the good lines. 9 runs from 0.5 deliveries, with just one more to wrap up the over. And you look at the field setup there for Adam Huzaifa. He has protected the backward side of the square, deep square leg and third man. And this is the final ball of the over. Deft touch there from Brian Asaba to make sure that he will maintain strike in the next over. 11 without loss is what the scoreboard reads as we come to the end of over number 1. This is the final game of match day 1 of the Nile T10 happening here at the Junior SS Cricket Oval. An exciting tournament where the games are coming very quick, thick and fast. 4 games per day, 6 playing days. You blink, you lose. Eyes on the prize. You have to make sure that you're coming out top. And now the plan for the Kingfishers is that they will be bowling a spinner on the other side. It will be Richard Sohera who will be coming into the attack.
And you've always loved it thick. I know how you love the meat down at Chadon Rugby, coming in thick and hot. You love it coming thick and hot.
Yeah, it's good when it comes quick. Not sure if hot, but a short tracker there from Richard Sohera will be hit backward of the square for 4 runs. Brana Saba getting down on one knee and he manages to access that gap. The boundary now putting Richard Sohera on pressure early.
Yeah, but you can see the smile on Richard Sohera is not really moved, but a good credit to Asaba. Just gets on one knee, gets underneath it, just aligns himself properly into the ball and guiding it all the way to the boundary.
And I tell you, when you look forward tomorrow in the morning, the Budondo Turakos will be in action taking on the Masese Hornbills. Another interesting matchup coming. Branasa trying to access the gap. Run out chance. Not completed. Juma Senyondo getting out of his ground and a direct hit could have been trouble. but missing out on that opportunity.
It was really, really funny because actually Juma had really given up, but Sohera hesitating to just execute it.
They are guiding that one into the gap behind of the square, and they are pushing quickly for the second run. Asha with the cleanup job, and the umpire confirming that it's by runs. They are finding the runs now needed for the win is 67 from 8.3 overs. Good passage of play. These two opening batters for the Bugembe Pelicans are making sure that they get their side off a very good start. A bit of a half tracker there. Brian Asaba getting underneath of the ball and playing it backward of the square. And it is another boundary. When you look at that shot there from Brian Asaba, he commits early into the shot and makes sure that he makes timing. Richard Sawyer should just start when he gets down on the one knee, ball it outside off stump and see what happens.
Yeah, no, you want to give credit to him because what happens is, as a batter, you have to wait on not until the ball has released that ball, and what he's doing is premeditating. He knows Sohera is going to be pitching it on the outside off stump, so he shuffles, and what he does just plays with the turn of the ball. And what's next there for him? That's a boundary to bring it to 21 for no loss after 1.4.
Asawa is now on 9 of 5, and Senyondo Juma is on 4 of 5. The current two openers for the Bugembe Pelicans. That one keeping low, but Brian Asawa still forcing it into that gap. Oh, the umpire confirms that it's by runs. Looks like it was off the bottom edge of the blade, but it is a by run. Now 22 without loss. One more remaining in the over. Play to covers, and it will be a dot ball to end the over. And as we come to the end of the second over, 22 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads. So Hera Richard's first over has gone for 8 runs. Ben Solomon Mulwinda running in very, very quickly with the instructions, but not being allowed by the umpire because those instructions might bring some bit of a break in play. And it is a T10 game, as I said. Things are happening quick, thick, and fast. So I don't want many of these stoppages. 62 runs from 8 overs. Huzaifa Adam, who gave away 11 runs in his first over, now returns to bowl his second. That is hit backward of the square, getting under the lane of the ball, and it is a boundary.
Once again, Adam Huzaifa continuing with the short ball barrage that is so far proving ineffective. And what do you expect from Asaba? Just getting underneath it, granting it direction. Actually, you would call gifting it a lift all the way to the boundary.
He's been going for those bouncers, and they have not yet worked out for him. So if he can adjust the lines, maybe he stands a very big chance of helping his side to defend, because the opening bowlers always make the rhythm for the match. Brian Asaba going for the same shot, but this time round doesn't make any timing. He's signaling to the umpire saying that was wide, but we don't have reviews today, so meaning the umpire's decision will be upheld.
Yeah, this was beautifully executed from Adam. Just the length was the different, and the line, the other is initially he's been bowling it pretty short into the pitch, but this time around just extend the length a little bit, a touch in front, and you could see the trouble in there.
Into the gap there by Brian Asaba, and they are pushing quickly. That was a misfield there by the young man. A comedy of errors here happening at the moment. But in the end, they will take only 3 runs. The only good thing with that is that the effort has helped him to save the boundary.
In my cricketing career, I never did that when I was actively playing cricket. But in that game against Ceylon Lions, I got into the game as a substitute because Simon Kindo had injured his palms. But so a ball was struck straight into the screen. The moment I did that, Ivan, I started to believe that it's my time to retire.
But you still have some bit of cricket, unlike some of us who already retired.
But that was a really comic situation. Adam Uzeva getting back a little stronger in this current over.
And I tell you, on your bad day, the ball can follow you wherever you go. So you'll be lucky that it happened only once. Sometimes it happens many times. 55 more in 7.2. And if the Game Pelicans can find those runs, they'll sleep on top of the table. Another half tracker there, but not dispatched away by Senyo Dojuma, and it will be a dot ball. Yeah, the umpire indicating something there for Uzaifa. I earlier on told you the issue for Uzaifa is the no balls, and most of his no balls are overstepping no balls. I've used him in the banters, so I know he has some bit of struggles with that. So maybe he needs to adjust his run up to try and make sure that he starts from a little behind, so that what could have been a no ball, still your foot sticks into the tram lines. That one keeping low on Juma. And now you see Juma committed on playing the shot instead of maybe trying to present the full face of the blade. Wanted to play the cut shot and he wasn't sure where the ball was. We've come to the end of the third over and the power play, and the scoreboard reads 29 without loss. Yeah, Richard Sohera is back into the attack. 8 runs in his first over, and now he returns for his second over. 29 without loss after 3 overs, and 55 more to get from 7 overs. I tell you, this game can swing in any direction. Now, what they need to be doing, the Kimaka Kingfishers, try and make sure that they pick some wickets here. Wickets and dot balls keep you very much in the game. But then, if this first wicket partnership sticks in, it might be later on costly. Long on, long off, all at the boundary, extra cover deployed. And there is another fielder there at deep square leg, because Sohera has seen that Pranav was loving the short balls and leaning inside to play those shots. A pair of shots backward of the square, so you need to make sure that you have protection there. Pranav advances down the ground, and he plays it down the ground for 4 runs.
Easy work for Asava. Sohera pitching out almost on the 4th stump, full. What would you do any other day? It's just clearing your left leg, a swing, wild, hard swing, and all the way to the boundary. Brilliant shot from Asaba.
Yeah, despite the field setup there, Brian Asaba undeterred. He saw that the fielder was standing at long off, was standing very, very straight. So he knew that there was a gap between extra cover and that long off fielder. Accesses it and he picks up the boundary. I tell you, this game is now running out of hands for the Kingfishers because they are conceding many runs.
Yeah, I think the Kingfishers are really gifting away this game, because you look at how the ball have not really bowled with that good control you would expect from them. So here is really well known for his great bowling, very tight in his bowling. But again also, finally Sohera back into the rhythm and prized wicket for Asaba.
Yeah, a little cheeky there for Brian Asaba. I wanted to play a cut shot off a straight ball. Wanted just to guide it out of his wickets. In the end, he doesn't make any timing. And the first wicket partnership of 33 runs comes to an end. Brian Asaba falls. 33 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads. And when you see the shot was trying to play, because the ball was straight, he should have gone with the full face of the bat. But because he wanted to open up the face of the blade, try and make sure that he plays that cut shot and didn't make timing, he in the end gives out his wicket. But he's done his job. Maybe the rest of the batters can pick it up from there.
Relapse in concentration from Asaba there. Again, his prized wicket is down. But again, do you feel it's good news for the Kingfishers with Owil Robert now onto the crease?
I tell you 1 wicket brings 2. So if Brian Asawa falls, it will not be any different. Well, Robert Owili has the power to hit the ball, but now the thinking is, if we get Robert Owili, we are putting more pressure because I've already gotten rid of Brian Asawa. So now they should not be anyway deterred. And the man who's made the difference has been Richard Sawyer, picking up that first wicket for the side. Hopefully, they could maybe continue and try and find more wickets. Also, having a new batter in means that he will take some bit of the time to get some bit of rhythm. And from the Lords, the home of cricket, where the final of the Women's T20 World Cup will be taking place, Australia has won the toss and opted to bowl first in the finals.
Oh my! I'm not really confident about that decision. I feel maybe the gods have slightly leaned towards Australia with them chasing that score.
I told you it was a game which would win at the toss, but remember this is a tournament where England scored over 200 runs in the opener of the tournament, and they have been getting close to 200, 199. Oh, that misfield will see Robert Owili get off the mark with a boundary. A timely dive there chipped in by Ronald Magezi, but in the end, not enough to save his side from conceding the boundary.
Oh, that was really put a lot of power put behind that shot from Owili Robert. You spoke about 1 wicket bringing another, but I'm seeing now 4s from Asaba bringing more 4s from Owili Robert. That's really not good news. I'm seeing almost Australia 1 foot planted into another championship with them opting to bowl fast.
Peter Oche nearly making merry of it, nearly throwing it outside. Sophie Molinix says that there has been a lot of discussion and I don't think the pitch will change. We have no changes. The Australian team is unchanged from the team that played in the semi-finals against the West Indies. Not sure what has happened for the England, but I'll be confirming later. End of the over, 4 overs gone, and 39 for a loss of 1 wicket is what the scoreboard reads for the Mugembe Pelicans. And they need more 45 runs from 36 deliveries. This is match day 1 of the Nile T10 happening here at the Ginger SS Cricket Oval. An exciting tournament where the games will be coming your way quick. 4 games per day on all the 60 playing days, I tell you, means there will be a lot of action. A bad beginning makes a bad ending, but the Walukuva Eagles not making a very good start today. They lost the open of the tournament, and in the 3rd game, they still fell short again. There's been 2 changes that have been made in the playing 11 for the Kimaka Kingfishers, and coming in was that man who's coming in to bowl, Abdul Aziz Tandia, who came in alongside Calvin Watua. But still work for them to do, because if they don't find the wickets, this game will not be anywhere close to their reach.
Yeah, just going back to that World Cup decision, Australia opting to bowl first. And Aaron, you wondering what are the nicknames of the English women's side? They are called the Lionesses. So if I'll be pretty confident if the Lionesses at the time of the 6th over, maybe call it power at the power play point, if they are standing at around 80 for no loss. I feel that will give me all the confidence in the world.
Tandia has the ball. Robert Owili going for a lot of power but not timing. These two have an interesting matchup. They come from nearly the same areas, that Ginger Road area. Robert Owili and Abdulaziz Tandia, and both of them played for the under-19 team during that World Cup qualifier last year in Nigeria. Picks up that one very nicely down the ground, and it is a maximum there for Robert Owili.
That was really power behind that one. Tandia pitching it up Willie Robert nicely clearing the left leg and leaning into that shot pretty nicely with all the powers in the world and sending it all the way into the screen for 6 runs. That was really sheer power into that shot.
Wides now. Abdulaziz Tandia trying to ball it wide of Robert Owili because he saw that when he comes full, Robert Owili takes liking to such balls. So if you're Abdulaziz Tandia, you need to make sure that you're balling it a little wide of him. Leaning into that shot, but there is a fielder there at extra cover. Adamu Zaifa. Adamu Zaifa with a powerful throw, but they will take on his arm to pick up the extra run.
Outside of short length, just gave Willie all the room on the earth to just rock back and punch hard through the covers for 2 runs.
I think because the boundary is too big, every time you hit the ball down to the sweepers, you have a chance of picking up an extra run. We saw Peter Ochen trying to do that. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 more there for Robert Owili.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot there. You look at Tandia, he's lost shape of his bowling. I think because of the carnage caused by Owili Robert, he's lost focus. He's only just coming to go through the motions. It's a short one. What do you expect from Owili Robert? But just marking that pretty hard.
18 of 18 for Robert Owili. Abdul Aziz Tandia's first over has gone for 15 runs. And as we come to the end of the 5th over, exactly at the halfway mark, 54 for a loss of 1 is what the scoreboard reads. And 30 more will be needed from the last 30 balls. An exact equation. And I tell you, the way Robert Owili is batting at the moment clearly shows that maybe he's in a hurry to go and watch the final of the Women's T20 World Cup. 18 of 8.
I'm going to ask you to just possibly maybe change that, him to rush and watch as the Lionesses are crossing over the line at home.
I tell you, it will not be easy to overpower the Aussies. I did say that Calvin Watu was taken wrong without holding the ball in his arms, and now here he is. He used to be a handed spinner, off spinner in his heyday. But starting off with a full toss might not be good signs there for him. And in the midfield there from Adamu Zaifa will be Mary, as they will take up 2 runs.
It's a simple, humble request to Calvin. Let him not be doing that to Owili Robert. But otherwise, we shall be seeing that sailing all the way to the Kampala Road.
Forcing him to play on the back foot. And I tell you, when you look at the players who are playing in this tournament, even these particular teams, many players have played at this as a home ground. Unlike for the likes of Calvin Watua, by the time they played at Ginger SS, it was still an extra tough wicket. But still, in his current days, he has been playing many games here, playing many of the tournaments around. And when you look at players like Senyondo Juma, players like Richard Sohera, Adamu Zaifa, have all had this place as their home ground. Peter Ochen, formerly with Ginger SS, the school team, and also the club before going back to Soroti City. So clearly, this has been a good home for many of the cricketers. It's one of the grounds that I've also ever had some bit of cricket at. I've played some cricket around here. I think one of the grounds I've not played in should be James Sugar and Sedente Oval. But the rest of the grounds, at least. Straight to his hands and taken on the second chance. 1 brings 2. It was a hard one to take, but Calvin Watua somehow, first of all, patching it up in the air. And on the second chance, he picks up the catch. 1 brings 2, and now they do lose the second wicket. 57 for a loss of 2.
That was a brilliant take from Calvin Watua. That was struck extremely very hard from Owili Robert, and you could easily see he was snatching that game away. He was snatching away the game from the Kingfishers. But you need such a critical moment, and the game simply swings back. And here we are, Calvin Watua, after starting off with that dolly full toss up in the air earlier on the first ball. Here he is with the big fish, Owili Robert, back into the dressing room.
It was great athleticism there from Calvin Watua. patching it up in the air and taking it on the second chance. It takes a player who comes in big moments to put some bit of athleticism of that sort to pick up that wicket. It is a big wicket that falls. Jonathan Nyiro did not score many in the morning match, and now he makes his way to the middle. 27 more needed in 4.3 overs, and now here, if the Kingfishers can pick up the dot balls and the wickets, they stand a very big chance of winning the games. Fine, they're not defending so many runs, only 27, so there is no room for error for them. Ball good areas, field well, cut off the doubles. If you're inside the circle, don't give away the singles, and that's how you crawl back in the game. A little short and use of the wrist there by Jonathan Nyiro to pick up that single.
With the demise of Will Robert, you would want to say they have drifted seriously by far into the game once again. That the game that was seeming was seeping away from them. Now you would want to say they're really much into it. If they can just keep dotting on and building on that necessary pressure.
Another catch back to Calvin Watua. I tell you, one brings two and two brings three. The two openers have now both perished. Senyondo Juma following Robert Owili. Calvin Watua into the attack and into the wickets column. Two of them in his name. And 58 for 3 is what the board reads after 5.5.
I think Juma simply got adventurous in there. That was uncalled for, going across the line. I feel his role is not really go for that. His job is simply anchor around the innings, allow the big muscles to just whack that ball around. But anyway, sometimes as a young man, you need to, those are the decisions you look back and wonder, I wish I had done it differently. But it has been a brilliant outing for him, good experience for him, and a good news for the Kingfishers. Ocheng into the attack from the road end side.
Peter Ochen into the attack. I tell you, this game is not yet over. 26-24. If they can find a way of cutting off the boundaries and picking up the dot balls, they can maybe drag the game on. When Robert Owili was right at the crease, looked like the game was going to end in quick time. But now the bowling side has gotten a way of going back into the game. It is not yet over before the fat lead sinks. Peter Ochen into the attack. Bowls it wide. Not very good to see. We saw 16 extras in the first innings of this match. So it is looking like though it is an exchange of generosity. Extras in the first innings, I beg to correct, they were 12. And in the second innings, they are so far 11. A bit of a lofted drive there over the head of the fielder. Straight to the hands of that man running in from long on. But because of a bit of a sluggish approach in attacking the ball, they'll take on the second run.
Yeah, brilliant. You want to give credit to Nyiro Jonathan. Really play that shot off balance, but he maintained two critical components in aligning himself into that ball pretty nicely and keeping his eyes all the way onto the ball. Shot fended off the hips, and it's a single to bring the needed runs to 22 from 3.4 overs.
Yeah, both teams in the finals of the Women's T20 World Cup are unchanged. England and Australia. The female Lionesses squaring off against the Aussies. It will be an interesting matchup. The English are looking for the second title, whereas the Aussies are looking for the 7th. Class form, all meeting at the Lords, the home of cricket, one of my dream destinations. Actually, there are two places that I really wish to go to: the Melbourne Cricket Ground down in Australia and the Lords.
Just can't wait to see you in there. The man with the two contrasting boot colors needs to make some magic for his side at this point of time.
I have kept wondering how, of all things, you're picking up the color of the boots. Didn't play that with control. Solomon Ben Mulindwa and nearly guided it to the fielder, but the ball didn't carry. In the end, it will be a single taken. 21 from 3.2.
Actually, what I've realized when I saw him batting, he had the same color of boots. So it's something that we really need to find out. What is the magic behind all that?
No, you might find a way. Maybe one of the boots has spikes, so when he's bowling, maybe it gives him some bit of grip when he's bowling, and maybe that might be the reason that's why he changes. Not sure, but as you said, we will find out. Now he's having some bit of talk with Calvin Watu as he comes into bowl, because he's bowling it. He's bouncing it into the surface and forcing the batters to play on the back foot. When the batters are playing from here, it becomes very hard for them to play the boundaries unless they can play the pull shots.
I think that's something that that's the response we shall be giving our greater viewers out there about why Ocheng chooses to opt for the contrasting color of boots while bowling or fielding, and then same color while batting.
Yeah, but fortune favors the brave. Ben Solomon Mulindwa and Jonathan Nyiro taking the single when that ball was hit straight to the fielder. Standing at point should be Asher. One more ball remaining in this over. Going for a world swing but doesn't make any timing, and it is a dot ball. But again, the poor throw there from the wicket keeper gives them a chance of picking up 2 runs. Now these 2 runs, what could have been a dot ball, results into a double, taking them to just 18 for the win. 66 for a loss of 3 is what the board reads after 7 overs.
Just look at that reaction from Ocheng. Just wondering, I mean, why on earth did you just do that? But again, these are learning platforms from the youngster there, from the young man in there, that you need to be on point in such critical moment. We are simply defending 20 runs. Why would you take that risk and gift away 2 runs?
Yeah, maybe the young man didn't know that there was no room for error. 5 of 4 for Jonathan Nyiro and 1 of 3 for Ben Solomon Mulindwa.
I beg your pardon, he was not aware about that. That is everywhere. But anyways, it's good for Suna now. He's pretty much aware that you need to take time, you need to understand moments pretty nicely. But now Calvin back into the attack. He had a very great spell, great over earlier on.
Yeah, one of the things I always say with the young players when I get a chance to be with them on pitch, the safest way of fielding is getting the ball and you be with it. You know, I have an issue with my shoulder, I can't throw the ball, but when you get the ball like this, the batters will not get out of their grounds. So if the wicketkeeper had held onto that ball, it would mean that they cannot take the run. But when he went for the throw, they took 2 extra runs. But Calvin Watu had a very fine over, 4 runs in it and 2 wickets. And now he's come in. And now he's started those cunning tricks whereby as the batter you're getting ready to face the ball and he's still adjusting the field to make sure that you get some bit of lapse in the concentration. Extra cover, long on, long off, are all at the boundary. Lofted, but it doesn't carry to the fielder. They are pushing, but they will only take a single run. And I think now Calvin Watu and his team, they will be happier bowling to Ben Solomon Mulindwa, because Ben Solomon Mulindwa is on 2 of 4. Unlike for Nyiro, who is on 5 of 4. So if you're bowling to Ben Solomon, it means you can pick up some dot balls when he is on strike to make sure that you drag the game on.
I can assure you, Ivan, at this point of time, when you're looking at the wickets column, they have 7 wickets in hands. You're defending 19 runs as a bowling side. Naturally, you have more pressure perusing through you, and you only dreaming and praying that you have magic. Maybe if they can get 3 wickets stumble at this point of time, then the pressure definitely shifts back to the batting side.
Bowling it outside off stump and he picks up the dot ball. But from where we sit, there is some good music coming in from the Bourbon. Should be one of the places that people who come around Ginger on Sundays do enjoy.
Yeah, it's a couple of meters away from here, possibly 1 kilometer away from here. It's right around the river now, on the banks of the river now. But I feel you've been there. What's your go-to activity when you're down at the bubble?
Go-to activity, I have none. But back to the cricket here. These two batters now finding the runs. And what I've loved about the two, Nilo Jonathan and Solomon Mulindwa, is that they are not overhitting the ball. What they are doing is just making sure that they do find the gaps. Playing on the back foot. And they will take the single.
Ivan, any batter in the world will tell you, with 7 wickets in hand, you're after 12 runs in 2.2. You don't need anything extraordinary. You just have to keep things nice and easy.
Yeah, sometimes when you try to overhit the ball at that moment, you might end up losing your wicket, and then you put more pressure to the rest of the batters and also try and expose them. So this is something they are trying to do. They know it might be just a matter of time, but they are 1 feet there. But the game is still close. 12 runs from 13 balls. It can still swing in any direction. A few dot balls here keep the Kimaka Kingfishers in the game. Jonathan Nilo playing that one long on, and he will take the single, maintaining strike in the next over, as the single brings us to the end of over number 8, with the scoreboard reading 73 for a loss of 3 wickets.
That was really an exceptional cricketing shot in there, because what Jonathan did, just played on to the turn of that ball, using the wrist, the ball that is turning into the stumps, that requires a highest level of concentration and then timing. So brilliant, good confidence in from Neuro Jonathan, and that edges them pretty much closer. 11 runs needed off the very last 12 balls.
Now you see what Calvin is thinking is, if I bring back Abdulaziz Tandia to bowl at the moment, despite him going for 15 in his first over, I can have Peter Ochen bowling the final over. So now he will be hoping that Aziz Tandia can leave many runs that maybe Ochen can work around with in the next over. Tandia into the attack, 15 in his first. They looked many. And you see when he comes into the attack there, Nilo Jonathan tries to go for a slog sweep. But it doesn't make any timing.
But it was, it was pretty early into the shot, and that's exactly what Tandia would be looking at.
Deft touch, and he will take the run.
Yeah, what Tandia now is doing, he has typically put pace off the ball, just keeping it on the offside and releasing it a little late, actually. So when you rush into the shot, high chances are that it will be dot ball.
You achieve that with experience. That is hit down the ground. There is a fielder, and they will be happy to give away the single. What they are doing at the moment, the Kimaka Kingfishers are trying to make sure that they avoid boundaries, and somehow it has kept them alive in the game. 10 in 10 is now the equation. Cut away and should go to the boundary. Nobody move, nobody gets hurt. Nilo Jonathan just leaning into that shot and guiding it to the boundary. I tell you, this boundary will break their hearts, because they will feel that now the Bugembe Pelicans are so close to the victory.
That should be really the tiebreaker, the deal breaker, because what Tandia did differently from the previous balls is he imparted pace onto this very one, because the moment it got onto the bat, you could see the pace at which it was moving towards the boundary.
Five runs from 1.2 overs. The plan not working out there for the Kimaka Kingfishers. Straight to the fielder, and a miss will give them a chance to pick up 2. These are some of the moments that the Kingfishers will be regretting and saying how we wish we held onto many of these opportunities The double will mean that 3 runs are needed from 7 balls, and in the game a proper one hit away.
Can that go back to the singles that Calvin denied?
Maybe there could have been the difference at the moment, but anyway, those are gone cases. How they bounce back will now be very important for them. Exactly 1 run needed. Sorry, 3 runs needed. And that boundary there from Nilo Jonathan will be game, set, and match. The Bugembe Pelicans will come out on top in this game, winning the match by 7 wickets.
Yeah, I think in the very last over of Tandia, you'd see that they were starting to believe actually. Tandia starting off with the first 2 balls pretty nicely outside off stump, releasing it late, pace off totally. But again, I don't know how he thought about it on the 3rd ball, and he thought of putting pace onto that ball. Yet initially the previous 2 balls, what he had opted for was helping to be effective, and then that's where the 4 gets. They get a 4, and naturally the game drifts away from them.
Bear hugs, handshakes will be now the tail of the tape. Looking forward to tomorrow in the morning. The Budondo Turakos will be squaring off against the Masese Hornbills in the morning. 4 games lined up for tomorrow, so make sure that you don't miss out on the action. But looking at this game, the Bugembe Pelicans have won the toss and opted to bowl first, and they made sure that they limit the Kimaka Kingfishers to only 83 runs for 5 wickets in 10 overs. Magas Ronald, 34 of 26. Peter Ochen, 14 of 14. And Calvin Watua, captain, 11 of 12. 12 extras have been given away by the Bugembe Pelicans, but in response, contributions there coming in from Brian Asaba, 20 of 11 at a strike rate of 181. 8 from Juma Senyondo, and 18 for Robert Oweri, as well as 18 from Nilo Jonathan, unbeaten there for Niro. Have seen them cross the line. 17 extras given away, not very, very good if you're defending 83 runs. And the 2 wickets for Calvin Watua and 1 for Richard Sohera. Not enough for them to defend the total. And as we come to the end of match day 1, my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi in the comms, and I've been here with Yasin Ngobi. Tomorrow, we will be returning to tell you the beautiful stories of what is happening in Jinja during this Nile T10 tournament.
So now, what's your decision? Can I...
Yeah, man, we can go. Let me even pass put the World Cup. The anthems are being sung.
Because I was thinking maybe I translate.
But that's not the maker. Just fine.
So you'll come at Rubaga. Where do you come?
Soon as